Chapter 126. When a long-time partner was crushed, he was still able to make a judgment. This kind of calmness and decisiveness is good. Hela looked towards the throne. Thor supported Loki, who was already holding the night sky sword. It was obvious that after a brief collision, Thor used his strength to grab Loki and flew towards the throne, grabbing her night sky sword that was inserted upside down in front of the throne. Although the night sky sword was in the other party's hand, Hela was not angry at all. Anyway, she praised Thor's judgment at that moment. Loki did not say a word, but immediately activated the night sky sword transmission function. A large area of energy fluctuations like green algae covered the two people, and then the two disappeared in front of the throne, taking the night sky sword away with them. Your soul was infected by my ghost fire, Odin, see how you suffer. Hela stretched her body. Although she did not torture him too much, her ghost fire infected her soul, which was enough for Odin to toss for a while, and Loki would probably be tortured a lot, which allowed her to vent her anger that had been accumulated in her heart to a certain extent. Besides, there is still a lot of time. There is plenty of time to slowly torture her two stupid brothers. Hela was not in a hurry to leave Helheim. She wanted to carefully study the inherited secrets of cancer in her mind. Many of the powerful combat methods required her to practice. And there was a very critical factor that required her to build. That was a special underworld. For example, the most basic corpse gas is the ghost star cluster of Cancer, which is called the corpse gas. It is the entrance for the souls of the world to ascend to heaven. Through the construction of the space channel connected to a world similar to Hell, it can suck in everything around, and even light cannot escape, just like a black hole. For example, the corpse gas underworld wave separates the opponent's body and soul and teleports into the entrance of Cancer. It is a move that combines the space system and the soul system. If used on an enemy in the soul state, the enemy's soul will be torn into pieces, and the fragments will drift to another dimension, and they will never be reborn. It is a move that does not rely on strength, but completely erases the existence of the enemy from the concept. The corpse-killing wave of the underworld tears a crack in the underworld, creating a vortex leading to the underworld to devour the souls hit by the underworld wave. Unless the underworld wave devours all the affected souls, the vortex will not disappear. At the same time, the vortex will devour all the surrounding matter and energy into it and become part of itself, constantly expanding and strengthening. If left alone, not only the surrounding planets, but also the entire galaxy will not be spared. The ghost burning fist is a fist that forcibly seizes and tempers the explosive destructive power of the ghosts of the underworld that emerge from the underground. Among many combat methods, the underworld is extremely important. This underworld is similar to Hell, a Hell dimension world that does not intersect with the real world. Many combat methods can tear or use this Hell dimension to produce powerful combat methods and power. The two are closely related. In fact, Helheim is obviously a little different from the nature of the underworld in the combat method, or it does not fully meet the requirements. She needs to balance and transform Helheim in order to achieve a balance between the two, so that she can truly exert the power of the Cancer Saint. Hela is the ruler of Helheim and has the authority of Helheim, but it takes a lot of time to transform Helheim. So what Hela has to do now is to transform and accumulate small universes so that she can reach the seventh sense as soon as possible. Hela is very confident and unruly, but the outstanding performance and growth of Thor and Loki still make her somewhat vigilant. The gap in strength between the two sides is naturally still large, but who knows the future? Even if she is unwilling to admit it, the potential shown by Thor and Loki in the battle is indeed worthy of Odin's cultivation. She doesn't want to be surpassed by these two stupid brothers one day. She plans to abuse these two brothers until the end of time. Hela once again became a dead house in Helheim, and the struggle with Asgard did not affect the Earth. The Earth is now undercurrent. Because of the appearance of Hulk, various forces have various confrontations with Shield. Hulk's terrifying monster-like strength and physique have given various forces hope of moving towards a new level. It is also worth mentioning that Wanda and Pietro completed an extremely bloody revenge. Adabastan, the executive director of Stark Group and one of the major shareholders, died on the sofa in his villa. His body was charred black and suffered many inhuman tortures. At the same time, his soul was thrown into hell. Except for him, all those who were related to the smuggling were killed, and their deaths were very tragic. In addition, all the people who were related to the war in Kosovia that year were dug out in a short time. In fact, Ophelia had already investigated and even controlled the people who were related to the war when she rescued Wanda and Pietro. That is to facilitate the revenge of the twins Wanda and Pietro. Ophelia is absolutely top-notch in this regard. After the revenge, Wanda and Pietro untied their knots, but they were not as empty as those who had taken revenge. On the contrary, their hearts seemed to become clearer, and they had higher pursuits and goals. So they returned to the sanctuary and began to practice with one heart, and became a golden sequence as soon as possible. Everything seemed to calm down. 3 years passed by and it came to 2006. 3 years of change is not too big for the world. Those so-called demonic events have not continued to happen, and people have gradually forgotten them if it weren't for the millions of kilometers of frozen sea in the Mamu Strait and the concentrated freezing of 25,000 lives and the multinational aircraft carrier formation. Perhaps humans really have completely forgotten. However, Madripoor, Kosovia, and several other countries have been shining like bright pearls in the 3 years of development, becoming the most special countries in the world. Or cities, Madripoor, Kosovia and other countries have now been determined to be cities under the rule of the Holy Land. These cities come from different regions even across the sea, other countries. But the cities are connected as one by the stable portal device developed by the scientific department. On many roads and sea nodes, space portals are prevented, allowing humans, vehicles, or ships to go to another city through these portals. Its integrated technology and magic device surprised other countries in the world. Other countries found in 3 years that the gods who ruled these cities behind the scenes did not seem to care much about the struggles between human countries. For example, the United States still exported some wars and supported agents, but the Holy Land did not stop it. However, it still issued a declaration that wars were not allowed to hurt civilians, and then secretly absorbed a large number of homeless people and children to enrich the population of several cities. And the Holy Land never cared about race. There was no distinction between high and low races in these cities. They were all the people of the god King Leon. In addition, the Sky City was developed by a group of crazy scientists in the Science and Technology Department. They conducted several experiments and finally developed the core device of the Sky City through Camartage and Asgard magic and technology. From the Olympics and other sports competitions in various countries in the world, it can be seen that any athlete photographed is invincible. For example, the NBA is dominated by the United States. The physical fitness and ball machine should be the world's number one. However, since several countries such as Madripoor and Kosovia have been synthesized into the Holy Domain, fortunately, the Holy Land was reasonable, which made them very relieved. At the same time, they also realized that the Holy Land was high above and looked down on all living beings, focusing on developing the economy and people's livelihood and cultivating believers. So the countries jointly formed a delegation and made a request to the Holy Land. The attitude was so humble and cautious. 0. The same is true for other events, such as swimming, table tennis, football, tennis, and other big and small balls, as well as track and field, are all included. As a result, a group of non-humans raised the threshold of the public to watch the game. When watching other countries' games, it was just like children playing house. Sooner or later, these sports events will be over, and by then, the loss will not be just 1 or 2 countries. Many trades and companies were not rejected. As long as they did not offend the other party, they seemed to be a very good partner. It can also be regarded as a kind of hegemony. With the hegemony of science and technology and military hegemony in hand, the brokerage is not rising. The Holy Domain is not particularly domineering. After all, the industrial ability of the Holy Domain is not particularly developed. For example, many industrial products need to be imported in large quantities from countries all over the world. These money will also flow to various countries. The Holy Domain will not let other countries not even drink soup when eating meat. It can only be said that the United States is the country that has been hit the most. Otherwise, you will harvest all the gold medals, and it is not reasonable for so many of us countries to fight for silver medals. It is too unreasonable. But the United States can only swallow its broken teeth back into its stomach. After all, the United States can't afford to provoke the Holy Domain at all. The people in the Holy Domain are really beasts and monsters. Based on these clean energy, even electric cars, electric airplanes, etc. can be developed. This is definitely a later story. After all, the anti-gravity energy core built in 3 years is already a very good result. The general meaning is, Great God, you and your people are too strong, you have already transcended humans, so don't come to harass us ordinary people, give us a way out. In the future, designers and other world-class top teams will create the blueprint of the Sky City and build a city that can accommodate 80 million people. Others were quite easy to talk to. The attitude was so sincere that the delegations were in tears, which made Ophelia feel a little embarrassed. Then, under her instructions, after a small exchange of interests, the Holy Land announced that it would no longer participate in sports events. We can even deepen the relationship, and maybe we can get something good out of the sanctuary. A portal device can go from one end of the earth to the other end. This is a completely revolutionary product. Road planning, water sources, electricity, buildings, park environment, rivers, etc. all need to be carefully calculated. The countries are not happy with this. You are not allowed to play like this. You are immortal in the Holy Land. You still have the nerve to participate in the Olympics? Playing with these humans? Isn't it just like a 2-meter-tall adult playing basketball with a kindergarten child on his back? Increase the influence of one's own country to the world, and those ratings can also bring huge profits. As for the decline in the stocks of other groups in related industries, the Holy Domain does not care at all. The core technology is in the hands of the Holy Domain. If you have the ability, you can plot, otherwise you have to be honest. We humans worship the Holy Land as our ancestors, and as for these sports, just let us go. After all, the sanctuary is very envious of serums, various scientific research, and all kinds of black technologies that are beneficial to humans. There was really no other way. After all, in sports events, more gold medals are to the sanctuary has been recognized by all countries and is a country. This country is definitely a little special, which means it can also participate in the Olympics. However, the players sent to the Olympics have physical fitness that breaks the limits of human beings. This kind of physical fitness, coordination, strength, explosiveness, jumping, and confrontation are beyond the reach of any American Dream Team player, and they easily won the Olympic championship. This made countries all over the world breathe a sigh of relief. Sooner or later, the resources of a planet will be consumed. Humans have long known that mining resources from other planets is the trend, and portals are the most important part of this trend. Chapter 127. Once these technologies are popularized for civilian use, they will inevitably advance the development of human civilization by hundreds or even thousands of years. Anyone would be tempted. However, Ophelia knew that these core technologies did not need to flow into other countries in advance. If other people had these technologies, they might keep them in their hands even if they were moldy, but they would never allow people from other countries to get them, and even create technological barriers to restrict development. The sanctuary is different. The basic base of the sanctuary is not these so-called technologies at all. The basic base of the sanctuary has always been Leon and those saints. The emergence of these technologies is to facilitate the convenience of several cities under the sanctuary. Through these developments in people's livelihood, the people's faith in Leon is more deeply rooted. Under the rule of the gods, people's lives are getting better and better, but the world outside 100 is full of natural disasters, wars, hunger, and other factors. Isn't that kind of superiority coming? As time grows, her combat power will become stronger and stronger. She also has her own dragon magic knowledge in her blood, so don't look at this little girl's innocent character. In fact, whoever angers her will end up in ashes. Kana was originally a dragon, born extraordinary, and it would take at least 1,320 years to hatch, but Leon used his microcosm to transport Kana from time to time, allowing Kana to hatch in advance. At the same time, this process also allowed Kana's dragon bloodline to evolve and possess some magical powers. In Kana's perspective, Lily and Dean were her good friends, and Leon was definitely her father. It is also worth mentioning that in the past 3 years, all the 88 Saint Cea core have disappeared, and she has also entered the 7th sense and become the gold sequence, or in other words, the other gold saints have entered the 7th sense, and the other silver and bronze saints are all in the 6th sense, some are strong and some are weak. She is even more gentle. What is selfish? She should be kind. Don't say how insidious or selfish these means are. With this power that can easily destroy the world, Ophelia can still maintain her natural status, not participate in wars between countries, and even frequently accept those who have lost their homes and children all over the world. It is already considered kind enough. In the sanctuary, outside the temple, we saw the 10-year-old Lily and the 9-year-old Dean flying from the sky in the distance on the back of a beautiful and delicate white dragon. When they landed on the ground, the little white dragon, accompanied by a touch of golden light and shadow, turned into a cute little girl. The two little babies in Leon's family have come to her many times. Every time she sees those two pairs of watery eyes, she has a headache. If Mephisto dared to mess with the three little ones, they would be in trouble. Therefore, Ophelia's direction and means are to create this contrast with other worlds, and through this strong contrast, make these cities under the Holy Land become paradise and country in people's hearts. With the rich money, wouldn't it be nice to live in healthy conditions for hundreds of years? The development is getting more and more hot, which makes Ophelia feel very good recently. Emotions will also change their faith in Leon, hoping that Leon, the true God King, can save them, and as time goes by, as their lives become worse and worse, this faith will become stronger and stronger. How cool! As for selfishness, Ophelia never cares about these. The only God in her heart is Leon. Leon needs believers, so Ophelia will do whatever it takes to cultivate believers for Leon. Canna was immediately welcomed by Lily and Dean as soon as she was born. After all, during the dragon egg period, Canna was the playmate of the two little guys for a year and a half. In addition, the only thing that makes her a little unhappy is that her god king Leon is still in seclusion for a full month. The sanctuary also has 35 million residents. Because of the stable portal, they can also go to the Earth's Madripoor port at any time, etc., but people who do not live in the sanctuary are not eligible to go to the sanctuary. These portals cannot be used by non-citizens of the sanctuary. For example, now. Well, the relationship may be a little confusing, but they are friends with each other, no problem. Through this means, these people are subtly influenced and become believers of Leon. They still want to hold on to the little power in their hands and use this power to oppress the vampire people in exchange for a rich life. They can indeed enjoy a few decades, but it is only these few decades. However, it is different to take the initiative to submit to the Holy Land. Although the power may not be there, you may get a gift. One day when the Holy Land accepts them, that kind of faith will be thoroughly deep in their hearts. She had long white hair and gradient purple ponytails, big blue eyes, and was 1.2 meters tall. She was petite and wore a red and white princess dress. She had a pair of short legs wearing white stockings, and had a slender little tail behind her, with a small purple pom-pom on the tail. Canna often likes to travel around the world with Lily and Dean on her back in the form of a dragon, and even often goes to travel around the world with Li Xiang and Amy. Similarly, in the eyes of the outside world, the lives of the cities in the Holy Land are getting better and better, whether in terms of health, lifespan, quality of life, etc., far exceeding their own, which will produce a sense of contrast, especially for the people who survive in the lower world, hungry and poor. They will yearn for the Holy Land. This sense of superiority will be transformed into faith with a little guidance. For Ophelia, these people are so stupid that she can't imagine it. She was Konakamwi. 1.5 years ago, she finally hatched from the dragon egg. After the little thing broke the shell, it was a delicate little white dragon, and then it could understand the changes by itself. When she was born, Canna's combat power was not inferior to the Saint Seiya of the awakening microcosm. In Ophelia's mind, the stupid politicians and the ruling class on the earth should take the initiative to submit to Leon and be ruled by the Holy Land. Strong ones such as Silver Saint Caecilius, Phoenix Saint Yelena, Melina, and others are already infinitely close to the seventh sense, and it is basically just a matter of finishing touches. With her taking care of Lily and Dean, there was no need to worry about safety, especially since Leon had prepared so many good things for the two little ones. Or go to the countryside to live with grandparents. The round little face made this little girl so cute. Chapter 128. The breeze blew and the sun was shining. The blue sky was cloudless. The ecological environment of the sanctuary was the same as that of the earth, but even better. Good weather always brings happiness to people. Lily, Dean, and Connor were not among them. The three cute creatures had all the freshness of the outside world that children had, and were full of curiosity and enthusiasm for everything in the outside world. Even on cloudy and rainy days, the three little guys could have fun. However, this month, the three little guys were a little frustrated, that is, their brother, father, who had always been with them was gone. So the three little guys ran to the sanctuary angrily. The living environment of the sanctuary is completely different from that of the earth. Although the ecological environment is similar, the gravity is 3 times heavier than that of the earth. Ordinary people here will be crushed to death by the 3 times gravity in less than a second. Lily and Dean's growth in the past 3 years is not in vain. The food and water that the two little guys usually eat are all specially formulated serums carefully developed by the Ministry of Science and Technology, and they will gradually improve as they grow older. In terms of physical fitness alone, they are at least several times stronger than ordinary people, and the necklaces worn on the necks of the two little guys contain Leon's small universe. This necklace will not only burst out terrifying power when encountering danger, but will also subtly optimize and transform the bodies of the two little guys in daily life. When the two little guys are 12 years old, they will go to the training base for the training of the Saint fighting field. Definitely, these are all later. Now the three little guys are standing in front of Ophelia, looking up their little heads and staring with big watery eyes without saying a word, just looking at Ophelia pitifully and aggrievedly. Ophelia does not have much resistance to these three cute things in her heart, but her will is so strong. And because she has been dealing with things for many years, she has long cultivated a strong majesty, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a queen. Ophelia's face was stern, and the three little guys were so scared that their hearts trembled and their whole bodies shuddered. It was even cute. Ophelia couldn't help screaming in her heart, and she wanted to wrap them up and rub them hard. But she also knew that she had to be cruel. Listen, Lily, Dean and Connor, now the God King Leon is in seclusion. He is going through the most critical period. We can't disturb him. Ophelia's beautiful eyes were cold and she said softly. The three little guys nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. Got it, Sister Ophelia. Well, I know you are the best. By the way, have you finished your homework? Ophelia nodded with satisfaction, and then suddenly asked. Kanna's little body stiffened, her cute little face was blushing, and her naturally blue eyes were full of guilt. However, Lily and Dean were different. Not to mention that they were very smart and active in thinking, plus the super gene serum and the optimization of the small universe over the years, their brains were much more active than ordinary people. Any knowledge was almost not difficult in the eyes of the two, and even their learning progress had reached the university standard. It was not difficult to write homework, so they said confidently, I finished it a long time ago. Dean even touched his little nose with a proud expression. Kanna's guilty expression naturally could not escape Ophelia's eyes. She just stared at Kanna, who lowered her head with wandering eyes and poked two little index fingers at each other. This little look is so cute. Lily and Dean seemed to have noticed something, and calmly blocked Kanna behind them, as if they could protect Kanna in this way. Fortunately, Ophelia did not pursue anything, but stretched out her hand to rub the heads of the little guys, and said gently, Leon God King is still at a critical moment, don't disturb him now, okay, sister, take you to play. Okay, the little guys were also very sensible. They knew that their brother, father, was at a critical period and did not make a fuss. They were pulled out of the temple by Ophelia. Before leaving, Ophelia turned her head and took a look at the temple. The huge small universe made her, a Saint Seiya in the seventh sense, feel a heavy pressure. It was really unimaginable. But even so, she had not reached the eighth sense. A higher level of other microcosms, really makes people yearn for it. He glanced around inadvertently. Although the buildings outside the temple seemed to be very peaceful, the zodiac gold sequence saints guarding the temple had already been silently paying attention and guarding. The other saints also stood silently, looking in the direction of the temple. At the moment, anyone who dared to invade the sanctuary would be hit head-on by all the saints, no matter who it was. Inside the main hall of the temple, Ji Tuang sat cross-legged in an exquisite robe and floated in the air. A touch of golden light and shadow surrounded him like a flame, sacred and noble, majestic. Leon closed his eyes and was in an extremely mysterious state, the state of being free between life and death. He was silently feeling this feeling. The microcosm in his body was already the limit of the seventh sense. As long as the huge microcosm was released, it could instantly suppress a saint with the same seventh sense. He was undergoing metamorphosis, the eighth sense that was higher level than the seventh sense. For a whole month, he felt that he was in a vast starry sky, traveling in an endless ocean of knowledge and rules. He needed to break free, to surpass, and to seize that opportunity. He had been looking for this opportunity for a month. Slowly, the blue sky outside had become dark. The starry sky seemed to be more beautiful, brilliant, and bright than before. It seemed to be foreshadowing something. Time passed by little, and I didn't know how long it had passed. Suddenly, an unimaginable charm resounded like a sacred sound, and the vast breath flashed and disappeared. Majestic and powerful. In the sanctuary, the warriors guarding Leon in the sanctuary's guardian temple all flashed with sharp brilliance. In the twin uterus, Wanda and Pietro, who stood silently on the top floor of the palace, suddenly became excited. That warm but more vast microcosm let the twins know that King Leon had succeeded and awakened to a higher level of microcosm, the eighth sense. Wanda, wearing the golden armor and with a slimmer and hotter figure, has a sweet smile on her delicate face. Success. That's the supreme god, success is inevitable. Pietro, the fanatical guard soldier, whispered without hesitation. Not only the twins, but also Scorpio's Selina, Aries Lisa, and all the other saints were fanatical. Their god is even more powerful and unfathomable. In the temple, Leon slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of vicissitudes flashed in his eyes, but then disappeared. Is this the level of the eighth sense? Very strange. Leon's mouth curved up. The eighth sense is a state beyond life and death. It is inevitable that it is stronger than the seventh sense's microcosm. With his seventh sense microcosm limit multiplied, it is already a crushing enhancement, but it is not as good as the seventh sense's crushing of the sixth sense microcosm. But this is just the beginning of the eighth sense. The eighth sense is a pass to the underworld for the saints. With the infinite eighth sense and the blessing of the divine cloth, he himself is not sure how strong his combat power can be. The same is true for Dormammu, the dark dimension king who is as strong as the top of the single universe. The rules of the underworld and hell in this universe are just a kind of suppression. All the saints in the sanctuary feel that microcosm and the divinity in it, and seem to understand something. The underworld and hell dimensions of this universe are different from those created by Hades, the king of the underworld in Saint Seiya. Hades, the king of the underworld, created the underworld with his own rules. Under such rules, Saint Seiya without the awakening eighth sense will be the same as ordinary people whether they enter the underworld alive or dead. The stars in the sky are rotating, like a vortex of stars, beautiful and strange. He did not implement this plan before, but only because he considered that his power was limited and he did not have enough manpower. Now that everything is complete, this plan has officially begun. It's been 3 years, and it's time to start. For example, a few years ago, Leon broke into hell and fought Mephisto. Because he tore the dimension directly, his microcosm was suppressed under the rules, and his combat power was somewhat damaged. Not only him, but other people who wanted to cross the dimension would also be restricted by the rules. The so-called underworld and hell in this universe is a parallel dimension that is not parallel to the main universe. There are differences in rules between the two different dimensions, and there is no tyranny and dominance like Hades. It seems to foreshadow the waves that are about to be set off. But now it is different. His eighth sense of Alaya consciousness transcends life and death, so he can break this rule. He broke into hell here and was not restricted by the rules. Dead. Having a microcosm does not mean that the microcosm has been awakened. Only when the microcosm is awakened can its power be exerted. The eighth sense is deeper than the seventh sense. Many ordinary people have not discovered the existence of the eighth sense until they die. At the same time, he who has reached the eighth sense will also be able to upgrade the Aquarius Gold Cloth to the level of the divine cloth. Brother, I miss you so much. However, the necessary conditions are the activation of the blood of the goddess and the eighth sense microcosm burning to infinity. In addition, the microcosm of the eighth sense is more high level. This microcosm feels that it can feel the changes of everything in the world, see the root of the world, understand the laws of operation of all things in the world, know the past and the future, listen to the voices of the forest, wind, rivers, nature, the earth, and the sky and talk to them. After the end of the physical life, the soul merges with the world and is everywhere. However, this posture did not last long, and he saw a white dragon carrying 2 little guys on its back in the sky not far away. Lily and Dean on the back of the exquisite and beautiful little white dragon cheered and waved their hands. When it got closer, with a flash of light, the white dragon turned into Canna, and the 2 little figures fell in front of Leon and pounced on him directly. Bathing under the stars, his figure appears more majestic and mysterious. Lily and Canna were held in Leon's arms on the left and right. As for Dean, he now thinks he is a little man, and he can no longer pounce on Leon and be intimate with him without any scruples like before, but there is still a trace of envy in his eyes, proving the arrogance of this little guy. At least, Odin will definitely not pose any threat to him. Maybe Dormammu in the dark dimension can give it a try. This means that the huge power he controls is enough for him to implement the next plan. This broke his spell. Lily put her little face against Leon's face intimately, and it was so annoying. Leon was still very happy, but when he heard Canna's word Dad, he was a little upset. Brother. So far, he has not been able to do it yet. He needs to continue to accumulate the 8th sense microcosm to infinity and then burn it. The combination of the two can evolve the Aquarius Gold Cloth. The divine cloth is too powerful for ordinary gold level saints to bear. They can only fight once before degenerating back to the gold saint form. With a move of his eyes, the gentle microcosm blooms slowly like the sun. Leon took 660 steps, his figure changed illusory, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived outside the temple, looking up at the starry sky with a sharp look in his eyes. Although the population of the earth is large, compared with the countless civilizations outside the earth, it is just a drop of water in the ocean. Living people who enter the underworld will be bound by the laws of the underworld and become as powerless as the dead who come to the underworld after death, but the 8th sense will ignore these and can exert the power of the microcosm when entering the underworld alive. The 88 saints in the sanctuary are complete, but that is only because of the antiquity of the saint cloth. In fact, the warriors of the awakening 6th sense microcosm have exceeded 1,500 people, and this is the first batch, and there will be a second and third batch of mass production later. Heading into the universe, defining theocracy with the sanctuary as the center, and developing those civilizations from other races with the blessing of order, he wants believers, a large number of believers. Kana, call me brother. Kana's innocent little face was full of grievances. Since she was in the dragon egg, Leon has been feeding her with a small universe, and since it was Leon who materialized her, there is no need to say more about that feeling. Kana didn't want to call Leon brother, she thought Leon was her father. Seeing this, Leon was helpless and could only obey her, because Kana was so cute. Kana immediately showed a bright and cute smile. Chapter 129. Leon did not make a big fuss when the plan was officially launched. Now his 8th sense is at the level of level single universe in terms of combat power. As for whether it is the first echelon, he does not care about the key issue. Because there are higher dimensions above the single universe. To put it bluntly, he has enough power in this main universe, but it does not mean that he has no worries. On the contrary, he has to be more cautious. There are still more powerful people, and the old saying is still the same, time is on his side. Before the glory, he must always remain stable enough. Countless examples prove that arrogance and conceit often bring destruction. So he chose to send 3 gold-level saints to the universe to explore information, find galaxies with enough life races, and find suitable galaxies as the basis to create order. Leon's own goal is still to accumulate his own small universe to infinity and let the gold saint cloth evolve into the divine cloth. In the temple, Ophelia was wearing an exquisite robe, and 3 saints wearing gorgeous and noble gold saint cloths knelt on one knee in front of her, namely Selina, Lisa and Basang. Basang was the genius saint who had awakened his Cosmo in half a month in the plane's base. After the injection of gene serum and 3 months of training, he had completely awakened his Cosmo and was recognized by the Virgo Gold Cloth. In more than 2 years, he had awakened the 7th sense like a rocket and became a true gold sequence. And in the 7th sense, his Cosmo was second only to Ophelia and Wanda. Even above Hela. Remember your mission, Selina, Lisa, Basang, I want you to observe and explore carefully, understand? Yes, Lady Ophelia. Very good, go ahead. Accompanying Ophelia's words, the 3 gold saints stood up and turned to leave without hesitation. When they left the temple, 3 streams of light suddenly rushed straight into the sky and headed towards the vast space. The residents living in the lower city saw this scene and didn't care. After all, they were already used to the flying saints. Only the other gold saints knew what the departure of Selina, Lisa and Basang meant. The gold saints were eager, excited, and full of fighting spirit. They knew that they would face storms one after another in the future, and only under the storms could legends be born. After the 3 gold saints left, not long after, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of Ophelia and knelt on one knee. They were saints wearing the bronze clothes of Phoenix and the clothes of Celestial Dragon. Lady Ophelia. Yelena, Lee Senior. Ophelia looked at the 2 bronze saints, then looked at the ceiling. On the skylight, she could vaguely see the stars moving. She said softly, under the guidance of the stars, I saw someone trying to open the door of disaster. When the door of disaster is opened, disaster and death will come, and countless lives will end. Yelena and Lee Sen looked up at Ophelia. They both knew that with the level of Lady Ophelia, her eyes could see through fate, see through the future, and foresee disasters. Lady Ophelia, do you need us to investigate? There is an inexplicable force trying to cover up all this, and even the magicians on Camartage have not noticed it. I want you to find the person who tried to bring disaster and judge him. Yes, Lady Ophelia. Yelena and Li Sen said with serious expressions. After the two left the temple, Ophelia walked to the temple's bedroom and saw him sitting on the balcony tasting black tea. She curved her pink lips and walked over and sat on his lap. My dear Lord God King, you are really relaxed. Holding Leon's neck, Ophelia did not have the majestic queen's posture at the beginning, but more like a girl who acted like a spoiled child to her lover. Leon smiled gently, isn't this what you want? You know, I never care about these things. Ophelia's role is reflected here. Leon gives her enough trust and status. No matter what the future holds, Ophelia's status in the sanctuary is second only to Leon, definitely Lily Dean, excluding her father and mother. Ophelia is like the Pope in the Saint Cecilia sanctuary, handling some things, and he just stays behind the scenes honestly, maintaining enough mystery and majesty. So my dear Lord God King, you know exactly who the sudden power comes from. An evil god from other dimensions who wants to come to this universe. Leon smiled contemptuously, bewitching believers, letting their minions build bridges in various ways, so that they can come. The Earth is a piece of Tang monk's meat. Due to the special nature of the main universe Earth, other evil gods in the multidimensional dimensions, including Mephisto, Dormammu, Jehovah, and other gods, demons and monsters of all sizes, want to come to the Earth, occupy the Earth, and keep or devour people. This is the reason why the Earth is plagued by disasters in countless major events in the future. But those people are undoubtedly robbing Leon of his interests by doing this. Leon doesn't care about the Earth originally, but the human race. After 3 years of growth, he has cultivated more than 1,000 warriors of the awakening microcosm, which means that he has a huge reserve population to cultivate more warriors, and there will be more and more in the future. Moreover, these trained saints were born on Earth. No matter how dark they have experienced, they will have feelings for the Earth originally. They don't want the Earth and humans to be robbed and occupied by other evil gods. Moreover, whether Leon is willing or not, the theocracy order he promotes includes the concept of peace. For all these reasons, Leon will beat anyone who covets the Earth to death with one stick. Anyway, even if he doesn't have to do anything, the saints under his command can handle it. Dear, don't you think I need some rewards? Oh. After all, it's been more than a month since you rewarded me last time. It seems so. I need to express my apology. Leon put down the teacup, picked up Ophelia, and walked towards the palace. The tragic war has already started, and the sound of the storm spreads everywhere. On this day, the sky was gloomy. Outside a small town in Georgia, a business car that seemed ordinary but actually had a secret stopped on a muddy and slippery road. Natasha Romanoff, who was wearing a black coat in the passenger seat, saw a sign with Samo's name on the roadside not far away through the car window. It seems we are here. Indeed, looking at this place, I instinctively feel disgusted. Hawkeye Barton, who was wearing a special combat uniform in the main driver's seat, supported the steering wheel with both hands, leaned forward slightly, looked through the front windshield in front of the gloomy weather, and saw the town looming at the end of the road. Although it seems nothing on the surface, as a battle-hardened agent, he always feels a sense of horror and danger. Barton dared to guarantee that there must be some strange ghost things in this town. Although he had joined the Avengers for 2 years and the Avengers had carried out many supernatural missions, each mission opened his eyes and encountered many crises, and he almost died many times. So he hated this kind of mission deep in his heart. Even if these missions might not be seen once a month or two, it would give him more time to date his future wife. Barton would rather carry his compound bow and fight hundreds of fully armed opponents in a hardy fight, and he definitely didn't want to face those strange creatures. And from the outside, this scenery looks beautiful and natural, but everyone. Okay, it seems that you are ready, then, Barton. Natasha Romanoff reminded them. Natasha Romanoff sat in the passenger seat with a document on her lap. After closing the document, she checked her equipment and looked at the back seat. In a series of conversations, the business car finally drove to the end of the muddy and slippery trail, but Psylocke, who had been playing with a dagger in the back seat with a blank expression, suddenly looked up. Barton nodded and accelerated. After a while, he saw the town. Unlike the desolate and deserted town he had seen before, this town was very lively, with people coming and going, cars and water, couples, parents with children, and a variety of shops on both sides of the road. He vaguely remembered that he went to investigate an incident alone last year, and ended up encountering a group of crazy believers in a remote place. The whole town believed in an evil god called Scarecrow of Fear, and used the hearts of passing tourists and others to sacrifice. That time he almost died in that town. It was not gloomy, on the contrary, it was sunny here, and the surrounding scenery was so beautiful that everyone felt weird. The forests on both sides of the road disappeared, and the gloomy weather was hung high by the sun. There were golden ears of wheat on both sides of the road, as beautiful as a golden ocean. Because his name was Bruce Banner. So, do we have support? However, before the words were finished, everyone who was driving looked through the car window and suddenly found that they seemed to have come to a strange place. Hey, the detector was not too big. Natasha Romanoff operated it a little and saw that the abnormal magnetic field data on the detector reached a peak. To Barton, those damned things had weird abilities, and he was just an ordinary person, but who made him join the Avengers? Backing off is not his character. In addition, he felt deep down that these experiences made him more excited, and his blood was boiling. This town has lost contact with the outside world for a month. According to our investigation, many people have never come out after entering this town. S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to send agents to take Quinjet to observe this town, but Quinjet completely lost contact after entering the range. That's why they sent us here. As a result, the next second, you can see this kind of rural scenery. This time, the Avengers team is fully prepared. Barton in the driver's seat did not brake in a hurry, but slowed down and shouted Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff and the three people behind him were alert to the highest point and took out a detector produced by S.H.I.E.L.D. from the storage box beside the car seat. But whether it is Barton, Natasha Romanoff, or Bruce Banner, Ava knows that this phenomenon is very abnormal and extremely weird. Everyone remembers that the sky was dark a second ago, and the town in front of them could vaguely see a desolate scene in the dark weather. Natasha Romanoff, be careful. Natasha Romanoff knew what Barton meant by support, and she nodded, definitely. Once Psylocke and Professor X lose contact with each other for more than 24 hours, the X-Men will be dispatched. Okay, you know I'm just kidding, I'm Hawkeye, I never complain. Felt that under this beautiful and picturesque rural scenery, there is a trace of disharmony, and this disharmony is like a tiny drop of black ink on a piece of white paper. A terrible monster that could easily tear apart an armed tank. It's very abrupt, so abrupt that it makes people feel awkward. Natasha Romanoff looked at Barton. Barton sat up straight and stepped on the accelerator. The commercial vehicle started, and drove towards the town. There are restaurants, cafes, shops, etc. Everything seems harmonious and normal. Be careful. We see that this place should be a world constructed by some kind of energy. Psylocke has set up a mental barrier for us, and the Ministry of Science and Technology has made a special chip that can help us effectively prevent spiritual invasion. From the outside, he seemed more like a teacher but Natasha Romanoff knew that under his elegant appearance was the soul of another monster. In the back seat sat a slender girl wearing a special black combat uniform. Her name was Ghost Ava, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary shirt and coat. He had a somewhat gentlemanly temperament. Aha, 24 hours, a good time. I hope those monsters won't tear us to pieces in these 24 hours. In this season, it is indeed possible. Qian Yo is good. In addition to these two, there was also an Asian woman with a better figure, wearing a purple combat uniform, with two katanas beside her, playing with a dagger in her hand with an expressionless face. Chapter 130. Why do I always feel chilly? Barton held the steering wheel, feeling as if something was crawling around in his body, uncomfortable and strange. Although he was driving, his face was ugly. Natasha Romanoff was the same. She frowned. The contradiction and awkwardness became more and more serious. Bruce Banner in the back seat was silent, but his pupils gradually turned green. However, the other people who should have been experienced in many battles seemed to have degenerated senses and did not notice it at all. Everyone had a manic mood, which gradually spread from the soul. Just as this emotion gradually eroded everyone's heart, Natasha Romanoff suddenly found that a warm force suddenly covered her whole body. Not only that, a sacred surging force turned into a flame and swept in all directions, instantly turning the whole town into a sea of fire. Everyone heard the shrill scream of unknown life, which was harsh and terrifying. Under this sea of fire, the whole town, the blue sky, the brightly colored buildings, the cars on the streets, and the people on both sides of the streets were all burned to ashes in an instant. The world in front of me was twisted and broken. With the scorching flames, the blue sky became dark, the surrounding buildings became dilapidated and desolate, and the streets were full of scrapped and squeezed abandoned vehicles. The ground was flowing with blood, mixed with rain and mud, and it looked muddy. An unimaginable stench went straight to the nerves through the nasal cavity, which made people feel uncomfortable. Although Hulk initially accepted S.H.I.E.L.D's experiments and soothing exchanges, his temper remained unchanged. However, Hulk was already the strongest fighter in the Avengers. Everyone, prepare to fight. Barton raised a compound bow with an arrow with a special arrowhead. His sharp hawk-like eyes stared at the huge shadow that flashed in the fog less than 100 meters away. He roared and released the bowstring without hesitation. The 2-meter-tall green monster Hulk with muscles appeared. Boom! 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 Bruce Banner nodded, the green in his eyes bloomed, and he roared. His whole body suddenly swelled up, his terrifying muscles and green skin burst through his coat and shirt, but inside was a tight-fitting combat suit made of special materials specially made for him by SHIELD. Psylocke used psychokinesis to transform into dense purple lightsabers. Driven by her psychokinesis, they poured into the mist in front like a rainstorm. But they also knew that this was a secret after all, and they knew not to ask. Our weapons can effectively kill those things. Everyone be careful. Stay together and don't go alone. Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up when she saw this. Since their weapons can kill those unknown creatures, some of their tension in their hearts will be relieved. Hulk appeared, facing the strange fog, roared angrily, and the terrible sound spread, even blowing the spreading fog to delay it for a moment, definitely only for a moment. It seems a bit wrong to wear something after not sleeping well yesterday. Psylocke had no doubt that there would be some horrible monsters waiting for her there. This sudden movement made Barton and Natasha Romanoff, who were facing away from Hulk, look back suddenly, and their expressions suddenly became speechless. Everyone was stimulated by the stench, but fortunately the awkward feeling disappeared. The weird picture before was obviously some kind of energy induction for them to see. The purple flames continued to explode, and the shrill screams continued to come. Now it has been broken. Because on the street ahead, I don't know when the terrible fog appeared. The surging fog was not only in front, but was covering them from all directions, and in the surging fog, some strange things could be vaguely seen looming. The whole ground was shaking with roars. Dr. Banner, we may need Hulk's help. Natasha Romanoff turned her back to Bruce Banner, holding 2 black metal short sticks in her hands. The front end of the short sticks was shining with dazzling golden light, full of sacred and powerful power. Damn it! Natasha Romanoff and Barton quickly looked around and found that the fog was spreading very quickly, and there was no escape route in all directions. Boom! The cold female assassin Psylocke wanted to say something, but before she finished, she suddenly widened her eyes and looked forward. The others also got out of the car in a standard battle formation, and then looked around. Whoosh! However, what happened next made Natasha Romanoff realize that she was wrong, very wrong. Although they didn't know where the fog came from, Natasha Romanoff and Barton knew that they definitely didn't want to be enveloped by it. Roar! The arrow shot out and shot into the mist. The next moment, a terrifying fire suddenly exploded. In the sky full of fire, the remains of indescribable monsters splashed and fell all around. The streets were full of scrapped vehicles and blood mixed with mud on the ground. The dilapidated buildings showed that something must have happened here. Hulk jumped 1,000 meters and rushed into the fog. The next moment, he was accompanied by a terrifying roar and several shrill screams as if to pierce the eardrums. Barton, Ava, and others looked at Natasha Romanoff in surprise, wondering where the terrible energy that suddenly burst out of Natasha Romanoff came from. Barton, Natasha Romanoff, Ava, and Psylocke quickly took out their weapons. Psylocke pulled out 2 katanas, and after infusing them with her own energy, they emitted a dazzling purple glow. Natasha Romanoff reached out and touched her shoulder, with a smile and tenderness between her eyebrows, and then she became serious. She looked at Barton, turned her head and nodded to the 3 people sitting in the car, opened the door and walked out. Hulk didn't care so much, the anger that came from his birth made him open his legs without hesitation and suddenly jumped into the fog. And it was not a bad thing to take the initiative this time. At least it would allow Hulk to contact the fog to see if he could get effective information. Natasha Romanoff, I think we have to leave here. I feel that there seems to be something terrible in this town. Shit. Chapter 131. Shrouded in fog, the naked eye can only see a few meters. In the fog, there are densely packed horrible monsters. These monsters are all kinds of strange, and their limbs are twisted like abstract paintings. For example, countless human legs and hands form a torso, and dense eyes grow on these torsos. People with trypophobia may faint at a glance. Another example is a monster made of some trees, flowers, and plants forcibly integrated together by some force. The abstract monsters are not only ugly, but also have strange attacks. They may fire lasers, control fog, control water flow, control soil and trees, etc. Although the strange abilities are not said to be terrifying, the number of them is piled up, and it seems extremely difficult to avoid them. And Natasha Romanoff and others found that after they killed those monsters used some force to integrate the limbs and flesh again to form new monsters. It seems that there is an endless supply and it is not finished at all. These undead monsters are a nightmare for the Avengers. Hulk is so powerful that he can destroy them with one punch and one kick, but then they can revive and entangle him. Hulk is also a little weak in duplication and can't take care of other teammates. Definitely Hulk is very good when he is angry without punching his teammates. Natasha Romanoff is completely different from 3 years ago. Her physique is at least 3 times stronger than 3 years ago. It's not that S.H.I.E.L.D. has achieved results in the blood research of Bruce Banner, but that Yelena and Natasha Romanoff met Melina during these 3 years and also won the Super Gene Serum injection rights for her. After all, Melina, a helper of Leon who got up early, controls the science and technology departments. Her status is not low. In addition, her application has been approved by Ophelia, so Natasha Romanoff is now also a strengthener. Together with Yelena, Melina has stored the small universe of the two of them in Natasha Romanoff's body. The power of the microcosm will not only burst out to protect Natasha Romanoff in times of crisis, but will also strengthen her body over time. So in terms of single-round physical strength, Natasha Romanoff is much stronger than Captain America Steve Rogers. As for the 2 short sticks in her hands, they are not ordinary weapons. They are combined weapons after enchantment. They are not only used in the form of short sticks, but can also be combined into long rolls, long spears, and can also launch energy beams, etc. So now her combat power is actually second only to Hulk in the Avengers. Facing these constantly monsters, Hawkeye Barton is the most difficult to fight. As a long-range archer, his melee level is not low, but his physical fitness is limited, which limits his combat power. If it weren't for the support of Natasha Romanoff and Ghost Ava, Barton would have died countless times. The equipment prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. for him, the special arrows are very powerful, but after all, the number is limited. These endless monsters will sooner or later make him use up all the arrows, so after observing this situation, he is also consciously controlling the loss of arrows. Boom! Natasha Romanoff, if this goes on, we will have to die here. We have to find a way to escape. Along with the huge shock wave, the dozens of monsters on the street in front of them and the surrounding buildings on both sides were all shattered by the shock arrows. In the moment of clearing, Barton shouted to Natasha Romanoff who was dealing with the monsters on the other side. Bang! Like a swift cheetah, Natasha Romanoff suddenly jumped in the air, and the long stick of the short stick group synthesis was swung in her hand, and a brilliant golden energy light wave burst out. After killing a dozen ugly monsters in front of her, she glanced around. But because the fog blocked her vision, she could only vaguely see the figures fighting under the huge monsters in the fog. Okay, Barton, Psylocke, Ava, go find a car, we will return the way we came, let Hulk charge. Natasha Romanoff made a decision immediately. Under Natasha Romanoff's loud command, Barton and Psylocke and Ava, who were still fighting, consciously gathered together and evacuated to the rear. They also found the special commercial vehicle they had driven before. Hulk was fighting passionately with the monsters not far away. Hurry up, Hulk, help us open the way, we have to leave. Natasha Romanoff took the initiative to get on the main driver's seat and control the vehicle. After waiting for everyone to get on the car, she shouted at Hulk, then stepped on the accelerator and reversed, and launched in the original direction. Barton opened the sunroof in the co-pilot seat. At this time, he didn't care about the arrows, after all, there were many back arrows on the car. Boom! 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 As special arrows shot out, balls of fire exploded, clearing a large area of monsters in front. Hulk, who was fighting passionately, saw the commercial vehicle on the left speeding away. Hulk did not hesitate and ran with his thick green thighs. In terms of real wheel speed, Hulk was much faster than the commercial vehicle. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the commercial vehicle and smashed the monsters in front. With the long-range attack support of Barton and Psylocke, the commercial vehicle could drive smoothly. However, Natasha Romanoff and the others realized something was wrong while driving. Barton's hand was almost smoking as he pulled the bow, but there was no sign of getting out. He didn't know how many kilometers he had driven, but he still didn't get out of the town. He pulled the bow against the strong wind and shouted, "Natasha Romanoff, why are we still in the town? We are trapped." Natasha Romanoff gritted her teeth. She carefully observed the surrounding buildings and roads, and found that many of the surrounding buildings and houses had signs of repetition, which meant that when they drove to a certain node on the road, they were folded again or returned to the starting point, so they kept spinning in place. "This won't work, Natasha Romanoff, we have to do it another way," Barton roared, but before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a violent shock in his body, and the world was spinning in front of him. With a roar, he and the commercial vehicle were actually pushed up by something and spun in the air. Everyone was not an ordinary person. They showed their skills in this crisis. Natasha Romanoff kicked the door open while the car was spinning, and she jumped out. Ghost Ava's figure fell from the back seat of the commercial vehicle to the ground. Psylocke was similar to Natasha Romanoff. She jumped out of the car window. Barton was the same. In mid-air, he shot a special arrow from his bow and hit a house building not far away. The long rope contracted and quickly pulled him over there. When his body was wandering, he let go of his hand, fell to the ground and rolled in a circle, and then stood up immediately. Boom! 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 The commercial vehicle fell to the ground with a sound. This short gap also allowed Natasha Romanoff and others to be entangled by the monsters in the fog and continue to fight. Damn it! Barton fled around the terrain in a panic, but basically he was near the street. He knew that he must not run to those alleys, otherwise he would be blocked by those monsters, which was equivalent to suicide. Natasha Romanoff and others were also in a tough fight. The only one who might be relatively okay was Hulk. He was quite happy when he arrived. He punched those monsters one by one, but he would get impatient after beating them too many times. In addition, Hulk had a long contact with Natasha Romanoff and others, and he also recognized Natasha Romanoff and Barton in his heart, and initially regarded them as friends, so he would pay attention to them. When Natasha Romanoff and others were in danger, he would jump out to help. Barton felt the fatigue caused by the battle, but it was swept away by the warm flame. The warm current swept through his body, repairing some hidden injuries in his body. He felt such a relaxed and happy feeling that he had not felt for a long time. The fog in the sky blocked all vision, but they could see a phoenix flying in the fog. If the situation was not wrong, Hulk would even want to run to the alley and curl up, or dig a hole to bury himself and then cover himself with soil. They saw a street burning with flames not far away, and two blurred and distorted figures were walking in. As the two figures approached, the flames burning from the ground automatically separated and turned into a passage. Under the swaying firelight, a young man and woman with long milk tea brown hair and a young man with long black hair walked over. Yelena. Hulk, the big guy, suddenly couldn't help shivering, and an inexplicable fear appeared on his big face. He seemed to feel that he had just encountered a powerful female biped not long after he was born. Hulk clearly remembered how he was tortured in the spiritual world. Before he could continue, a clear voice came to his ears. "Aha, my dear sister Natasha Romanoff, you are really in a mess. Wow, big guy, long time no see." Just as Natasha Romanoff was fighting and thinking about how to solve this dilemma, Barton showed an expression of disbelief and joy. Barton, Psylocke, Ava, and others subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. This sacred sound was like an evil nemesis. The monsters that were originally attacking Natasha Romanoff frantically froze, and then looked up at the sky. Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and others didn't know why, and subconsciously looked over. Natasha Romanoff, Barton, and others were in this sea of fire, looking at the blazing red flames around the ground, and were surprised to find that they did not feel any temperature. On the contrary, under the bathing of this flame, the body seemed to have this kind of inexplicable warmth and relaxation. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff's rolling eyes, she only looked at the big guy Hulk who was hiding behind Barton and others. His body was cheering, and his spirit became happy. The girl with milk tea brown hair was wearing red and white armor, and the long tail composed of 4 phoenix feathers behind her was floating in the wind. In a trance, it seemed that a beautiful and noble phoenix was flying behind her. Boom! Natasha Romanoff was stunned for a moment, and then the delicate and charming face was with a bright smile. "That is Yelena." Suddenly, the sound of the sacred phoenix came to her ears. They could hold on for a while, but once the time was long, whether it was physical or other reasons, they would be defeated quickly. My God! It can only be said that in this street, the fighting space of everyone was infinitely compressed. Whether it was passive or intentional, their battlefields were before and after the connection, and they had to pay attention to the monsters that suddenly jumped out on both sides of the house. Disgusting thing wearing green armor, hand armor, chest armor, and shoulder armor were integrated just right, and there was a green piece inlaid on the left hand armor. Shield, the helmet on his head has dragon-like horns and dragon whiskers, and you can vaguely see a delicate and majestic green dragon behind the boy. He doesn't know the boy, but Barton knows the girl, it must be Yelena. 3 years ago, Natasha Romanoff participated in a mission of Hulk. At the critical moment, Yelena appeared to save Natasha Romanoff and some other agents. Later, he learned some of her appearance from the agent. He also knew that this person, Yelena, was Natasha Romanoff's sister. Nick Fury was very smart not to ask Natasha Romanoff about Yelena's identity, but in fact, he had guessed Yelena's identity. At such a young age, he had the power to easily subdue a monster like Hulk and easily kill the fully armed soldiers under General Ross. Only the God Guards could have this power. Later, Natasha Romanoff asked for leave and went to Madripoor Harbor, and some changes in her body could also be confirmed. However, Natasha, since Romanoff didn't say anything, everyone tacitly didn't mention it. That elegant and beautiful figure was reflected in the pupils of all of them. The scorching flames covered the sky and made the streets of the entire town suddenly burn. The scorching flames rushed into the sky, turning the town into a sea of fire. Under the burning of the sacred flames, the fog and the monsters were all making shrill screams. Not far away, Barton heard Natasha Romanoff's words and raised his eyebrows. Now seeing the holy clothes that the girl was wearing, her identity was completely confirmed. The people who came were Yelena and Lee Senator, another black-haired Asian-faced boy. Soon, the monsters living in the hands of the monsters were all burned in the flames and turned into wisps of grey smoke and dissipated. After all, smart people don't ask questions until they get to the bottom of it. The flying phoenix made the abstract monsters roar with fear. The terrifying sound waves rushed into the sky, making the fog roll and boil. However, accompanied by a cold and disgusting voice, endless hot and terrifying flames suddenly bloomed from the flying phoenix. Yelena walked in front of Natasha Romanoff with her long legs, with a teasing look on her face. Chapter 132. Facing Yelena's gaze, Hulk, who had been hiding behind everyone with an expression that you can't see me, knew that he couldn't hide any longer. Thinking of his growth in the past 3 years, although Hulk was still a little scared, he still plucked up the courage to stand up and shouted, "Hulk, be good." There was even a hint of flattery in his voice. This ugly and cute look made Yelena and everyone else laugh. I like well-behaved big guys. Yelena walked in front of Hulk, stretched out her white and tender little hand and patted the other's thick arms. After curiously poking, she was surprised to find that this big guy actually contained a huge amount of energy in his body. This energy is very violent. Once released, it would be easy to destroy a small town. Wow, you have grown very quickly in the past 3 years, not bad. Yelena praised him, and Hulk actually touched his big head and seemed a little shy. Yelena, this. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lee Sen, and Yelena said and introduced, you know, Lee Sen, the saint of the celestial dragon, is my junior. Although Lee Sen is young, he has the restraint of an oriental, and nodded to Natasha Romanoff and others calmly. Then he glanced around and said, Yelena, your phoenix fire is extinguishing. Well, I feel that this place has been covered by some kind of power, forming a unique field. It seems that the person behind this is not ordinary. Yelena nodded. Her statement was simple and straightforward, and Natasha Romanoff and Barton could understand it. Natasha Romanoff took over and said, this 250 should be a non-intersecting space to the outside world. We just tried to return the same way but stayed where we were. The folded space in the field. Yelena's eyes were blazing with fire, and she stretched out her fingers as if sensing something, and then said calmly, but as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned to the other side, as if she had discovered something. A emerald green light suddenly exploded over there, and Lee Sen's figure disappeared. The sudden action immediately alerted Natasha Romanoff and others. Boom! A dragon roared, and in the distance, a roar accompanied by violent shaking of the ground. Is there an enemy? Barton put up his bow and arrow and aimed at the direction of the sound with a vigilant face. Psylocke and Ava were the same. Yelena didn't care, it should be just a few slightly special things. In the distance, green light and shadow rushed straight into the sky, broke through the sky and fell down, and then saw Li Sen, wearing the dragon saint cloth, holding a person and falling in front of everyone. Natasha Romanoff and others looked at it carefully, and it turned out to be a woman dressed like a homeless person. Her hair was messy, she was wearing dirty clothes, and she was curled up on the ground and trembling constantly, and she was still muttering inexplicable words. This woman is very strange. Her memory is very fragmented and there is no memory clue. Li Sen frowned and said to Yelena. It seems that we need to be careful. Natasha Romanoff also had a solemn face, but suddenly felt something was wrong. She found that Yelena and Li Sen looked at her with a strange look. She looked at herself strangely and didn't notice anything wrong. What? Natasha Romanoff asked directly. Yelena's pink lips curved up, she hugged Natasha Romanoff's shoulders, and tapped her forehead with a finger. You still haven't changed your mind. You came here to investigate this place and think it's dangerous. But, we are different. Because boom. We are saints. The phoenix flame that was gradually extinguished on the ground suddenly erupted like adding fuel to the fire. The scorching flames covered all the buildings and streets and dyed them red. The terrifying high temperature and power burned the town, causing the entire town space to begin to distort and blur. In the shocked eyes of Natasha Romanoff and others, the world in front of them burned and melted because of the scorching flames. But after melting, a more evil and dark breath swept in, fighting against Yelena's phoenix fire. The collision of two different forces rolled up a terrible storm. This power. Yelena's breath was surging, and she was like a god of fire, majestic and powerful under the scorching flames. Her powerful perception surged inch by inch, and finally, her eyes were filled with scorching flames. Boom! The whole person was wrapped in flames and rushed into the sky, like a phoenix shooting into the distance. In mid-air, it suddenly seemed to penetrate the space and disappeared into the sky. Yelena. Natasha Romanoff was almost blown away by the air wave. One hand held the long stick and the other hand blocked in front of her, with a worried look. The whole world was shaking, as if it would break at any time. Li Sen knew that Yelena had rushed over to find the real owner. He glanced at Natasha Romanoff and others, and knew the relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. This is no longer a place you can participate in. You should leave this space first. As he said that, he threw the homeless woman in front of Natasha Romanoff, then pointed a finger at Natasha Romanoff and others, and saw a group of people disappearing on the ground with a golden vortex of light. After sending these people away, Li Sen's eyes were filled with emerald green holy light, and his figure rose from the ground, smashing the space like Yelena and disappearing. The perspective of Natasha Romanoff and others who were sent out of the space by Li Sen changed, and suddenly found that a group of people appeared at the signboard with the name of the town written on it. Standing on the muddy road, subconsciously looking forward, it was still the gloomy weather, but the looming town was dyed with a fiery red, as if something was burning. The heat could be felt from such a long distance. I believe I will have nightmares for at least a week when I go back. Barton sat down on the pier beside the road. At the moment, it started to rain on his face. He didn't care about the rain dripping down his cheeks. After all, he was strong enough to not be scared after experiencing all these ups and downs. But thinking back to the weird things that happened in this town, Barton still felt a lingering fear. The group of unkillable and abstract monsters made him sick just by recalling them. Barton didn't even know how he didn't vomit at that time. Is this the Saint Sia? Ava took off her helmet silently, and her pretty face was full of yearning. Recalling the scene of destruction, it made people's blood boil. There are indeed emotions of awe and fear, but more of it is desire. Or the emotion of desire for power is also in the bottom of human genes. Psylocke had been silent since Yelena and Li Sen appeared. Now she finally spoke, her face full of horror, her whole body trembling. Too scary, is that really a human? As a telepathist, she is a little different from ordinary telepathists, because her past experiences have caused some changes in her spiritual power. From the perspective of ordinary people, when they don't release their power, Yelena and Li Sen are just two ordinary people wearing armor, but from her perspective, she can see the two unimaginable powers, which are vast and infinite, and more terrifying than the energy possessed by anyone she has ever seen. It is a special energy that she has never seen before, and can only be described as incredible. She felt that her spiritual world was about to collapse just by looking at that huge and terrifying energy. This force was actually compressed in the bodies of two humans. No wonder it can easily burst out with such a destructive power. Beep. 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 Everyone was thinking differently. At this time, Natasha Romanoff's communicator rang. After she took out the specially made communicator and dialed it, a relatively young and steady male voice came from the other side, Natasha Romanoff. Scott. Hearing the voice, Natasha Romanoff knew the identity of the person who came. It was Cyclops Scott in X-Men. Natasha Romanoff, you lost contact after entering the town. Now less than an hour has passed and we have detected your signal again. What is the situation? Do you need our support? 1 hour. Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked at Barton and Psylocke. Barton pulled open his sleeves and saw the watch on his wrist leaking out. Looking at the pointer, Natasha Romanoff immediately understood, we have been in for about half an hour. Half an hour? The time flow in that town is different from the outside world. Scott was able to be appointed as the leader of the X-Men by Professor X, so he was naturally not stupid and immediately heard something wrong. I think it should be. That town is different from the outside world. It should be a special area controlled by humans. We encountered fog and some monsters inside. Natasha Romanoff explained the situation inside to Scott briefly, and definitely did not hide it from Yelena and Lee Sr. Saint Seiya. Scott on the other end of the communicator fell silent, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, this town is really in big trouble, otherwise those Saint Seiya would not suddenly move out. In the past 3 years, the activities of the sanctuary have not been frequent or even almost non-existent. Although the Saint Seiya are known to the whole world, they are very mysterious and only know their names but not their shadows. Although the name of the sanctuary is getting louder and louder, it is also getting more and more mysterious. 3 years of peace almost made people think that the saints had already left the earth. After all, the legendary sanctuary is not on Earth, but is speculated to be in a corner of the universe outside the Earth or in another parallel world. Now even the saints who have not appeared for 3 years have been dispatched, and the danger and mystery contained in it are no longer something they can participate in. Scott is arrogant and conceited, and he can't think that he can ignore this level of dangerous tasks. And from Natasha Romanoff's description just now, it can basically be seen how difficult those undead monsters are, and the X-Men can't do better than the Avengers when they enter the town. If you need anything, please contact us at any time, we can set off at any time. Thank you, Scott, we will. Natasha Romanoff did not refuse. She also knew that the Avengers also needed the powerful support of the X-Men when facing those dangerous supernatural events. After the communication was hung up, Natasha Romanoff immediately set her sights on the woman squatting on the ground, talking to herself crazily and not knowing what she was saying. She knew that Yelena and Lee Sen were fighting the person behind the terrible incident in the town. Natasha Romanoff could not participate in it, but she was curious about some of the things. And it was her mission to find out the real fragrance. She paused and listened carefully to the woman's self-talk. The language was very fragmented and messy, and the pronunciation was very vague, even a little weird, but if you listened carefully, it seemed that it was very much like a song. The tone and style of the music were a bit deep and weird. Listening to it, Natasha Romanoff actually felt a little dazed. The woman in the 0.3 front view suddenly had a frame of flickering changes. It was no longer that woman, but a very blurry silhouette with a strange eye. But this change was only one frame. After a moment, it returned to its original appearance, but Natasha Romanoff stood up in astonishment and took a few steps back, looking at the woman in doubt. Natasha Romanoff's abnormality was naturally seen by Barton and others. Hulk had a very good impression of Natasha Romanoff, because Natasha Romanoff comforted him many times when he was angry. Natasha Romanoff's unique charm and gentleness made Hulk vaguely regard her as a friend. Moreover, Hulk knew in his smart head that Natasha Romanoff had a close connection with the woman he was most afraid of. What if Natasha Romanoff had any problems and Lena came out to beat him up? He didn't want to experience the painful torture 3 years ago again. So Hulk took a step with his thick long legs and was about to rush over to punch the sloppy and crazy woman, but was stopped by Natasha Romanoff, who had come to her senses. "Hey, big guy, it's okay, I'm fine, relax, she's not an enemy." Natasha Romanoff stood in front of Hulk with a gentle tone. "Well, who bullies you?" "Hulk." Hulk pounded his fist and pounded his chest, looking ferocious. Natasha Romanoff smiled and reached out to pat Hulk's arm. "Natasha Romanoff? What did you just do?" Barton, as a good friend of Natasha Romanoff, asked with concern. What she said was a bit strange. This woman is not simple. Let's wait for Yelena, Natasha Romanoff said after a moment of silence. Chapter 133. Let's talk about two things. Li Sen smashed the first layer of space in the town and then came to the second layer, or another layer of space after folding, floating in the air and overlooking the town. It was still the same town. Although the sky of the deserted town was still gloomy, it was not so weird, but Li Sen felt a lot of human breath. Yelena is not in this space. Li Sen murmured. It seems that there are many folded spaces, and the space he and Yelena went to is not the same. Although they are not in the same space, he can vaguely feel Yelena's small universe. This small universe can basically serve as an anchor point, and he can reach the space where Yelena is at any time. However, Li Sen was not in a hurry to find Yelena. Yelena's breath was still strong. If there was danger, the small universe would inevitably fluctuate, and he could immediately reach Yelena. There was a lot of human breath in this town, and this place was extremely weird. Li Sen was kind by nature, and the peace and justice taught by teachers in his three views did not allow him to give up those ordinary people. Wang! The figure turned into a green light and shot towards a place with a lot of human breath. In a store supermarket, a large number of small town residents gathered, about nearly 1,000 people. Fortunately, this supermarket is big enough, and the windows and doors are blocked by shelves and furniture, leaving a large space in the middle, which is enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people. At the moment, the residents, girls, old people, and children were in the middle, and the old man and the woman were holding the child to comfort him. Everyone looked pale. Some men were holding guns, and some were holding short sticks, daggers, and other weapons. What the hell, those things come to attack from time to time, and the environment changes at any time, those monsters will come to attack. Donald and his friends went out to find food and a way out and never came back. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Yeah, the food and water in the supermarket are almost used up, we may not even last 3 days. I want to die, but my wife and children are here, I can't let them stay here. What do those damn bastards want to do? If they weren't doing something, the town wouldn't be like this. But what can we do? Those monsters can't be killed, and our bullets are almost used up. These men are all residents of the town. Some are doctors, some are dentists, some are policemen, and some are waiters. No matter what their professions are, they all gathered together. Most of them have wives, children, and parents. In the face of such a predicament, they formed a defense team under the order of Sheriff Stim to protect the elderly, children, women and children. But as time went on, food, water, and bullets were gradually consumed, making them a little anxious. The men were worried here. On the side of the elderly, children, women and children surrounded in the middle, some children were drowsy in the arms of their mothers, sisters, or grandparents. The ration of food made these children gradually malnourished, and the occasional attacks also frightened the children too much. A mother holding her daughter, who had a good figure and appearance, looked at her little daughter's pale face due to hunger, her eyes full of heartache, and she couldn't help but cry. The daughter was very well behaved. Seeing her mother crying, she stretched out her little hand to wipe the corner of her mother's eyes and said in a baby voice, "Mom, it's okay, Dad and Uncle Stim will protect us." "Yes, Aunt Milia, Uncle Craven and Uncle Stim will protect us, and the saints will come to save us." Another little boy squatting beside his grandmother said with a tiger-like face. Another child not far away also whispered, "I also believe that the saints will come to save us. The golden saints are all gods. They will definitely come to save us and defeat those bad guys and monsters. Yes, believe in the Saint King. Hehe, I also want to become a saint in the future, so that I can protect Dad and Mom." Adults may be more rational and realistic, but children are always idealistic and like to fantasize. The legends of the sanctuary and the saints, and the gods are revealed from time to time by their fathers, mothers, teachers, and companions, so that they all know that there are really gods in this world. There are also the saints of the Guards Corps who protect the gods. In addition, when the first gold saint Ceia, Selina, was born, people all over the world, including children, saw her. Her peerless and heroic appearance was deeply imprinted in the minds of these children. They have imagined countless times that they can also wear that gorgeous and handsome armor and have the power to defeat evil and monsters. Now in a desperate situation, these children still believe in their hearts that the Saint Ceia will definitely come to save them. Well, I believe they will definitely come to save us. The children's mothers, sisters, grandparents, and other elders did not break the children's hope, because everyone knew that if they lost hope, they would really be hopeless. Moreover, they have never lost such hope in their hearts. Just when Chief Stim and the police officers were discussing with others whether to form a team to go to the town to find food and water, suddenly the police officers who had been observing the situation in front of the supermarket gate widened their eyes. What a gift! What is that? Be careful, something unknown is flying towards us. Under their alarm, all the men immediately stood up, picked up their weapons and surrounded the elderly, women and children. Those who had guns, such as Sheriff Stim, quickly formed a combat formation and pointed their weapons at the gate. Several police officers at the door took out their guns and pointed them outside through the gaps in the windows. Watching the figure wrapped in emerald green light in the sky fall down, it turned out to be a person wearing green armor, with black hair and black eyes, very young, and obviously an Asian. When they saw the appearance of the armor, several police officers suddenly became excited. Is that a Saint Seiya? It should be. But I remember that the Saint Seiya is not a golden armor. That is a golden Saint Seiya, wearing a golden armor. I don't know what order of armor he is wearing, but he can actually fly down from the sky. That is a Saint Seiya. Several police officers were very excited. Chapter 134. Sheriff Stim, it's... One of the police officers shouted excitedly to Schmidt, who was forming a battle formation behind him. However, before he finished shouting, he suddenly saw a light in his peripheral vision. He turned his head and saw a figure with an illusory green light just walked in outside the door, blocked by messy shelves and furniture. Everyone looked at this scene and was dumbfounded. Is this something that humans can do? However, when they saw the handsome face of the man in front of them, the celestial dragon cloth he was wearing, and the elegant temperament, the first impression was already full. Not to mention that they were in a desperate situation. Li Sen broke into the supermarket and glanced at everyone present. Although he had been in, I have already seen it in my perception, but seeing the situation here with my own eyes still touched me a little. Here, he saw the beautiful qualities that only humans have. Kindness, unity, family affection, love, bravery, etc. Surviving in such a place for a month did not make the order chaotic. On the contrary, the men voluntarily formed a team and took the initiative to protect the children, women, and the elderly. Although the women and children looked a little pale in terms of their complexion, it was obviously due to malnutrition, but at least they did not suffer from darker and cruel things due to the lack of food and water. Such beauty will not make people feel betrayed, and Li Sen is the same. Saint Seiya, the white boy who was closest to the men's formation, broke free from his mother's arms and boldly rushed towards Li Senator. His mother was shocked. Stephen. But the little boy didn't care about that. He rushed to Li Sen past one person after another and stretched out his little hand to hug his calf. Li Sen lowered his head and looked at the boy with blue eyes. The others looked at this scene, and the atmosphere became quiet. People didn't dare to breathe. The boy's mother covered her mouth with both hands, feeling complicated. Was it fear? Was it fear? Or expectation? Maybe all of them. Amid countless complicated gazes, the little boy's thin face was full of excitement. You are a Saint Seiya, right? Yeah, I am a Saint Seiya. Li Sen stretched out his hand and held the little boy in his arms. Everyone who saw this picture felt relieved, and the boy's mother couldn't help but shed tears. Brother Saint Seiya, the Saint Field has a guardian constellation, right? Yes, I am a Draco. Cool, are you here to save us? Yes, I am here to save you on the orders of the God King. Wow, the God King, I have never seen the God King. He must be the greatest god. You are right, he is the greatest god. Li Sen looked at the innocent face and words of the little boy, thought of his tragic past, thought of the people living in the sanctuary, Madripoor Port, Kosavia and other cities. He was gentle and affirmed. Hee. The little boy scratched his messy hair, his face full of yearning. He wanted to see the legendary God King, and also wanted to become a Saint Seiya. Li Sen rubbed his head. Then she put him down. Go and see your mother, she is crying. Mom, hearing this, the little boy immediately turned around and saw his mother crying. He was so frightened that he quickly rushed back to his mother and hugged her. Stephen. The mother hugged her son, but her face was full of smiles. Anyone can see Li Sen's kindness and tenderness towards the child. Saint Seiya, the guards of God, the warriors that countless people yearn for, the warriors who guard peace and happiness in the legend. No one dared to push public opinion. In addition, people have seen the development of several cities such as Porto Madrid and Kosavia, and they also know that the legend of Saint Seiya is not groundless. It is because of this that countless people can worship and yearn to become Saint Seiya. Now, in a desperate situation, Li Sen's appearance is like a ray of light shining in the hearts of all of them. Okay, does anyone need to leave here now? Li Sen glanced at everyone and said with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, and their hearts were excited. Sheriff Stim walked up to the tall and handsome black-haired boy in front of him. His tough face brought a smile that had not appeared for a long time, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Saint Seiya. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long we can hold on. Don't be so polite. You need to thank yourselves. It is your courage, tenacity, and unity that have enabled you to hold on until my arrival." Li Sen shook his head and said seriously. While speaking, Li Sen suddenly felt that Yelena's small universe was exploding at an alarming speed, and with a boom, the whole town shook violently. He turned his head sharply and looked to one side, frightening the police officers and some men standing on that side to tremble. Li Sen was definitely not looking at them, but saw the battle in another folded space through this space. "Well, it seems that we don't have much time to talk, Sheriff. I have to send you out as soon as possible, and then go to support my partners." Li Sen turned his head. Sheriff Stim and everyone nodded immediately, but then seemed to think of something, and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, there are some members of our organization before." "Are they?" "I'm sorry, there is no breath of them in this space." This space? Well, the whole town has been folded into several spaces. If they are still alive, they should be in another space. If possible, I will try to find them and send them away, but it's best not to hold too much hope." "Well, may God bless them." Sheriff Stim sighed. He was just asking out of common sense. After all, he had roughly guessed the fate of those residents. Li Sen nodded. He saw the sadness in the eyes of some people in the crowd, but no one blamed him for not being able to save them in time. It was obvious that the residents here had good moral character. Then there was no nonsense, and he was seen to snap his fingers lightly. The ground of the entire commodity supermarket suddenly appeared emerald green light and shadow, like a vortex, accompanied by the shining light, and the dots of green starlight. The conkangs of nearly 1,000 people present disappeared in the surprised and shocked eyes. As soon as the perspective turned, those residents had been sent out of this space. After sending these residents away, Li Sen's eyes were shining with emerald green light, and he stepped forward. The next moment, the floor ignited a gorgeous green flame and turned into a vortex to form a passage. All the surrounding scenes twisted and burned in this vortex and finally dissipated. The perspective changed in front of me. It was still the town, but the town was now in ruins. From the ruins, you can see rubble, scrapped vehicles, broken billboards, road signs, etc. Everything seemed to be rubbed by some force, twisted, and chaotic. Not only that, the sky and the environment all have an inexplicable sense of distortion and blur, as if they have come to a turbid world. At the end of the blur and distortion, a planet as dazzling as the sun emits light, and in front of the light, there is an illusory silhouette. Looking at the silhouette, dense whispers and mumblings penetrate into the brain nerves, flesh, bones, internal organs, cells, and even the soul from the ears, nose, eyes, and skin pores. Calling and distorting everything. Li Sen felt the power of the weird whispers and mumblings everywhere, and he frowned. The small universe in his body burned fiercely, and the emerald green power ignited. He glanced and saw Yelena floating in the sky not far away. Behind the floating phoenix feathers, the phantom of the burning red flame phoenix loomed, and the small universe burned vigorously to the extreme. Li Sen's figure slowly floated up, forming an angle with the floating silhouette, Yelena. Ordinary people would be distorted when they saw the silhouette, just like the completely distorted figure of flesh and blood looming in the flames in the ruins on the ground. It can be seen that they are no longer human beings. Their flesh and blood souls have been distorted, reduced to a formality. But Li Sen and Yelena, with their strong Saint Seiya physique, tenacious soul, and magnificent microcosmic vitality, are enough to make them ignore all this. Is this thing an evil god from a certain dimension? Li Sen's lips did not move, but a touch of power in his mind was transmitted to Yelena's mind. The latter stared at the silhouette of the burning fixed star with her eyes piercing. The power of this thing is very strange, and it is extremely corrosive and contagious. That power can arbitrarily distort all matter, flesh and blood, soul, and spirit. I just used the spiritual warfare method, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea and did not work. The pervasive distortion power is corrosive and contagious. Does this thing want to use this town as the center and then erode the residents to strengthen its own power? Li Sen immediately thought of something. Perhaps, someone opened a bridge to a certain dimension through some kind of ritual, summoned some power to fold the space of this town, and finally summoned this guy to come. The last step should be the flesh and blood of the residents in the town. Yelena nodded. If the two hadn't come, those residents would have been eroded and twisted by the strange power and eventually turned into zombies, not to mention 3 days becoming the source of the evil god's growth. As the two communicated with each other, they saw the blurry silhouette that could not be seen clearly slightly fluctuate, and the next moment a terrifying spiritual power filled with evil and distortion swept over like a torrent. No extra nonsense. Boom. 2 terrifying microcosms suddenly erupted. Li Sen shouted angrily, clenched his right fist and punched the silhouette of the less-used god. Roar with a dragon roar, a huge amount of emerald green 9 heavens dragon shot out, and everything in front of it would be smashed into powder. The terrifying spiritual torrent was also broken by this punch, and continued to blast towards the silhouette of the evil god. The ultimate battle method of the Tianlong constellation, Lushan Chenglongba. Naturally, Yelena would not just stand by and watch. When facing such an enemy, the saints will not have any so-called chivalry. Destroying the enemy is the ultimate goal of the saints. In order to achieve this goal, no means will be used. The hot and noble phoenix phantom gazed up to the sky and cried out. Yelena also made a circle. The wings of the phoenix spread and flapped, and the majestic airflow that was enough to destroy the stars swept towards the evil god. The ultimate battle method of the phoenix wings flying in the sky. The destructive power of the two converged terrifying battle methods was unimaginable. The entire space world was because of the devastating tactics used by Li Sen and Yelena, it was faintly breaking and collapsing. The silhouette of the evil god faced the two terrifying attacks, and a slight wave appeared. It seemed to be surprised and shocked. But in the end, he still did not move, but the terrifying, twisted and crazy spiritual power formed in front of him like a black hole, and the huge airflow generated by the flapping wings of the 9 heavens divine dragon and phoenix was all swallowed up by the black hole. However, after swallowing, the two forces converged and collided like a small universe explosion, bursting out unimaginable torrents the power of destruction. Even the black hole created by spiritual power cannot completely devour and annihilate this power. The black hole composed of pitch black matter can be seen to emit colorful lights, twisting, refracting, and folding to form terrible light pollution. The silhouette of the evil god fluctuates and emits surprise. Boom! The black hole shattered in the explosion, and the terrifying power of the explosion swept in all directions. The sky and the surface of the entire town were like being washed by the torrent of the sea. In an instant, they were wiped clean. All matter, flesh and life and soul were completely annihilated. I don't know how long it lasted, but everything finally became quiet and refined. At a glance, the ground in front of me was as smooth as crystal, and the originally distorted and blurred sky became clear, as if the entire space world was left with only the crystal ground and the sky stained with red light. The silhouette of the evil god was illusory and flowing, making people sick. But the next moment, there was another dragon roar, and in the distance Li Sen drove a emerald green and lifelike 9-day dragon towards the silhouette of the evil god, and the speed was so fast that it was almost an instant. Chapter 135. The silhouette of the evil god finally made a move, gently raising a limb that looked like an arm. The ground below, which had turned into crystal, was suddenly broken by some force and erupted, mixed with twisted and crazy spiritual power and blasted towards Li Sen who was rushing towards it. The broken crystal was extremely lethal under the influence of this spiritual power, and the double attack of the spiritual power was enough to kill anyone on the spot. But this did not include Li Senator under the ultimate battle method of Lushan Dragon Flying, which was played by the surging small universe. All the attacking crystal fragments and the spiritual power of the silhouette of the evil god were crushed. The destructive force hit the silhouette of the evil god, causing it to completely shatter. This was not over yet. Above, a ball of red flames exploded and Yelena's figure appeared. She punched the black silhouette below, and saw a ball of condensed fierce wind, flames, and the fire of karma that destroyed all evil karma turned into a firestorm and engulfed the evil god. And this move was the most terrifying causal killing move in the ultimate battle method of Phoenix. Infernal Fire Whirlwind. Under this infernal firestorm, the twisted posture of the crazy black silhouette struggling in it was seen, and the illusory silhouette melted little by little, and finally turned into ashes under this endless infernal fire. The infernal fire not only burned the silhouette of the evil god, but also burned this folded space. The space dripped little by little like molten magma, collapsed and melted. Yelena and Li Sun floated in the sky. The former looked at the burning space and twisted his neck. It doesn't look very difficult. It seems a little wrong. Li Sun frowned, staring at the fixed star in front of him, which seemed to be burning across the endless distance, emitting the sun, where a tiny black dot was constantly enlarging and wriggling. Something terrible was trying to break free. Yelena also felt it. She stared at the black dot with her eyes, clenched her fists, and the originally gradually calmed small universe boiled again. That guy doesn't seem to give up. Yelena sneered, and the phantom of the phoenix behind her raised its phoenix head and screamed. The evil god definitely did not give up. After the crazy believer agent built a 960 bridge to allow his will to descend, he was stopped by 2 humans. How could he be satisfied? So he wanted to fight. Even if he could not achieve his goal, he had to let his spirit and totem leave a mark in this world, so that he could have the opportunity to descend next time. In the black spot, a terrifying mental wave far exceeding the previous silhouette of the evil god swept across, and the originally collapsed space stagnated under this supreme mental power. The sky was full of whispers, and the chaotic and distorted will filled the entire space. Under such a terrible torrent of mental will, Yelena and Li Sun both felt exhausted. No, his strength is far greater than ours, and we must not let him descend. Boom! The terrible mental torrent kept washing and impacting Li Sun and Yelena, and the former felt that his flesh and blood cells were faintly pried. The two looked at each other and nodded. Boom! The terrifying microcosm suddenly erupted, and the terrifying energy raged wildly and impacted the terrible spiritual will of the evil god, but the collision of the two people's powerful auras was still suppressed by the evil god's spiritual power. And that kind of evil and twisted spiritual will has extremely special power. Like a worm in the tarsal bone that can penetrate every hole. Yelena and Li Sun knew that there might be a big gap between the two sides, and the origin of the evil god was definitely not small, but as the two saints, their wills were as tough as steel. Under the impact of such a strong enemy, they did not show any cowardice. On the contrary, the overwhelming fighting spirit made the two people's microcosm more active, constantly improving and improving. Far beyond their own limits. The emerald green and red light columns that penetrated the sky and the earth exploded, and the world they stared at was washed by the torrent of spiritual will. The two were as tough as reefs constantly washed by the sea, standing firm. The evil god did not expect that these two humans actually had the power to resist him. But he is not here. These two humans are indeed powerful enough, but they have not reached the level of Heavenly Father after all. The gap between the two levels is like heaven and earth. Moreover, his level is also the first echelon among Heavenly Fathers. Cry! A phoenix cry, Zhou Long roars. The phoenix phantom burning with blazing flames spreads its wings and soars, and the emerald green nine heavens dragon swings its majestic and sacred body, bursting out with power far beyond the limit. Li Sun's fists are constantly blasting out bright and dazzling brilliance, and hundreds and thousands of soaring dragons in the nine heavens rush towards the evil god like meteors. Lushan 100 Dragon Tyrant. Under the roar, Li Sun played his most powerful ultimate combat method, Lushan 100 Dragon Tyrant. Yelena was not to be outdone. She swung her right fist and saw a huge flaming meteorite suddenly burst out from the front, rushing towards the expanding black spot like a black hole, dragging a long tail flame, releasing hundreds of millions of destructive beams and air currents, destroying everything, annihilating everything. Phoenix Ultimate Battle Method, Roaring Emperor. At this moment, the small universe was burning and pushing it to the limit, even beyond the limit to play unimaginable horrible battle methods, destructive power, so that the evil god who was trying to descend could not believe it. What kind of power is this? Why? The evil god's mental fluctuations flashed such a thought, this level of energy actually exists on Earth? However, this evil god is an evil god who rules a dimension after all. Under these two destructive attacks, he still has enough confidence. The majestic mental power continuously impacts the terrible force zone played by Yelena and Li. Senator boom. 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 The entire space completely collapsed under such a collision, just like the space composed of square lenses shattered. This force also impacted the real world, and even the Avengers team outside the town, the surrounding towns and even the city were all affected by this force collision. Damn it! Yelena and Li Sun's pupils slightly opened, and they thought to themselves bad. The aftermath of the collision in this folded space would never impact the real world, but this space exceeded the limit of this space because of the force collision, causing the folded space to return to reality. The aftermath will cause the surrounding towns and even cities to suffer. If it is not handled well, countless people will die. It is even very likely that the entire country's territory will be directly wiped out. The two were extremely anxious, but it was impossible to withdraw their forces. Damn it! Just when Yelena and Li Sen didn't know what to do, a vast and supreme sacred breath suddenly descended, and everything in the entire space and time was frozen in place under the influence of this force. In the stagnant space, even the bridge that the evil god wanted to forcibly open and enlarge, and the expansion of the black hole were completely prohibited. No matter who was in this range, the Avengers team, and the more than 1,000 residents who Li Sen sent out of the town who had just been lucky to survive, their thoughts and consciousness were frozen. Only the evil god seemed to be able to exist meaningfully. Tisk, you are greedy. If you are defeated, just roll back to your dimension honestly. You still want to come, isn't this stupid? From the evil god's spiritual world came such a voice that he could understand, majestic, indifferent, and emotional. It was also accompanied by the unimaginable power that made him despair and incomprehensible. Just as mortals could not understand his greatness, he could not understand the greatness of the life that had not yet appeared. Only the unhappy eyes fell through the distant distance, the starry sky, and the dimension, and fell on him. Just an unhappy look made him feel that his body, his flesh and blood, and his spiritual consciousness composed of countless thoughts and consciousnesses were faintly collapsed. He was a life without emotion, anger, or despair. He was a ruthless evil god. He only relied on instinct. And now, in his emotionless consciousness combination, he suddenly had an emotion that he had never had for countless billions of years. That emotion even derived another emotion. One is called powerlessness, and the other is called fear. Everything stopped abruptly. He disappeared, and it disappeared in a combination of active and passive. He retreated to his own world. The active one was because of the powerful life that he could not understand. A look wiped out most of his consciousness collection, the kind that could not be restored. Therefore, he left passively, or rather rolled back to his own world in a mess. He did not even have a trace of revenge. Because in his consciousness, there was a life in this world that was far more powerful than him. This world originated from that god. Facing this powerful god, he could not understand it, nor could he have any idea about it. He knew that before the death of that god, he would never covet this world. The wind was calm, the sun projected from an endless distance disappeared, the evil god also disappeared, the bridge collapsed, the sky above the town was still gloomy, and it was drizzling. Time was turned back and returned to the right track. Yelena and Li Sen were floating above the town. A thin layer of energy flames ignited on their bodies. As if they realized something, the two of them withdrew their power and let the rain hit them, but the powerful life levels of the two intentionally or unintentionally generated a special and powerful magnetic field on the surface of their bodies. The rain fell, but it did not fall on them. What happened just now? Yelena stared ahead. The forests, mountains, and rivers looked a little hazy and cool under the gloomy sky. She felt a little puzzled. Why did she feel like she had lost some memories just now? Shouldn't she and Li Sen be fighting against the unknown evil god who was trying to descend into this world? Shouldn't the world be collapsing and the powerful force be colliding to impact the real world? Shouldn't the entire United States be in crisis? What's going on now? How come everything suddenly became calm in the blink of an eye? This made her incomprehensible. Since becoming a Saint Seiya, she has rarely encountered things that she couldn't understand, but today she encountered it. Li Sen's handsome face was thoughtful, and then he looked at Yelena and said seriously, in that situation just now, I think there is only the God King, only this one explanation. Yelena tilted her head, then nodded in agreement, I think so too, in such a crisis, it was solved silently, and we couldn't even detect it, so only the God King could solve it. They are not bragging. Although they are not the strongest among all the saints, they are only weaker than the 7th sense gold sequence saints. It is only 10 steps away to reach the 7th sense, especially the battle just now made the two feel that they can quickly cross that step. Although the saints who have just entered the 7th sense can beat the two, they can also fight back. Only Ophelia, Wanda, and other gold sequences can crush them, but it is only a crushing, to make them directly solve the powerful unknown evil god in a blackout, so that everything will return to peace. At this level of strength, Yelena and Li Sen believe that even Ophelia and Wanda will never be able to do it. In addition to these golden sequences, there is only the more powerful God King Leon. Hey, I encountered such a task, but I haven't solved it perfectly, that damn thing. Leon took action to solve everything, and once again let Yelena and Lee Sun feel the incomparable power of the God King. But under this emotion, Yelena was full of resentment. After all, for her, it was a shame that two saints went to perform a mission, and the final result was that Leon had to clean up the mess. Lee Sun was better. He knew that this situation had exceeded their ability range. This range did not affect the real world. In fact, if there was no such situation, he and Yelien would not suffer much in fighting against the evil god. He even believed that after a stalemate, the two of them might be able to break through the limit and reach the seventh sense. At that time, it would be easy for two seventh sense saints to fight an evil god who wanted to cross the border. This is just that we are not strong enough. We need to work harder, Yelena. Lee Sen said gently. Yelena nodded, well, I will retreat for a while when I get back. I will definitely be able to break through the seventh sense. It's a pity that I'm just one step away. Chapter 136. Yelena paused for a moment, and then, as if she had thought of something, her eyes lit up and she looked at Lee Senator. The burning gaze made Lee Sun feel uncomfortable. You, what are you going to do? As saints, they practiced and trained in the sanctuary, but they also occasionally gathered together to communicate and even compete. There were special training grounds and dual fields in the sanctuary. These places had powerful barriers set up by Leon. In addition, the saints' original control of power had reached a non-human level, and they could easily condense the destructive power that could easily destroy stars into one point to achieve the ultimate single-point damage without causing damage to the sanctuary. Lee Sen and Yelena actually knew each other for a long time. Yelena's personality was also very clear. She was very straightforward, sometimes very active, and very naughty, and she would not make people feel disgusted. But it might be that there was a gene of aggressiveness in her blood. He is most enthusiastic about fighting, and his pursuit of power may be even stronger than other saints, so he often likes to fight with others. Lee Sen, the celestial dragon saint with the strongest shield among the bronze saints, is naturally dragged to fight by Yelena. Lee Sen also likes fighting and sparring, but he can't stand being dragged to fight every day. Now they are on a mission together, and just after it ended, he saw the familiar eyes of the other party, and Lee Sen couldn't help but feel bitter. Sure enough, Lee Sen's premonition was right. Haha, Lee, we are just one step away from breaking through the seventh sense. Let's go back and fight hard. I believe that we can break through the seventh sense in the battle, and we can also upgrade the saint clothes to gold saint clothes. Yelena's eyes were filled with overwhelming fighting spirit, as if it was real, causing the surrounding space to vibrate faintly, and even the raindrops dripping around were evaporated. Okay, although Lee Sun felt bitter, he was not reluctant. After all, he was eager to break through the seventh sense, especially since the bronze armor could be upgraded to the gold armor. At that time, he would also be a true gold sequence, which could shorten the gap with the saints who had already entered the gold sequence. All the armors have special properties, such as autonomous evolution. Whether it is bronze armor or silver armor, it can evolve into gold armor. However, the saints need to reach the seventh sense and activate it with golden blood. The increase between bronze and gold armors for saints is not a little bit. The appearance of the halo is definitely different. Even though the saints are mature, who wants to wear the simple bronze armor when they can wear the noble and gorgeous gold armor? It's settled. Yelena snapped her fingers with a happy face, then she said hello to Lee Sen and fell outside the town. Lee Sen thought about it and followed behind. On the highway outside the town, the Avengers cooperated with Sheriff Stim to maintain order. The Avengers were observing the situation in the town, but they didn't expect that nearly 1,000 residents of the town would appear around the highway with a series of light and shadows. This really scared Natasha Romanoff and others. The residents were definitely scared. Natasha Romanoff and others were fine, but the ugly and cute appearance of Hulk, a big guy, still gave people a sense of deterrence. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff was best at communicating with people, and with the help of Sheriff Stim and others, the rioting residents calmed down. It was drizzling in the sky, and the feeling of dripping on the body was not very pleasant, but there was no way. Natasha Romanoff called for support to transport the residents of the town, and it would take time to wait. Compared with these residents, Natasha Romanoff was still worried about Yelena and Lee Sen in the town. After all, from the communication with Sheriff Stim, we also know that they were sent out by Lee Sen, and we also know that Yelena and Lee Sen may be fighting with the mastermind behind the manufacturing town incident. Fortunately, Hawkeye was the first to notice without waiting for a while, and saw Yelena and Lee Sen flying down from the sky. Natasha Romanoff! Barton shouted to Natasha Romanoff and gestured. The latter followed Barton's gaze to the sky and saw Yelena and Lee Sen flying down. Please give me flowers. She finally put down her worries, and the Avengers team, Sheriff Stim and others went to greet them. Yelena, are you okay? Natasha Romanoff walked quickly to Yelena, nodded to Lee Sen, then reached out and grabbed Yelena's shoulder armor, looked her up and down, and found that Yelena had no signs of injury, so her expression became much more relaxed. Yelena waved her hand indifferently. I am a Saint Seiya, how could those dirty things hurt me? Did you solve the problem in the town? Yeah, but it was not solved by us. Speaking of this, Yelena's tone was a little depressed. Natasha Romanoff, Barton and others looked at each other in surprise. What does this mean? Yelena and Lee Sen, both saints, didn't solve it? Yes, did others use those sequences to attack? Natasha Romanoff asked tentatively. Yelena nodded. Well, the situation was a little dangerous just now. That thing came from another dimension and was very powerful. Lee and I joined forces to attack that thing, and the result was that the force of the collision broke the folded space. The force of the collision should have affected the entire United States. Fortunately, it should be the God King who took action. It was perfectly solved with the intervention of the God King. So we almost died. Barton, Sheriff Stim suddenly took a breath, his face full of fear. The collision force that can affect the entire United States, although it is just such a short sentence, but the people present are not fools, and they also know how miserable the ending of those who are closest to them will be. At least no body will be left. The God King is merciful and intervened to solve everything. Many people around have pounding hearts, and their hearts are full of respect and gratitude for Leon. Is it so dangerous? Natasha Romanoff's first reaction is to be grateful to the God King Leon, whom she has never met, and then she is afraid. Not only is she afraid that she almost died just now, but she is also afraid that this time the mission is fortunately intervened by the sanctuary, otherwise, their Avengers team will have to die in this town. Chapter 137. How strong must it be to be able to fight against two saints and even break the folded space with the power in a stalemate? At least she didn't think the Avengers had any ability to resist this level of life. Okay, this mission is over, and we have to leave Natasha Romanoff. Yelena just told Natasha Romanoff that she also had to go back and report the mission to Lady Ophelia. And she was still eager to break through the seventh sense. Okay, contact me next time. Natasha Romanoff didn't try to keep her, nor was she reluctant. Anyway, she could contact Yelena anytime she wanted to find her later. Well, I'm leaving, big guy. See you next time. Yelena nodded to everyone, especially to Hulk. Hulk scratched his head in an ugly and cute way, and waved his big hand honestly. Goodbye, friend haha over there. Lee Sen, Sheriff Stim, the little boy and others also said goodbye. Finally, in the grateful eyes of everyone, the two stepped into the energy vortex channel and disappeared completely. Tisk, it's really hard to imagine. I have to say that although the saints have powerful powers, they are unexpectedly kind. Barton sighed. As for the saints, he once thought that these people were guards selected and trained by the God King. They should be arrogant, full of arrogance, and look down on the world. But if Yelena and Lee Sen do not consider their identities and the holy clothes they wear, they are like a young, gentle, kind, lively, or elegant boy and girl. 610 Natasha Romanoff did not comment. During the communication, cars and transport helicopters and rescue teams arrived in the distance on the road. The current Avengers team was originally recognized by the Security Council as a very independent organization. It is not only supported by the giant organization SHIELD, but also has considerable authority when facing other organizations. Those organizations can definitely choose to ignore it, but once the Avengers complain seriously, they will have to weigh the consequences themselves. And the leaders of the organizations are not fools. They know what the Avengers mean to the world. In some insignificant situations, they will not refuse the needs of the Avengers. After all, this does not harm their own interests. On the contrary, sometimes they build good relationships with the Avengers, and maybe contact the Avengers at some critical times and get their help. For example, this small town incident is the best example. They can't handle this level of incident. The rescue team is very large, with dozens or hundreds of transport vehicles and transport planes. Enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 residents. With the gratitude of Sheriff Stim and others, these residents will be transported and resettled in a special shelter, and after the subsequent evaluation, they will consider returning to the town or dispersing and sending them to other surrounding towns for resettlement. After Natasha Romanoff and others reported the details to Nick Fury, they also ended their mission and evacuated immediately. As for the town that has turned into ruins, it will be handled by subsequent S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a special team to conduct inspections to see if there were any traces, information, or dangerous residues left in the town. Regardless of Natasha Romanoff, Yelena and Lee Sen returned to the sanctuary and were received by Philia in the temple. After reporting the mission experience in detail and getting permission, the two could not wait to go to the duel arena to fight. In name, it was a fight, but in fact, they basically did not hold back during the fight. It was a life and death fight to a large extent. The fierce and tragic battle made the other saints in the duel arena stop and watch, especially when they noticed the terrifying fluctuations and levels of the microcosms bursting out from the two. They could generally know the meaning and purpose of this battle. Is this going to break through the seventh sense? It seems that the sanctuary will have 2 more gold sequences. Caecilius, who was on the dual viewing stand, smiled from his expressionless face. Since Caecilius joined Leon, his loyalty was no less than anyone else's, because he knew what Leon had given him, which was an unprecedented bright road. This was indeed the case. After being granted the microcosm, he was obsessed and even completely abandoned magic. As for the Dark King Dormammu who wanted to seduce him, he only had one sentence: don't contact him anymore. He was afraid that the God King would misunderstand. Compared to the road given by Leon, Dormammu, the level of bewitching made Caecilius feel sick at a glance. Not only was he making big promises, but he also wanted him to become a walking corpse and a slave. What eternal life, what the most powerful dark power. It was all nonsense. If Caecilius had no other choice before meeting Leon, he might believe it, but since he had seen the power and majesty, he had another way to go, so why should he take a dead end? Caecilius was injected with the transferred super gene serum, and was the first batch of people who were directly given power and knowledge by other graduated Black Widows. He was also one of the first batch of people who awakened and broke through the sixth sense, and was recognized by the Centaur Silver Saint Cloth and became a Silver Saint. His ability is not the best, but it is not bad. In addition, he practiced harder and crazier, which also allowed him to break through the seventh sense after Wanda and others, and let the Centaur Silver Saint Cloth evolve into the Gold Saint Cloth on its own, achieving the gold sequence. Standing at such a height, Caecilius's loyalty to the Sanctuary and Leon is completely die-hard. He can kill Leon directly if he says a word. For someone like him who values life the most, his loyalty can be imagined. In addition, he also believes that Leon will let him die at that point, and there must be a way to revive him afterwards. Love the house and the dog, for Leon is infinitely loyal and fully identifies with the sanctuary. Those children are breaking through the sixth sense one by one, and now they are even breaking through the seventh sense. He will not be jealous, but will be more happy and joyful. Because the sanctuary is more powerful. It means that the road to the future is broader and brighter. Moreover, the appearance of these seventh sense saints gave him companions, belonging, and a home. There is definitely pressure and competition, and these pressures and healthy competition will make Caecilius more motivated, which will become the source of his continuous progress and strength. Yahoo, Uncle Caecilius, I didn't expect you to be interested in running to the duel today. As he said this, 10 lively voices came to his ears. Caecilius knew without turning his head that it must be Pietro, the naughty kid. Compared with the vicissitudes of his face before, now he has achieved perfect optimization in both figure and skin, more like a handsome uncle, and some stubble on his face makes him more mature and charming. That touch of vicissitudes is engraved into the bone marrow, like the finishing touch. So he looks much younger, but many saints are generally teenagers, so it is normal to call him uncle. As expected of the saints, he is fastest. Pietro is so fast that I can't even react. Pietro. Caecilius turned his head and glanced at the boy beside him who was wearing an ordinary t-shirt, jacket and a baseball cap. Pietro has changed a lot in the past 3 years. Compared with the relatively thin little guy 3 years ago, he has entered the golden period of his body at the age of 16. This golden period of the body is not based on the standard of ordinary humans. The training and growth of the Saint Seiya in the past 3 years are not only assisted by the instructors, but also assisted by the medical department. Speed blessing, the opponent will immediately fall into his rhythm. Flying at superluminal speed, this physical ability that allows one to travel in the universe with only the flesh, allows them to travel between planets without the need for spaceships or other means of transportation. The only thing that makes Ophelia headache is that the number of holy clothes is fixed at 88, which is really too many people and too little porridge compared to the huge number. The two complement each other, and the cooperation of several departments that are as close as machines has created the glory of the awakening microcosm warriors in the sanctuary today. It can only be said that every golden sequence is not a good thing. Those with higher ability are definitely still injecting strengthening, and those with lower ability are not much more likely to be stronger. According to the large sample and data detection of the medical headquarters, it is found that the growth of the Saint Seiya is closely related to his own physical age. For example, an 8-year-old child will break through the microcosm in an average of 1 to 2 years under the subtle transformation of the super gene serum and harsh training. The biggest function of the super gene serum is to eliminate the lack of ability in the early stage and maximize the potential ability of oneself. But it is difficult for the Gold Saints to exceed the speed of light on the planet, because arbitrarily breaking the laws of physics will affect the entire world. This is also true for Caecilius. This level of movement speed, as well as his shooting speed, allows him to burst out unimaginable terrible lethality. But Pietro is different. His original high-speed movement ability allows him to move at supersonic and light speed levels, but it does not break the laws of physics, because this ability gives him a different body structure from ordinary people, and there is also a special magnetic field, so that he will not cause huge damage during high-speed movement. Pietro naturally knew this, and would not be proud of his basic ability of high-speed movement. He held the back of his head with both hands, watching Yelena and Li Sen fighting to the death on the field, and said with a smile, "Uncle Caecilius, you are so guilty of saying this. I guess you have prepared dozens of methods to deal with me. Compared with gods of the same level, it is full in all aspects. The saints of the 7th sense of the gold sequence have already pulled it to the fullest. Regardless of whether it is converging or not, the basic ability of the gold sequence is to be able to fly at superluminal speed in space. The other saints also have their own ultimate tactics and advantages. If they go all out, Quicksilver is not invincible. At least against him, if the restrictions are taken into account, the chance of winning will be directly reduced by more than 30%. That is why in just 3 years, the number of warriors of the awakening microcosm can break through, and this number will gradually increase every year. Ophelia is already considering building more training bases, and these training bases are not only on Earth, but also in the sanctuary. These are all off-topic. Among those who have broken through the awakening cosmos, Pietro's own ability is considered to be above average, and he cannot compare with players like Wanda and Basang who have fully pulled their abilities. However, he has also broken through the 7th sense. However, in terms of strength alone, Pietro is considered the most difficult among many saints. While digesting and learning the knowledge of Gemini's secret tactics, he did not forget to develop this ability. He developed this ability to the fullest. In addition to some other unique tactics created by this ability, he gave the other saints a headache just by relying on speed. For example, 3 training bases are planned to be added in Helheim. It is a natural warrior. Definitely Caecilius' advantage is that he has not fallen behind in the magic side. Many powerful and improved magics can be used at will, and many magics have speed-limiting magics. This means that after he awakening the 7th sense to become a gold sequence, after developing it, he can move at superluminal speed 3.4 on the planet. This is an ability he had before he was brought back to Madripoor port by Ophelia and Caecilius, or a super ability. There are other planets. However, this gap is infinitely narrowed, such as the Virgo Gold Saint Basang, who is a natural monster. After 3 years of development, the sanctuary has absorbed a large number of street children, orphans, and civilians from all over the world. In addition to eliminating some people who are born with evil morals and personalities and cannot be rewritten, these children who are gradually increasing every year may have the opportunity to enter the training base and obtain the qualifications to become saints. It is because of his own ability, high-speed movement. One very important point is to see who can take the initiative in the battle. If Pietro takes the initiative, then what he will face is terrifying and crazy suppression and offensive. With his so generally, the gold sequences will intentionally control and use the high-speed movement or light-speed punch. It will cost a lot to break the rhythm. However, the two sides have not really fought to the death, so it is hard to say who has a greater chance of winning. If Caecilius is prepared, Pietro's speed advantage will also be wiped out, or even fall into a disadvantage. Chapter 138. Caecilius's mouth curved up, but he didn't say anything. Born in Camartage, he had experienced countless life and death battles, and had developed a unique set of routines and combat methods to deal with anyone. Although they were both saints, Caecilius had simulated fighting with him countless times. Subconsciously, he had prepared many combat plans for Pietro, who was the fastest. "Wow, Uncle Caecilius, you really prepared it. It's really a headache." Pietro noticed the subtle changes in Caecilius's expression, and immediately shouted and looked sad. As one of the people who personally rescued himself and Wanda from the cruel experimental base, Pietro was full of gratitude to Caecilius. So much so that he had communicated with Caecilius a lot after becoming a saint, and the relationship between the two sides was very good. The main reason is that although Dad has spiritual power, he doesn't like to use it at all because he wants to keep the travel unexpected. Otherwise, even the most cunning person can't cheat him. In addition, Li Xiang himself would not use this power unless it was necessary, so he thought that this gypsy was not simple, and this store was not simple either. His eyes flickered. Yelena and Li are both very special, and their armor is also very special, with great potential. After being washed away from the paranoia and madness, his personality became cold on the outside and warm on the inside. On the surface, he seemed indifferent to everything, but in fact he had his own sharpness and tenderness and way of dealing with things. "What?" Dad Li Xiang sat up directly from the lounge chair, looking unbelievable. "They also have a special place in his heart. Every time the phoenix dies, it will recover and become stronger. The strongest shield of the dragon and the dragon fist will give people a headache when facing such an opponent." Pietro sat on the stairs, holding the back of his head with a terrible expression. If this spread out, wouldn't his friends laugh to death? Most people would be panicked when they saw a few little kids diving into the seabed, but the family was not normal. Pietro, an active 01 like a monkey, and Wanda, a sweet and quiet girl, made Caecilius think of his dead children, so he always treated the twins with special tenderness. Phoenix, Dragon, Lady Ophelia said that there are 5 most special bronze armors, and these 2 are. I really want to see Elena Legion's special place. Definitely. Sometimes Pietro made a fuss and gave Caecilius a headache. "Come on, just take it as a lesson." Leon was not angry, but a little funny. His parents are getting younger and younger. Although his father looks like a well-educated, elegant, and wise man, his social experience is actually much worse than those profiteers who cheat and deceive. No matter how much money this is, he doesn't care at all. After all, with Leon, the Lord of the Holy Land, money is nothing. Then no matter how Li Xiang asked, this gypsy person looked like he couldn't say anything. But he also found a way to deal with this guy, that is, just ignore him. Sure enough, when Caecilius didn't respond to his words, Pietro muttered a few words and didn't continue to pester him. "What's the big C? You must have been cheated." As a result, he always thought he had found something amazing, but it turned out to be an ordinary thing, which made Li Xiang feel that he had been deceived. "When I came back these 2 days, I said that I bought this parchment roll in a store opened by a gypsy in a certain city in a certain state. It is said that the gypsy person is very mysterious and mysterious. When he saw my father, he widened his eyes and looked like I can see that your identity is not simple, very powerful and very profound. That damn gypsy guy actually didn't want to sell it when I was buying it. What a profiteer." Thinking about the scene when the other party held the parchment scroll and refused to sell it no matter how much he paid, and he was stupid enough to buy it at all the prices, Li Xiang was furious. In the end, he really didn't find anything, so he came back to show it to his baby son. This thing still needs to be learned through learning. Caecilius stared at the phoenix and dragon roaring and colliding above. Li Xiang was angry for a while, then he was fine, and then he even found it interesting. After all, the unexpectedness of travel also includes these things, right? Then he carefully picked and chose in the store, and realized that the parchment scroll seemed to contain some kind of power. He spent a lot of money to buy it. After returning, he turned it over and over again and investigated these texts, information, and records with his wife. This made Caecilius speak again. He looked at Yelena and Li Sen, who were constantly improving their small universe to the extreme on the wide platform of the dual field. "Okay, your spiritual power is not fake. You can't sense it yourself. It's just an ordinary thing? At most, it has some sneaky smell." Leon picked up the juice and drank it, rolling his eyes at Lao Zheng Jixiang. 3 years seems like a lot of time, but in fact, my parents haven't even traveled all over the United States. The main thing is that the two of them are free to do whatever they want. If they have fun in a city, they will stay there for a longer time. The two were on the deck of a luxury yacht, sitting on lounge chairs and sunbathing. In the calm sea in the distance, Mother Amy and Ophelia were swimming with Lily, Dean, Connor and two big dogs. They went deep into the sea in a short while. Leon looked at the parchment scroll with mysterious words in his hand from left to right. After confirming it, he looked at his father in front of him with a bit of a smile and a tear. He threw the parchment scroll on the deck in front of him and said bluntly, "This thing is just an ordinary thing." But he can't accept that he was fooled and felt that his IQ was crushed. His mysterious appearance attracted the attention of his father Li Xiang. According to reason, with his powerful spiritual power, no one should have any secrets in front of him. As a result, there was indeed some secret in the gypsy's store, which actually hindered his spiritual power to a certain extent. What's so special? Chapter 139. The sun was shining on my body, and I felt a little lazy. Leon was wearing a white bodysuit and rolled up his sleeves. His father Li Xiang was also lying on a recliner. The two perfect handsome men could become superstars in the entertainment industry. The biggest possibility was that they would become the torture objects in the crazy party of Puff Daddy. However, the so-called dirty things in the entertainment industry were too far away from the two of them. They were not at the same level at all. It was strange that the family had never had the habit of chasing stars since they were young. This was the case with my mother Amy and my father Li Xiang. As for the two little babies in the family, they liked to chase stars, but they were chasing the bright star Leon. Are you going to continue with your mother after resting this month? Well, we have visited many cities and states before, and have made many friends. I feel that this world is still very exciting. Li Xiang sighed and said, the United States alone is eye-opening. There are so many countries on the earth, so many pressures and human feelings. Thinking about the wider universe, I am excited. Li Xiang is looking forward to it. Without the pressure of life, he and Amy have developed the greatest pleasure, which is traveling to see and experience the different customs and cultures in all aspects. On the earth, and even outside the earth, there are so many things for the couple to explore. It is probably possible that humans may explore them all in their lifetime, but the couple is an exception. With Leon's existence, there is no need to consider lifespan at all. It is enough for them to improve and explore bit by bit. Just be happy. Leon did not oppose the old couple's hobbies. On the contrary, he was very supportive. The most feared thing for a long-lived race is the loss of emotions, interests, and hobbies, which would turn them into zombies. The universe is so big that it is enough for the couple to explore. Li Xiang sat leisurely on the chair, but he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Leon again and asked thoughtfully, "Is your plan going to start?" Li Xiang didn't know about Leon's plan to establish theocracy and a new order. Although Leon would not hide many things from his parents, he would not take the initiative to tell them about some things. After all, such things are not important and must be kept secret. The main reason is that he doesn't want to disturb the old couple's leisurely days and let them worry about it. Leon hopes that the couple can live happily. However, although Leon didn't say anything, Li Xiang wasn't stupid. After all, the Holy Land was so big that the Kingdom of God was established. In Madripoor and Kosavia, believers were established, and the Saint Seakor and many more guards without holy clothes were established. The warriors with only the sixth sense have the ability to easily destroy a country. Each of them is a human nuclear bomb. The stronger ones can destroy a planet. The number of Saint Seakor with the seventh sense has even increased. Li Xiang doesn't believe that Leon didn't have some ideas to form such a huge army. What's more, such a huge army also requires a lot of resources. Can a mere Earth afford it? It must expand outward, so it is obvious what kind of situation will appear next. War and colonization are nothing more than these means. Those gods and ghosts, in fact, many of the competition for interests and territory are not much different from the civil war of Earth civilization, except that the power is stronger. As for stopping it, Li Xiang is not a White Lotus saint. What can he do to stop it? What position should he use to stop it? Should he use justice and family affection to force it? That's nonsense. Apart from anything else, it is estimated that his wife Amy will not agree. It is estimated that she will say that if you can pass, and if you can't, you can get out. He has no doubt that Amy will really do it. Not to mention that the father and son are a family, connected by blood, and he has also seen the development of several cities such as Madripoor and Kosovia. In his heart, it is better for Leon to rule the so-called country of the United States than to let those stupid politicians rule it. Although it is a highly centralized system, at least he believes that under Leon's rule, the Earth will be more peaceful. It hasn't been fully officially opened yet. I have asked Selina and others to go to the universe to investigate first. Leon smiled lightly. The universe, I'm curious about what kind of race I will meet in the future. Li Xiang didn't ask much, but he was looking forward to it. In his mind, after he has visited all the countries on Earth, when he goes to the universe, his son may have almost unified the universe. Just lie down and it's done, no need to think about so many messy things. The two of them didn't have much time to communicate. Amy, Ophelia, 3 little babies and 2 big dogs who were playing in the sea returned to the boat. The whole family didn't use a chef. Although the family life was more luxurious, the family was more willing to make food by themselves. On the sea, it is natural to make a delicious seafood meal. There is a luxurious seafood pot, using natural fresh vegetables, incorporating beef tendons and other ingredients, and simmering broth including Persian dragon, puffer fish, live American clams, live Arctic clams, red devil shrimp, abalone, cod roe, and other top seafood ingredients, crab shell butter roast, super large shelled crab legs, added to sushi rice balls, delicious. The 5-piece deluxe Australian Wagyu hot pot uses Australian Wagyu beef from different parts, with tender beef tongue and clear marbled beef texture. There are also red devil shrimp seafood rice, truffle rice fried crab, tuna sandwich, etc. The whole family is familiar with making these delicacies. It is not troublesome for Leon and others to handle these ingredients. It can even be said to be very simple and quick. The cooking is definitely worse than that of top chefs. After all, the family does not handle these top ingredients much, so there will definitely be some flaws. But it is enough to make the family eat happily. Sitting on the deck, basking in the sun, blowing the sea breeze, enjoying the seafood feast, and 2 big dogs, 3 little guys are making a fuss. Everything looks very happy. The family played on the sea for 3 days and then got tired of playing and returned to life. The little guys went to school, and Leon continued to accumulate the small universe. His goal was to push the 8th sense of the small universe to the maximum, and then evolve the gold saint cloth into the divine saint cloth with the blood of the gods, which takes a lot of time. As for Li Xiang and Amy, they continued their travel life. In 3 years, the couple traveled from New York to Pennsylvania to West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, West Virginia, etc., all the way from north to south and west, and finally came to a place called Frytown in Bond County, Illinois. Due to the 3-day family dinner, the couple's travel period was temporarily interrupted. The RV was temporarily parked in this town. At the moment, the temperature in this town has been relatively warm in the month. It has to be said that the American continent is absolutely rich and abundant. It was a sunny day. After lunch, the couple decided to leave the town. After all, they had been here for a few days. According to the original plan, they continued to drive to the countryside some distance away from the town. As for whether it was remote or dangerous, the two did not care. The route they left was just passing by. Since they were passing by, they could take a look. It might be boring and nothing to see, but the couple enjoyed it. What if they encountered something interesting? It was also because of this that the couple only played a few states in 3 years. They really experienced it inch by inch, and it was very detailed. Driving along the trail was full of weeds, trees, flowers, and the like. No one took care of it, but it also had a unique flavor. At least the couple would not feel bored when watching these scenery while driving. This road was built along the mountain range. It takes some time to drive along the winding road and up and down the mountain. After driving for half an hour, they passed a very old retro gas store. The dilapidated store made the couple not want to stop, but Li Xiang in the driver's seat seemed to see a figure in the retro store silently watching him, or the RV. Li Xiang frowned slightly, as if he felt malicious. "What's wrong?" Amy, who was wearing a t-shirt and a thin blue plaid shirt on the co-pilot seat, was originally looking at the map to plan the route to the next place, and then she noticed her husband's frown and immediately asked. "It seems something is wrong." Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong? Is there another group of idiots who want to rob us?" Amy acted very lazy. If she was a little excited before, now she has encountered a series of messes in the past 3 years and has long been bored. "I don't know, but who cares? Let's go get medical help. Li Xiang thought about it and said it indifferently. If something really happened, they wouldn't be the ones to suffer. The dangers that ordinary tourists might encounter were just some spice in the couple's RV travel life. Anyway, the couple killed some stupid fools along the way. Driving almost up the mountain, they saw an old RV parked on the side of the road with an off-road motorcycle hanging outside the rear compartment. Several young men and women were holding the front of the RV, seemingly discussing something. Li Xiang drove this. The arrival of the luxury off-road RV, which was like a tank, immediately attracted the attention of the young people, especially the three young men, whose eyes were shining. The car stopped beside the RV. Li Xiang opened the window, propped his elbow on the window and put one hand on the steering wheel. He stretched his head to look at the young people and said with a smile, "Hey, guys, are you in trouble? Wow, what a handsome uncle! Wow, what a handsome off-road RV, what a beautiful guy!" The five men and women, the two girls looked at Li Xiang's handsome and mature face and couldn't help but sigh, while the three boys were full of praise for the RV. "Thank you, do you need help?" Li Xiang said kindly. "Yeah, there may be some problems with our car." The leader, a strong white young man with short brown hair, shrugged. "Well, this road looks very long." Li Xiang has always been kind to people, and he is not stingy in helping others. After closing the car window, he said something to Amy, and the couple took out the toolbox from the tool rack and walked out of the off-road RV. "It's nice to see you. You are like saviors to us, saving our trip this time." Seeing Li Xiang and his wife, the five young people were full of surprise. The boys were surprised by Li Xiang's tall figure and handsome and mature appearance, and the two girls were surprised by Amy's explosive and perfect figure and exquisite face. From the dress, this off-road RV, which is obviously a customized version, is simply a fairy couple. The short-haired young man with brown hair reached out his hand and shook hands with Li Xiang with a grateful look on his face, then introduced himself, "I'm Kurt, and this is Holden, Martin, Dana, and Julie." He pointed at Holden, a black-haired boy with a crew cut wearing a dark blue and dark red plaid shirt, Martin, a boy with slightly long and decadent blonde hair wearing an olive green and grey shirt, Dana, a girl with long golden red hair, and Julie, a blonde girl. "Li Xiang, this is my wife Amy, nice to meet you." After Li Xiang introduced himself and Amy, he walked to the RV of several young people and began to check it. Everyone chatted while checking and repairing, and introduced their own situation. It turned out that the five young people were residents of the town where Li Xiang had come before. They were all friends who met and agreed to go to Kit's cousin's cabin for vacation during the holidays. "After preparing all the food and water and the RV on the road, I didn't expect the car to break down here. Fortunately, it was not a big problem. After Li Xiang took out tools to help solve it, there was no problem." Li Xiang and Amy also talked about their national travels and some of their experiences during the trip, which made several young people excited. "After all, I have lived and studied in a small town since I was a child, and I am confined to a small town, so I am full of fantasies and interests about the outside world." The life of Li Xiang and Amy is one of their ultimate goals. Otherwise, they would not choose to drive the RV to the cabin for vacation during the holidays. At the same time, I also envy Li Xiang and his wife for their body management. If nothing else, as a member of the school's football team, Kit's figure and appearance are already top-notch, and he is a school celebrity, but he feels inferior to Li Xiang. Chapter 140. The original super gene serum is to optimize genes and enhance the human body. The genes become perfect, not only for the internal, such as speed, strength, burst, endurance, heart and lungs, etc., but also for the body shape and appearance, with the perfect body to match the internal organs and bones of the body. The human body is the most sophisticated instrument, and any change will lead to a huge change in the entire body environment. Gene serum is to optimize and transform human genes in a good direction. So everyone who injects super gene serum is basically handsome and beautiful, unless there are congenital facial defects that cannot be corrected. Li Xiang and his wife originally had a good foundation, which can be seen from Leon, Lily, and Dean. The handsome ones are handsome, and the cute ones are cute. Li Xiang and his wife, who originally had a good foundation, became more perfect after the optimization of gene serum. Their appearance is between young and mature, and their mixed temperament is more charming, which ordinary people do not have at all. It has to be said that humans are visual animals and are born with genes to appreciate beauty. In addition to the help they received in difficult times, the kindness and gentleness of Li Xiang and his wife made Kurt and others invite the couple. After all, they were traveling in an RV, so why not go together? It was fate. Li Xiang and Amy looked at each other and did not refuse. After all, they were traveling and were not afraid of delaying their studies for a day or two. So they readily agreed. Kit's RV drove in front and Li Xiang drove the car behind. Halfway through the journey, Li Xiang, who was originally driving, suddenly heard the voice of Veronica, the artificial intelligence in the car. "Sir, a large number of signal frequencies have been detected. The 3 satellites above are locked. The lock time analysis and calculation can determine that someone is monitoring the target in front from a distance." Li Xiang raised his eyebrows. Amy, who was preparing ingredients behind him and was planning to share some food she learned from traveling with a few new young people, paused and squinted her eyes and said, "Veronica, conduct signal anti-tracking. Tracking, system intrusion, intrusion successful. Upload analysis and data information." Then I saw the front windshield on the driver's seat light up, 957 shadows, pictures, data information presented in front of Li Xiang. Amy came over at this time, looking at the large amount of data on the front windshield, and the couple couldn't help but frown. Li Xiang finally understood the source of his feeling of something wrong after seeing these. These damn bastards, they all deserve to die. Seeing the bloody pictures and information above, AI was so angry that she spit out foul language. She had never thought that there would be such a group of people in the world. "Dear, it looks like we should have a good show today." Li Xiang's face turned cold. "I'm going to kill these bastards." "Well, Veronica, this matter will be transmitted to the headquarters base, and our opinions will also be transmitted to the headquarters database." "Okay sir, the information data is being uploaded successfully." Li Xiang and Amy looked at each other with a cold expression. During the data transmission, in the office of the government building in Madrid, Ophelia, wearing a coat, listened to the recent summary of the senior executives in front of her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the conference room outside, and a well-dressed blonde woman walked in with a thin glass-like object, walked all the way to Ophelia, bent down and placed the object in front of Ophelia. The noisy sound of the meeting immediately became quiet. Ophelia just looked at the data and pictures displayed in front of her, her eyebrows immediately frowned, and then a golden light flashed in her eyes. The majestic perception ability instantly covered the world. This majestic invisible power alarmed many powerful people on the earth who could sense it, and they all showed shocked expressions, such as Magneto, Professor X, Camartage Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, etc. Ophelia ignored these people. She frowned, her delicate face was cold, searching inch by inch, in perception saw what she wanted to see. She sneered, but seeing the meaning of Leon's parents in the picture in front of her, she didn't think too much about it. "Notify Wanda of this matter and ask her to monitor it. Tell her not to disturb their nature and find a way to catch that thing for me afterwards. I want it alive." "Yes." The blonde woman answered skillfully and turned away. "Continue." Ophelia still sat in the main seat, tapping her slender fingers on the table in front of her. So the meeting room, which had been quiet, heard reports again. In the wide enclosed central room of a certain underground base, there were all kinds of instruments, especially in the front, there was a monitoring screen composed of huge screens, on which was a bird's-eye view of the mountain terrain display animation. A group of men and women in white coats were closely monitoring everything in front of them. But more people seemed to be more leisurely, holding paper cups and drinking coffee. In front of the screen, several men and women were communicating. "Who are those 2 guys? How did they suddenly appear in our plan? Will those 2 guys disrupt our plan? I suggest finding a way to expel or kill the couple. Have you found the data of the couple?" "No, the data is top secret, and we can't break the encryption system in a short time." "Shit, what is this? We can't find it either? Is it a top secret agent of some organization? Are they here to investigate us?" "Impossible. Do you know how many people are supporting us behind the scenes? Those people will do such crazy things for the so-called health and life? Don't they support the things we do that are unacceptable in the eyes of ordinary people? Forget it, now they are staying with the sacrifice, and there is not much time left, so let them continue to participate. When the ceremony starts, kill them together, just as if it is to celebrate the arrival of the ancient gods." A group of people smiled, full of anticipation and enthusiasm. After driving for more than an hour, we climbed up along a mountain road and arrived at Kit's cousin's holiday cottage in the countryside. The cottage is hidden in the dense forest, surrounded by lush trees, as if isolated from the world. There is no hustle and bustle of traffic, no noisy crowds, only the breathing of nature and the occasional bird song. The surrounding mountains are stacked and the water is gurgling, like a beautiful painting, which makes people intoxicated. There are lakes and private docks not far away, and the scenery is beautiful enough. At least everyone is very happy to see and wander around. Kurt and his friends, Li Xiang and Amy, moved some things into the cottage, such as barbecue grills, tableware, etc. Li Xiang and Amy also took a lightweight and convenient small refrigerator and steamer. This little historic cottage is a bit shabby, and the retro decoration and some old interior decorations may show that it has a certain history. There was also a fireplace and a sofa. Everyone chatted and laughed as they cleaned up the house. The sky gradually darkened. However, no one was in a hurry to prepare dinner. Instead, they sat on the sofa. Firewood was burned in the fireplace. Lights were lit around. The dim light illuminated the cottage. With the dim scenery outside the window, there was an indescribable feeling. Everyone chatted on the sofa while drinking brewed coffee or freshly squeezed juice. The young people asked Li Xiang and Amy about their 3-year travel experience with great interest. Li Xiang's eloquence was very good. He talked about some interesting things during the trip. His description was vivid and colorful. Kurt and others were very excited, especially when they heard some exciting places. They were even more yearning. Definitely also talked about a lot of bad things about robbery. Anyway, as a custom, Kurt and his friends, although they have not left the campus, know it very well. This did not dispel their inner yearning for the outside world. On the contrary, they strengthened their determination and promised each other to go on a more distant trip after graduation or when they have free vacation time. Seeing the young people excitedly making promises to each other, Ji and Amy looked at each other. This young and energetic look really made the couple like it very much. It must be said that the couple is still young in appearance, but their minds have reached a more mature and wise age. During the exchange, the young people were immersed in the pictures and scenes of imagining future travel, but there was suddenly some movement in the forest outside the house. The next second, the whole base was filled with the sound of violent shattering, accompanied by the inhuman and terrifying roars and roars of the monsters. These words were icy and piercing, making people feel like they were trapped in winter. The supervisor's heart cracked and something was wrong, and he quickly yelled to everyone, "Damn it, start it quickly. Okay. Why do I feel that she is watching us?" But no one cared. No matter what they were doing, everyone looked around subconsciously and stopped what they were doing. The sharp eyes penetrated the lens and pierced the people in front of the lens like a sharp sword. I definitely saw those people wearing white coats who were controlling the prisoners and preparing for experiments underground. There were also fully armed soldiers and guards, and there were actually thousands of them. Among these monsters, there are werewolves, scarecrows, ghosts, tree people, and beautiful unicorns. There are many kinds of monsters, which make people feel terrified. "Supervisor, it's her who's talking." Bang! 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 Amy left the cabin and walked straight to the forest. The dark forest was silent. After entering the forest, she closed her eyes, and the invisible and huge psychokinesis suddenly released through the entire mountain range, penetrating along the surface to the bottom, seeing the experimental base that was hollowed out and built under the mountain. In the base, they saw all kinds of monsters imprisoned in special glass cube containers. In front of the monitor, the man who spilled the coffee pointed at the big screens in front of him in horror and said with an incredible look on his face. Countless monsters smelled fresh flesh and souls, and rushed towards the humans in the base along the passage excitedly. Just when everyone was silent, Amy's voice rang in the ears of everyone in the base. These people were monitoring everything in the cabin in the forest. There were densely packed screens, and she was on several of them. From her perspective, there is nothing unusual in the room. The guy is chatting. It also scared those people. The slightly fat blonde bearded man holding a paper cup full of coffee moved his hand, and the paper cup fell from his hand, and the coffee splashed on the ground. The cages that held hundreds of monsters in the entire base were shattered under the pressure of the terrifying and huge psychokinesis, and all the monsters poured out. The metal doors that sealed the passages were also broken under the powerful thought. Well, now the roles are reversed, so that you can also taste the feeling of being hunted in despair. "What's that sound?" one of the thin men asked uncertainly. "Tell me, what do you think of life?" Everyone subconsciously followed his gaze and saw that on the big screen, the woman's lips slightly opened and she said something, and her words came to their ears. It seems that the situation is a bit bad. What's the situation in the room? This is impossible. Our cameras are specially disguised. There will be no sound when monitoring. Even if she is an agent, it is impossible to detect it so quickly. Li Xiang and Amy looked at each other calmly. The couple had already understood each other. The latter stood up and said to Kurt and the other 5 with a smile, "It may be a little cold at night. I'll go get that coat in the car. She found our camera." Kurt and the other 5 didn't think too much. Amy still came out wearing the shirt, coat, and jeans. Her white shoes made a harsh sound when they stepped on some fallen leaves on the ground. The bright moonlight fell down, and the dark clouds around slowly moved, about to cover the moonlight. This woman, is it accidental or intentional? The leading supervisor frowned, but after looking at his watch, he found that the time for the ceremony to start has not yet arrived. If it has arrived, he can turn on the switch to release the monsters and gas. A group of speculators, playing with life wantonly, do you like to play the game of monsters hunting humans? Amy turned her head slightly and looked at the camouflaged surveillance camera on the grass in the woods. Chapter 141. For a while, the sound of bullets, roars, and screams continued. The entire base immediately turned into purgatory, with blood splattering and flesh flying everywhere. Those who enjoyed the pleasure of hunting were now enjoying the despair of being hunted by monsters. These monsters slaughtered the people in the entire base with the most cruel and bloody means, and less than a few minutes had passed. After slaughtering the people in the base, the monsters ran around everywhere as if they wanted to break through the base and come to the human world. But Amy narrowed her eyes slightly, suddenly stretched out her hand and clenched her fist. Boom! The terrible mental psychokinesis was as strong as a gust of wind, blowing her long hair and shirt coat. All the monsters in the entire base were instantly crushed and squeezed into a pool of meat paste under such a monstrous mental psychokinesis that covered the sky and the sun. Under the long-term subtle transformation of the microcosm, Amy's mental psychokinesis was accompanied by some divinity, which had a very strong restraining effect on these dark creatures. In an instant, all the noise and restlessness came to an abrupt end. Amy used her spiritual power to sweep inch by inch, and even the surrounding mountains were not spared. However, she found the so-called altar, which was filled with an aura that disgusted her. But this place was none of her business, and she didn't need to think about it. She raised her head slightly, and saw a golden light and shadow falling from the sky like a meteor. The golden light and shadow exploded and fell in front of her. Wanda, wearing the gorgeous and noble Gemini gold saint cloth, knelt on one knee. Before she could speak, Amy walked forward in surprise and helped her up. "Wanda." "Madam, the person who came was Wanda, who came under Ophelia's order. Compared with 3 years ago, Wanda has changed a lot. She is nearly 1.8 meters tall and has a flowing and soft golden brown hair. At the age of 16, she has reached the peak of her figure and appearance. Perhaps there will not be too many changes in the future. Ophelia asked you to deal with it." "Yes, ma'am. There is an altar under the base, which should be used by those guys to summon the so-called ancient god." "I understand. Do we need to leave?" "No, ma'am, you and those new friends can have fun, I will take care of the next things," she said respectfully. Amy nodded. She knew that with the existence of this golden saint, the next things would become much simpler. After the two talked for a while, Amy returned to the house, and in the process returned to the RV to get 2 coats. Looking at the flickering firelight in the house and the sound coming from it, the bloody massacre that happened underground just now was still unknown to the 5 students. The underground base did a good job in soundproofing, and a layer of psychokinesis barrier was laid around the house, so they could not hear anything. Wanda stood in the forest. Under the darkness, the golden armor exuded a halo and brought light. She gently stretched out her hand, and with a touch of red light in her white palm, she saw an old diary in her hand. She opened it slightly and read it. There was a Latin passage inside, which described a spell or a summoning curse. "Pain comes from the body, pain is higher than the body, and pain burns the soul. Once this passage is shouted, the demons and zombies sleeping in the forest will be summoned. The red energy is like a flame, and the diary is suddenly burned to ashes in the red flame," and then she flicked her right hand, and the gorgeous red light and shadow swept across and spread across the entire mountain range. Without a single movement, the base under the mountain and even the pools of flesh and blood inside, the zombies and demons sleeping in the depths of the forest were completely wiped out. Completely disappeared from this world, without leaving any trace. Only the altar was left, and Wanda left it, and her figure quietly faded away. The 5 students in the cabin in the woods, Amy and Li Xiang and his wife began to prepare lunch for tonight while talking. At the same time, these energetic young students began to explore the cabin and found a group of mysterious objects and patterns in the cellar of the cabin. These props were originally prepared for them by those mysterious researchers, and they all summoned keys representing the ways of death of these 5 students. It was only because of the intervention of Amy, Li Xiang, and Wanda that these keys are now just ordinary collections. After a few days of playing, the group of people got along quite happily. It must be said that the place where the altar was specially selected by those mysterious organizations and institutions for the 5 students had very good landscapes. Whether it was camping or picnic, it was refreshing. This trip left unforgettable memories for the 5 students. They definitely didn't know that if they hadn't met Li Xiang and Amy on the road, the day they came might have become a desperate memory. The sun was bright that day. In front of the cabin, Kurt and the other 3 boys hugged Li Xiang and said happily and loudly, "Li, we have been very happy these days. If there is a chance in the future, we can make an appointment to go on a RV trip together." "Thank you, I hope your performance in the rugby team will get better and better, Kurt." Haha. The 2 girls also pulled Amy to discuss makeup and whitening. After all, when they heard that Amy was already 40, but still as young as 20, with delicate skin without a single wrinkle, they were amazed. Amy certainly couldn't say it was because of the Super Gene Serum, but she also happily told them about her previous beauty products and experience, and definitely went to bed early and got up early, and exercised more. After a warm and reluctant farewell, the 5 students got on the RV and chose to leave. Looking at the RV disappearing at the end of the road, Amy and Li Xiang turned their heads and saw Wanda in a golden saint's clothes quietly emerging less than 5 meters away. "Madam, Doctor. It seems that Ophelia is going to remove that thing." Seeing Wanda, Li Xiang and Amy immediately understood. "Yes, and Lady Ophelia has sent people to arrest and try those who are related or directly supportive," Wanda said softly. Although it was just one sentence, the couple could hear the bloody storm from it. After looking at the database and encrypted data obtained by Veronica's intrusion into the network, the large and small lists of people directly and indirectly involved are astronomical. The word trial means the end of those who are in high positions or the rich and powerful. But thinking of the tragic deaths of innocent people who were sacrificed in various ways in the data, Li Xiang and Amy could not feel any sympathy at all. The couple had never been exposed to such ugliness and darkness under Leon's intentional or unintentional guidance. At most, they encountered robbers or murderers when traveling, but compared with these people, the crimes were nothing. Amy looked at her husband with a little expectation in her eyes. They have been together for decades. Li Xiang immediately guessed what his wife was going to do and quickly put his arm around Amy's shoulders. "We are still going to travel, what's so good about this? And this level of battle will distract Wanda from taking care of us, which is not good." Wanda hesitated to speak. In fact, it seemed that she didn't need to be distracted much. But seeing the sweet look of the old couple, her eyes suddenly became absent-minded. Amy listened to her husband's words and thought about it. After all, Wanda was doing a serious business, and she couldn't let anything happen because of her. She didn't want to be a burden. Although there was Leon's reason, no one would dare to blame her, but she would not feel good. "Okay, then we will leave. Wanda, the next thing will be handed over to you. Be careful about everything. If you think there is anything wrong, call for support immediately." Amy came to Wanda and took her hand. She was also quite clear about Wanda's life experience. In other words, everyone in Saint Seiya has their own story, but the early stories are not very beautiful. Feeling Amy's earnest instructions and the sincere concern, Wanda's heart was filled with warmth, and she pursed her lips and smiled softly in response. "Yes, I understand, madam." "Why call her madam? Call her auntie from now on. There are not so many rules in private." "Yes." After a cordial exchange and concern, Amy and Li Xiang got on the luxury off-road RV and left in Wanda's eyes. 0*. A breeze blew by, and Wanda stood there, seeming to recall the feeling of being cared for just now. The terrifying small universe suddenly exploded. Here is a huge amount of altars, and there are 5 stone tablets around the altar, representing sluts, fools, athletes, scholars and virgins respectively. After so many years, she tried to find the souls of her parents, but the result was that they had already been reincarnated. Wanda smiled and whispered softly. "Who is it?" The red light dissipated, as if nothing had happened. In this order of sacrifice, the so-called response of the ancient gods is obtained, and this so-called response is actually a bridge of communication. She had completely let go of the past, and her thoughts and memories of her father and mother remained in her heart forever. As for the idea of resurrecting her father and mother, she had had it, but she didn't do it in the end. But, this is what Wanda wanted. Then it fell downwards like a meteor. Wanda was actually going to pass directly into the world of the ancient god through this channel. Because the huge arm stretched out by the ancient god was cut off by some force. Without sacrifices, the so-called ancient gods cannot descend. It can also be a bridge in the literal sense, building a bridge channel between reality and the dimension where the evil gods are located, so that the evil gods and demons can descend through this bridge and channel. I found you. Wanda would not care so much. A flash of red light flashed in her eyes, and she forced alter reality, making the 5 stone tablets passively think that they have completed the order ritual. In an instant, the ground shook and flashed, and a red light appeared in the bottomless to build this bridge. Specific rituals, sacrifices and spells are required, which are closely related to those who are summoned and communicated. Oh, it's great in this world, any evil gods or demons from other world dimensions that are summoned on Earth by sacrifice, the fundamental core purpose is to build a bridge. This bridge can be a human body, allowing those evil gods and demons to occupy the body with a part of their consciousness and soul. After just roaring, the voice turned into pain. Definitely at her level, alter reality is very simple, as long as she is willing to recreate a father and mother. But she knew very well that it was not what she wanted in her heart, and there was no need to stop here. Wanda's figure suddenly disappeared in it. The next moment, with roars and riots of power, the channel was trampled alive, and the originally shaking mountains returned to calm again. Endless abyss under the altar. After a long time, Wanda lowered her head, and the sweet smile she had originally worn became calm. She didn't see any movement. A golden vortex channel suddenly appeared in front of her feet. She stepped in and the next moment, she came to the deepest part of the underground experimental base in the mountains. As for who she reincarnated into, she didn't look for it, because that was her parents' new life, cleansing the memory in the past, and there was no need to force a change. In another unknown dimension, the Titan evil god, as the ruler of a world, had never expected that he would come to the human world to show his power and then rule that world. However, he did not expect that his claws would be wiped away by some force as soon as he stretched out his claws. After Wanda murmured, she saw a huge arm stretched out from the bottomless abyss, accompanied by a terrifying and excited roar, but the bridge and channel were opened, which meant that the ancient gods had completed the response and were about to descend to the world. No, it should be said that it was forcibly erased. The ancient god roared angrily, and the mountains shook more and more strongly. Wanda's figure flashed with golden light and broke through the air and stood above the abyss, overlooking the vortex with red flames below, without any hesitation. Boom! Don't worry, we will all live well. Perhaps this is happiness. Wanda is very satisfied. Perhaps she has had a tragic experience, but at the same time, after the darkness, she also ushered in light. She looked up at the sky, and the clouds seemed to converge to form 2 faces from her perspective. She smiled sweetly unconsciously. Chapter 142. The Titan is the father of Asgard Odin in some Norse mythology. He is definitely Odin's father. If Odin really takes this matter seriously, I'm afraid that Odin's real father will come from Soul Castle to his dimension world and kill him. The Titan is very proud. His life level is definitely the first echelon of the father god, but compared with his long life, it seems a bit lame, but after all, it is called the ancient god, which is not something that any god can bear. It's just that the Titan didn't expect that one day someone would build a bridge to his world through sacrifices and rituals. He was ready to go to the earth to show his strength, but his claws were cut off as soon as he stretched out. It's not just Chi-Chi, the guy who cut off his claws dared to kill him along the bridge channel to his world. This made the Titan angry. Even if you want to bully someone, you shouldn't do it this way. I haven't provoked you yet, but you cut off one of my hands. Now you're coming to kill me, as if you want to root out the roots. You're not much different from Odin's style of doing things back then. This is a desolate world, with haze and black fog everywhere, and magma erupting from time to time on the surface of the world. In such a world, it's no wonder that the Titans want to expand their colonial business. The Titans are tens of thousands of meters tall, with a textured black skin on the surface of their bodies. Their terrifying muscles look powerful, and their huge amounts of arms and legs make the Titans feel oppressive, especially their huge heads, scarlet eyes, and bloody fangs, which are enough to bite everything to pieces. The body contains a vast and violent energy, allowing the Titans to easily destroy a world or a planet. His scarlet eyes looked at the golden figure in front of him. The brilliant golden holy light exploded, the stars twinkled, and a tiny person wearing gorgeous golden armor was seen floating, staring at him with cold and ruthless eyes. Feeling the sacredness and divinity contained in the golden armor, and the dangerous aura emanating from the other party, Rage's Titan suddenly calmed down a lot. After a moment of silence, Titan's thunderous voice exploded throughout the world. Are you a human from Earth? Wanda, the Gold Saint under the command of God King Leon, is arresting you in accordance with the will of Lady Ophelia. Wanda stared at Titan, quickly constructed the other party's information data, and was also thinking about the battle plan. Leon God King? Gold Saint? Lady Ophelia? Titan was a little confused. What the hell is this? Why has he never heard of these? In his long memory, shouldn't the Earth and humans be ruled by Asgard? Even if they want to cause trouble, shouldn't they be Asgardians? And he clearly felt that the little guy in front of him was a human, but he also had an unknown and powerful sacred aura. Such divinity came from a powerful god, a god he had never heard of. If he didn't know that Odin, the damn old thing, should be almost old, he would not dare to go to the Earth to cause trouble even if he had 10,000 guts. Now that Odin is not here, why are there these unknown gods? Is Midgard ruled by another god? To be able to be named the God King, it is obvious that he should be at the same level as Odin. The Titan ancient god looks tall and brutal, but in fact, those who can reach this level generally know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Obviously, the human in front of him can make him feel dangerous, and his strength must not be inferior to his own. You have to know that this trademark opponent came from the human world to his dimension, and his strength will naturally be suppressed because of the rules. Even so, just being watched by the opponent makes him feel frightened, and you can imagine how dangerous it is. Wanda is already strong enough, so how strong must the God King Leon behind her and the person called Lady Ophelia be? The strength must be stronger than this woman. In addition to these two, who knows if there are more? As his thoughts turned, the ferocious aura of the Titan god weakened a lot. His tone was not humble, but it was not much better. Respected strong man, I have not caused any harm to the Earth, and you have wiped out one of my arms. Zero. He raised his armless shoulder and looked pitiful. It must be said that a Titan with a height of tens of thousands of meters and a ferocious look like this is a bit nauseating. As a visual creature, Wanda did not feel pity, but only felt that the other party was ugly. Whether it was the tone or the hypocritical posturing, she felt sick. The Titan god seemed to think that this way could avoid a war with no benefits, but he did not know that all his posturing could not cover up the rage and bloodthirstiness he suppressed under the performance. I received only one order, to arrest you. Wanda replied coldly, her eyes shone with sharp golden light and shadow, and there was a touch of red under the golden color. Boom! The overwhelming aura suddenly swept the whole world, and then suddenly raised his right fist and blasted at the Titan. The Golden Saint's kingly fighting method, the light speed punch. Billions of dazzling beams of light bloomed like meteors, shooting towards the ancient Titan, and each punch contained the terrifying power to easily destroy a planet. Damn human! The Titan roared with grievance and anger. Facing billions of beams of light, he swept the remaining hand across, and the surging energy blocked the endless beams of light. Boom! 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 A thunderous roar exploded, and the whole world fell into turmoil in an instant. The surface within hundreds of millions of kilometers was cracked by the collision of forces. Malta gushed out from these bottomless cracks and rolled back into the sky. It was like the end of the world. The wind swept, and Wanda stood in the sky, with her cloak fluttering behind her. She looked at the Titan indifferently and raised her hands. Boom! The terrible small universe burned violently, and a bright energy like a meteorite appeared on her hands. Chapter 143. Meteorites of brilliant energy were densely packed, lighting up countless stars above his hands. The beautiful stars were shining with dazzling light, but they contained tremendous energy, which made people tremble with fear. When the Titan ancient god felt this huge power, he immediately realized that he might not be able to stop the terrifying power brewed by the human woman, and there was a high probability that he would die. As a powerful life, the Titan ancient god had an extraordinary bloodline and had an innate advantage in instinct. He was very confident in himself, very confident, but also very timid. When he saw that the human woman actually used such a terrifying move to treat him, his huge amounts of body were trembling all over. He just wanted to curse now. Didn't you say you wanted to arrest me? Do you want to see what you are doing now? Does the thing you are holding look like you want to arrest me? I think you are determined to kill me with one move. It is impossible to stop him, unless he is not afraid of death, and before he dies, he will spit out a wave of sweet words and then die at the speed of light. That might preserve a little bit of his dignity as the Titan Ancient God. But the Titan Ancient God is not that stupid, the so-called dignity is nothing compared to life. So the Titan Ancient God slid down to his knees at the speed of light, literally, and knelt directly on the ground with his huge body, shouting in a hurried and humble tone, "I am willing to submit to the great God King Ji." The atmosphere fell into a strange silence in an instant. Wanda held up the brilliant galaxy, and looked at the kneeling Titan Ancient God in front of her in a daze. She couldn't believe her eyes. When she received the mission, the cruel summoning rituals in the data and the description of the Titan Ancient God were all cruel, brutal, ruthless, cold-blooded, and other negative words, so Wanda was ready to use the big move Galaxy Star Explosion to greet him, and then talk about whether he died or not. Anyway, Wanda's personality is to greet him first. After all, she can perceive that the opponent is definitely a very scary god and demon 01. Especially this is the opponent's home court, and going all out is the best way. As a result, the opponent didn't fight at all and slid to his knees at the speed of light, which was completely beyond her imagination. In her memory, in the knowledge and history she learned, basically there was no such phenomenon. There are examples of a father of heaven submitting to another father of heaven, a demon lord submitting to another demon lord, and even becoming a slave. But the premise is that you have to fight first, and conquer you with powerful power. It's already standard procedure. What's this guy like? Wanda hesitated, and wondered if this was the opponent's trick, trying to use this shameless way to lower her vigilance, and then launch an attack. Wanda narrowed her eyes, and immediately had an idea in her mind. The bright galaxy held in her hands suddenly dissipated, but the small universe in her body seemed calm but was actually still brewing, and she could launch the next attack anytime and anywhere. Seeing Wanda put away the terrifying move, the Titan Ancient God also breathed a sigh of relief, and then knelt on the ground flatteringly and didn't dare to get up. This look made Wanda a little at a loss. Just when she was considering whether to beat this guy half to death first, suddenly, the sky changed, and the gathered clouds suddenly exploded and split into two halves, emitting a dazzling sacred light, and the indescribable great sacred eyes fell on the Titan Ancient God. The terrible pressure that was almost impossible to resist made the Titan Ancient God's huge body tremble. In the dark, he felt as if he was in a terrible winter world, and the biting cold air was about to freeze his body and soul. A greater god descended on this dimensional world. Countless lives in the entire dimension also felt this great divine arrival, and instinctively knelt on the ground and trembled, with only instinctive fear left in their minds and consciousness. The Titan Ancient God immediately lowered his huge head and prostrated himself on the ground in piety and humility. Wanda felt the owner of that gaze and immediately knelt on one knee in the sky. God King, well done, Wanda. The mighty divine voice was in the ears of the Titan Ancient God and Wanda. This voice did not reveal any emotion. Wanda was happy, but the Titan Ancient God felt a chill in his heart. Just a glance across two dimensions, contained the majestic power, which made him not have the courage to resist at all. What was the origin of the God King named Leon, and why was he so powerful? I am afraid that he is even more terrifying than Odin. Why has he never heard of him in the endless years? The Titan God was puzzled, but now he could not continue to think. The majestic and sacred gaze fell on him, making his consciousness a little turbid and chaotic, and he could not think. A very smart choice. From now on, you are my slave. After the voice fell, the Titan God felt that his soul and even his body were imprinted with some kind of mark, and this mark made him dare not think about it. Instinctively let him know that once he dared to disobey orders and will, then his ending would be only one, death. Yes, great God King. The Titan God said tremblingly. After he expressed his opinion, he retracted his gaze, and the cracked sky dimmed the light, and the dark clouds slowly gathered again and returned to their original appearance. Everything became calm, except for the sound of the countless cracks in the billions of kilometers of earth spewing magma and rolling back the sky. The Titan God knelt on the ground for a long time before he dared to slowly raise his huge head and look at the sky silently. The terrifying woman also left, leaving quietly. After confirming that Leon and Wanda had left, the Titan God got up from the ground and sat on the crack where the magma was spewing, blocking the magma sky. However, he was hit and burned by the hot magma, but he did not feel any pain. He sat there blankly, and it took a while before he showed bitterness. Damn it, this trademark became a slave all of a sudden. Alas, those damn idiots, such a terrifying existence appeared on the earth, and they dared to build a bridge to try to summon him, a bunch of idiots, garbage. The Titan ancient god was so angry that if he could, he wanted to pull out the idiots who summoned him one by one and torture them severely. Pietro picked up a banana and peeled it, complaining while eating it. The maids took the shed clothes and clean new clothes, bowed respectfully and retreated to wait at the gate of heaven. The Titan time ended anticlimactically, and Wanda felt a little helpless. Although it was a mission, the Titan ancient god was undoubtedly a good opponent, otherwise she would not have started with a battle method of the level of Galaxy Starburst. For example, he asked her to stop jumping and be steady, bala bala, etc. Leaning against the edge of the pool, Wanda closed her eyes and enjoyed the quiet atmosphere. Because of the barrier, the noise outside could not be transmitted. Pietro sat beside her. Wanda soaked in the pool, the warm feeling, the quiet atmosphere, the blue sky shining from the skylight, everything seemed extremely beautiful. How was it? What kind of enemies did you encounter? Was it fun? Hey, my dear sister, I heard you went on a mission. The two came to the back garden of the twin uterus. The beautiful mountains and waters, the pebble-paved roads, the dense forests and the lakes showed how old this back garden was. The Gemini Palace is large enough. As one of the 12 zodiac signs, it originally had many layers of barriers, and it was very perfect in terms of defense and other aspects. But this is just icing on the cake. Returning to the Gemini Palace, after taking off the Gemini gold cloth, Wanda, who was wearing exquisitely carved clothes, took off her clothes and stepped into the warm and clean spring water pool on the exquisite jade pillars under the crowd and service of a group of maids. You have to know that he is the elder brother, and he is simply the anti-Tian gang. The key is that he can't refute it, because he has no ability to refute it. Wanda's popularity in the Holy Land is not low. She is gentle, sweet, and kind. Even among the Golden Sequence, she is the most popular. Uncle Caecilius, Lady Ophelia, and King Leon all like Wanda. As for those below the Golden Sequence, everyone respects Wanda, likes Wanda, and worships Wanda. She is completely a goddess among goddesses. There are too many people who admire her. She is simply the princess of the Holy Land. Pietro usually doesn't dare to complain to others casually. If he is not careful, he will glare at him. For example, Uncle Caecilius will even pull him to the name of sparring, but in fact he is looking for an opportunity to beat him up. Fortunately, Pietro has a good mentality, otherwise he will have to blacken directly. This is the sanctuary. You represent the highest gold sequence in the sanctuary. You must show the dignity and maturity of a gold saint, you idiot. Wanda rolled her eyes and couldn't help complaining. Forget it. What's the dignity? I'm also dignified when I need to be dignified, okay? Pietro retorted, and those formalisms, As he said that, he found that Wanda's cold eyes were coming at him. He quickly changed the subject, but everyone has a different personality. Didn't the God King say that you don't have to suppress your personality? Order and order have never been this kind of formalism, but originated from order. You'd say that? Wanda pulled out a banana and threw it at Pietro. She definitely knew it, but she was angry when she saw Pietro's frivolous appearance. He said he was a brother, but in her eyes, he was just a naughty brother who liked to make trouble. She couldn't help but find fault and teach him a lesson. She didn't really force Pietro to change his personality according to her own ideas. You are becoming more and more demanding of me now, even stricter than my mother was at the beginning. Don't forget that I was born earlier than you. I know, I know. The maids placed fresh fruits and juices that suited their tastes on the table in front of them. At Wanda's nod, the maids bent down and left the platform, waiting in the distance. On the platform by the lake, Wanda sat gracefully, elegant and virtuous. But she didn't expect the Titan to slide to his knees so quickly that it was comparable to her sonic punch. Wanda is very quiet, kind, and gentle. She would give instructions to these warriors from time to time in her spare time, so her prestige in the domain is very high. When she got halfway, she suddenly saw Pietro walking towards her in a red jacket, t-shirt, and jeans. On the surface, it seemed nothing, but a closer look revealed that the jacket and trouser legs were a little damaged, obviously after a battle. Wearing open-toed high and low sandals, she walked along the corridor towards the bedroom. The gold saints of other palaces would give instructions from time to time like her. After all, these warriors also belonged to her and were considered her subordinates. Some necessary tasks and things were sent to these warriors to deal with, and they must be careful. Since coming to the sanctuary, he found that his sister had changed. She became like a strict teacher, and her demands on him became more and more strict, and even required some of his lifestyle. After soaking for a while, Wanda stood up and changed into new clothes with the help of the maids. She was dressed in a more casual way, with skin-friendly materials. The gauze outer coat was similar to a dress, simple but not lacking in exquisiteness, and the pattern of the material showed exquisiteness and beauty. In desperation, she could only return to the sanctuary, and after delivering the order in the temple, she returned to the Gemini Palace. After all, they are both 16 years old now. Although they are twins, they should have a sense of boundaries. Everything was quiet and peaceful, and she liked this feeling. Nodding with satisfaction, Wanda and Pietro, the twins, continued to walk along the corridor, but did not continue to walk towards the bedroom. Pietro was still as lively and frivolous as ever, which made Wanda frown unconsciously. However, there were maids around, so she didn't scold him harshly, but still said coldly, "You should be more stable, Pichier. It is enough to accommodate these warriors to practice and fight here." Unlike the empty situation 3 years ago, the Gemini Palace now has a large number of attendants, but they are all maintenance people and chefs, and there are definitely some awakening small universes attached to the Gemini Palace to learn the Gemini secret battle method. Wanda was not surprised. This kind of sparring battle was too common in the sanctuary. After all, as one of the 12 zodiac signs, her reputation in the sanctuary is already at its peak. Pietro held his head with both hands and responded perfunctorily, but when he noticed Wanda's gradually cold eyes, he stood up straight as a reflex, changing his frivolous temperament. Chapter 144. It's just a fight between twins. Pietro knew it well, but he always fell for it. Who told him to pamper his sister? Definitely the biggest reason is that Wanda, who looks like a sister, is actually a sister who naturally suppresses him. He picked up the banana Wanda threw to him, peeled it, and ate it. By the way, you haven't told me what mission you performed yet. The sanctuary is located in a certain galaxy, not on Earth, so Pietro, who is in the sanctuary, is not aware of what happened on Earth. Moreover, things on Earth are checked by some special departments at the headquarters base in Madripoor port on Earth, and they don't need to monitor them specifically. In addition to the mission, the saints and guards need to practice, and practice. Some people on Earth are not very peaceful. They want to summon a Titan ancient god through some kind of blood sacrifice ceremony. Lady Ophelia asked me to solve it. Wanda did not hide it. In the sanctuary, the missions sent by Ophelia are generally not specifically explained with a certain degree of confidentiality, and most people will not ask about it. If asked, it is basically the kind of relationship that is very good, so it doesn't matter to tell. If it involves the highest level of confidentiality, then Wanda will not say it. Listening to Wanda's words, Pietro nodded in sudden realization and said with interest, "Titan ancient god? He must be very strong, right?" Wanda's face immediately became a little strange, but after thinking about it, she did not deny it. Indeed, he is very strong. Although the performance of the Titan ancient god was extremely poor, which was completely inconsistent with his domineering name, and he slid to his knees at the speed of light, she had never seen him in her life, but Wanda did not deny his strength. The opponent's strength is indeed not weak. In fact, Wanda is confident that she can win the fight, but she only has a general idea of how long it will take and the degree of danger. Wanda has no shortage of combat experience. There are many saints of the same level. In daily sparring and fighting, except for a little bit of reserve, there is generally no difference from life and death struggles. However, this is limited to the saint field. She has never fought with those lives outside, so she is somewhat uncertain in her heart. Pietro naturally does not know Wanda's thoughts. He thought that Wanda fought the so-called Titan god very fiercely before taking him down, so he sighed with a little envy. It just so happens that I also want to carry out the mission and fight those monsters. What a pity fight. Haven't you fought enough in the sanctuary? How can I fight enough? And Uncle Caecilius and the others are not bad. Fighting with them with all your heart and soul. Pietro was depressed when he talked about this. Before fighting with Uncle Caecilius, he realized that his companions were using more and more means and routines against him. At the beginning, they used a series of big moves to try to limit his super-fast speed. Then after he slowed down, he left no trace at all, and the saturation attack continued. If he was not careful, he would be passively hit. If he did not have this very powerful ability, he might have died. Fortunately, his reaction in the battle was not weak, so he was able to hold on and even fight back. Even so, he was still often embarrassed. Moreover, among the golds of the same level, his combat power was not the weakest, but his microcosm level was only middle class. Microcosm, as the source of life and power of Saint Seiya, is essentially linked to combat power. Tactics and combat experience can assist, but the real decision of victory is still microcosm. So he can't really be called the strongest, but the speed development of high-speed movement allows him to have combat power above his original microcosm. Once this ability is intentionally restricted, it will drop sharply. Compared with the fighting monster Saint Seiya who claims that the same trick will not work the second time, Pietro prefers to fight other monster lives. Facing Pietro's small complaints, Wanda ignored them directly and drank juice elegantly with a cup. You should also stabilize yourself. Look at your little universe. You are the weakest among the golden sequence. Wanda made a small sarcasm. Pietro immediately retorted, who said I am the weakest? I also work hard, okay. Hehe, you should let Instructor Stephanie continue to supervise you. No, I don't want to see Instructor Stephanie again. Hey? What do you mean? You actually dislike Instructor Stephanie? It seems that I need to talk to her. Please, don't be like this. You know Instructor Stephanie, I am most afraid of her. Hehe. The picture stretched out, as if crossing the dimension, and came to Helheim. In front of the castle of the goddess of death Hela, a thunder exploded, and two figures fell from the sky and fell in front of the castle. A deep voice resounded with thunder. Hela, I Thor, Loki, come to challenge you. Cool armor, red and black cloaks dancing in the wind, Thor and Loki stood in front of the castle and issued a challenge. A surge of air swept away, and even blew away the surrounding maze. Compared with 3 years ago, Thor and Loki have become more confident and calm. After a lot of scolding, the owner of the castle finally appeared. Ong! In front of the castle, accompanied by a purple-grey light and shadow, the goddess of death Hela, wearing a green coat and a sexy figure with long black hair, appeared in front of the two brothers. Seeing the real owner appear, the expressions of the two brothers Thor and Loki immediately became serious. Hela. Thor's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Seeing this sister, he felt the pain in his body. It was the pain brought by the challenges and scars on his body over and over again in the past 3 years. 3 years ago, since he and Loki grabbed the night sky sword and escaped from Helheim at the critical moment, because Mjolnir was after Hela ruthlessly crushed him, he fell into a little confusion and didn't know what to do. After all, his companion who had been with him since birth was crushed, and the pain could not be expressed in words. However, after experiencing a series of things, Thor became mature and his will became stronger. He did not lose his will because of the destruction of Mjolnir. On the contrary, whether it was for himself to become stronger or to get the broken Mjolnir back from Hela, he forced himself to adapt to the loss of Mjolnir, so that he could fully exert his full strength without the help of Mjolnir. Loki was trying to study and learn more powerful magic. Asgard originally had this extremely powerful background, and there were a lot of books on magic, not to mention rune magic, and he began to get involved in this aspect. Both brothers became stronger in their own way. For 3 years, the two brothers took Hela as their target, broke into Helheim again and again, fought again, and let the other party leave scars on themselves again, and escaped narrowly again and again. After 3 years of growth, the two brothers have grown to a very powerful height, and even the two brothers themselves have never realized that they are determined to surpass Hela and defeat Hela. The main reason is definitely because Hela is strong, and the gap between their strength is very different. No matter how they improve, they will be defeated by the other party. And they are defeated in various ways. Hela looked at the two brothers in front of her, and her eyes shifted to the eternal spear Gungnir in Loki's hand. She raised her eyebrows. Ha, that old guy is no longer good? In the end, he actually gave this thing to you. Hela's impolite words did not make Thor and Loki angry. Because of the countless battles in the past 3 years, the two brothers have heard countless times that the other party can ridicule Odin from various angles. At first, the two brothers would be angry, but later they were numb. Hela, hand over Mjolnir. Thor clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashed with lightning, and an unimaginable terrifying aura surged. This aura was so powerful that Hela was even a little amazed, and her eyes flickered slightly. This stupid brother was indeed a genius to be recognized by the old guy Odin. In the past 3 years of beatings, the other party had an indomitable will and fought again and again. After each defeat, he would return with high morale the next time, and he would be stronger than the last time. Now, from the perspective of strength alone, Thor has reached the level of Yason. As for Loki, it is similar. Thor and Loki have different ways of fighting. The former is a warrior, while the latter is more like a pure magician. Loki's previous path has been somewhat divergent, or it can be said that it is influenced by the Asgard's tough folk customs and fighting style. Although Loki is extremely amazing in magic ability, he prefers to fight in close combat with 2 small daggers. He is afraid that he will not be recognized by the people of Asgard, and he also wants to show his bravery through close combat, but this path is not suitable for Loki. After experiencing it again and again, Loki has also grown up, and his personality and concepts have changed a lot, knowing that strength is strength. As long as you have strong strength, whether it is close combat or magic, you will win the cheers and applause of the people of Asgard. Loki has devoted himself to magic, learned all kinds of powerful magic, and also began to dabble in rune magic. Rune magic is the origin of Asgard magic, and each word contains different powerful powers. If you fully comprehend it, you will gain supreme power. So Loki is not inferior to Thor in terms of combat power, and if the 2 brothers really fight, I am afraid that Thor will not be as good as Loki. Little guys, I really like you more and more. Hela looked at the 2 brothers and said with a joking expression, it always brings a little fun to my boring life. After saying that, she specially added, the fun of beating you. Hela's sarcasm did not break the 2 brothers' defense. They just looked at Hela without changing their expressions. This made Hela a little disappointed, but also more excited. She liked to watch the 2 brothers break their defense. The higher the GT, the more pleasure she would get after the 2 brothers broke their defense. Okay, you 2 idiots, come on, try to please me. Hela raised her index finger and hooked it at the 2 brothers, as if to ask for a beating. Thor and Loki were not provoked at all. After looking at each other and nodding, Thor took the lead. He did not make any moves before, but Hela suddenly looked down at the ground and felt the terrifying lightning surging under her feet. Then the ground was broken by a beam of lightning. Huge amounts of lightning connected the sky and the earth. Hela was bathed in it and endured the terrifying destruction of thunder. I didn't expect that Thor, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also learn to play dirty tricks. After a successful attack, Thor did not stay cold, for the money, and continued to chase in place. His cloak fluttered wildly behind him. He paused slightly, opened his fists, and then immediately swung his arms forward and aimed them straight and parallel at the people in the sky who were baptized by thunder. Hela! Boom! The dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the dark clouds turned into a vortex. The thunder of hundreds of thousands of miles turned the sky into a sea of thunder. Hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of terrible thunders tore through the space like spears and sharp blades, shooting towards Hela. The dense bombardment continued, and the terrible lightning turned the surrounding area into a daylight. The scorching heat made the air distorted. Not only that, Loki held the eternal spear grid near and stabbed it to the ground. Outside the lightning column connecting the sky and the earth, dozens of magic circles formed a more solid and complex barrier from bottom to top outside the lightning column. It is more like a cage specifically for Hela. In this cage, curses, weakening, bleeding, soul attacks and other negative magic blessings made Hela's soul and body weakened, and Thor's full-strength thunder attack was added. The combination of the 2 was enough to kill any enemy instantly. However, Thor and Loki knew very well that Hela, their sister, will not die so easily. If the Father God could be killed so easily, he would not be called the Father God. Boom! 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 The baptism of thunder lasted for an unknown period of time. Thor and Loki stared at Hela, who seemed motionless in the thunder, and frowned. They felt something was wrong. Was Hela really killed? How could this be possible? Chapter 145. The 2 brothers looked at each other, and they could see different emotions in each other's eyes. What kind of attitude do Thor and Loki have towards Hela? Hatred? It can't be called that. After all, Hela is different from the snake. The snake wants to overthrow Odin's rule, kill Odin, kill Thor, kill Loki, and kill everyone related to Odin. That's it. Thor and Loki treat the snake without any hatred. It's just a pure enemy, an enemy that must be killed. The snake is like this, what about Hela? Think about it for a moment. Hela is Odin's eldest daughter and their sister. Even if they have never met since they were born and have no feelings, did Hela cause any damage to Asgard after breaking through Helheim? In fact, there is no damage at all. At most, Asgard appeared, extracted their souls and exiled them to Helheim, and fought to the death with Hela in the castle after many battles. Hela even crushed Thor's Mjolnir. The two sides seem to have become enemies to the death. Thor and Loki thought so at the time. However, in the 3 years that followed, Thor and Loki came to Helheim again and again to challenge Hela, and were beaten again and again. They were able to escape by luck after seemingly losing each time. 1 time was lucky, 2 times were lucky, the 3rd time, the 4th time, and many more times. Even if Thor and Loki were stupid, they saw something. With Hela's absolutely overwhelming level, they could still escape again and again. This was originally not logical and common sense. Hela was also a father god in water. They were strong, and they were not even sub-fathers at that time. If Hela really wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. But Hela did not kill them. She tortured them in a way that seemed extremely playful and torturous, and constantly ridiculed and mocked them with words. However, what was the actual result? It was their growth beyond imagination. In 3 years, they reached the level of sub-fathers, and this Kongdong combat power was completely a mining, Abvi, celebration for the following. Hela knew that they were here to defeat her, and even to kill her, but she watched them grow up step by step. Thor and Loki had already realized that Hela had some emotional changes in her heart, and her complex feelings towards them. So Thor and Loki's attitude towards Hela had changed a long time ago. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, they also had a good impression of Hela. This good impression came from the admiration of the naughty brother for the majestic and powerful sister? Or was it just a pure good impression? They didn't know. But at least, they knew one thing clearly, they didn't want to see Hela die, they just wanted to defeat Hela and prove to Hela that Father God Odin was right to choose them. So seeing Hela's life and death uncertain, Thor and Loki hesitated. Thor gritted his teeth and planned to withdraw his divine power directly. But a voice broke his idea. Ha, is this how you have grown in the past 3 years? Oh, my stupid brothers, I think your growth rate is as slow as your father's pet raven eating. Although you have learned a little bit of cleverness, I am the goddess of death Hela, the death god who brings you despair. Thor and Loki were shocked and looked over. They saw that the goddess of death Hela, who was originally motionless in the lightning column, opened her eyes and looked down at them with a playful expression. Then a golden holy light flashed in her eyes, and the surging and terrifying power forcibly shattered everything. The terrifying breath that rolled and tore everything apart rushed straight into the sky, tearing apart the sea of thunder formed by hundreds of thousands of gatherings in the sky, and even Loki's magic was shattered. Endless lightning turned into airwaves and swept in all directions. Thor and Loki subconsciously stretched out their hands to block in front of them. Under this huge air wave, their legs were nailed to the ground and slid back hundreds of meters before stopping. Putting down their hands, Thor and Loki looked at each other helplessly, looking at the infinitely arrogant Hela floating in the sky. What should they say? But it's good, at least it proves that Hela is not that weak. Thor roared angrily, and the lightning wrapped around his body tore the sky and rushed towards Hela in the sky at an astonishing speed. Facing the attacking Thor, the latter sneered and pointed his index finger at Thor. The kingly way of fighting, the speed of light finger. The golden beam of light instantly bloomed from the fingertips, but what Hela didn't expect was that the beam of light hit Thor and actually penetrated his body. The opponent's body became stiff in midair, then turned into lightning and exploded. This is just a puppet body condensed by thunder? At the same time, there was a wave behind him, and the weak lightning exploded to reveal Thor's figure. He raised his right leg high and smashed it down at Hela's head with unparalleled terrifying power. Hela reacted immediately and turned around and pointed his index finger at the calf of Thor's right leg. Boom! The collision of the two forces created a terrifying storm. The raging air waves blew across, blowing away the fog and bending the forest in the distance. When Hela wanted to continue attacking, she suddenly found that the purple glass mirrors formed a hexagonal block around her, and Thor's body flashed and disappeared instantly. Boom! The beams of negative power such as curses shot out from the mirrors of the hexagonal block like a storm. Hela's figure was slightly blurred, seemingly motionless, but in fact, at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, she made thousands of small movements in 1 second, and she almost avoided the attack of the beams every time. So the visual effect of Hela's figure becoming illusory and those dense and tiny needle-like beams piercing her body was presented. What a fast speed, it's really hell. Thor, who was floating in the sky in the distance, couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw this. This inhuman speed, as well as the coordination, disguise, anticipation of attacks, Kong-Ying nerves, etc., were simply unimaginable to him. At least in Thor's opinion, it was no different from a monster. Although I have learned to master the subtle power, combat skills, and awareness, etc. in the battles over the past 3 years, I am still far behind her. Chapter 146. Asgard's fighting style is to throw and spin vigorously. What attack and power are finely controlled? What are they? When facing an attack, if you can dodge, dodge. If you can't dodge, just resist. As for the attack, it's just a matter of one hammer. If one hammer doesn't kill, use 2 hammers. But this fighting style is full of flaws for the Saint Seiya who has already awakened the 7th sense. After repeated painful lessons, Thor and Loki are improving and learning to eliminate their shortcomings and flaws in the battle. Otherwise, Thor would not have shown the fighting skills and details that surprised Hela at the beginning. These improvements are visible to the naked eye, but when he saw the understated and narrow dodge method shown by Hela, he felt that his improvements were not enough and he was not good enough. The same is true for Loki. Don't think that magic does not require fine control. A powerful magician not only uses one magic in an instant, but can even use multiple magics to attack. This is actually a fine control of power. Loki saw that magic had no effect on Hela, and that the other party seemed to be dodging. He frowned and gritted his teeth, and stretched out his hand towards Hela. Boom! Just behind Hela, a dark purple crack appeared in the space, and a terrifying huge claw grabbed Hela. Hela felt the terrifying power and destructive power contained in the claw, and her mouth curved, and her figure disappeared on the spot. The huge amounts of claws grabbed Lonely. When it appeared again, it had come to Loki, and one hand grabbed Loki's neck. The latter's pupils were slightly dilated, but he was not panicked. His eyes were grey-blue, and the terrifying and cold air suddenly broke out with him as the center. Hela said "huh" as if surprised by the cold air, but she did not resist it, but turned into a light and disappeared on the spot again. The next second, a layer of phosphorescent fire ignited a few hundred meters away, blocking the terrible cold air that was sweeping in. She looked at the world turning into winter in surprise, and even her castle was frozen by the cold air. Ha, you've learned your lesson, Pise. This kind of freezing air, with a familiar breath, made Hela immediately understand why Loki could manipulate such a level of freezing air. This freezing air is not the power of Asgard, but comes from Loki's own bloodline, and also from another powerful artifact, which is stored in Odin's treasury, called the Ancient Winter Coffin, which can also be called the Casket of Ancient Winters. Hela knew this thing because this Ancient Winter Coffin came from another powerful race, Lauf, the king of the giants of Jotunheim in the Jotunheim kingdom, and the supreme artifact of the giants of Jotunheim. It was also because of the existence of the Ancient Winter Coffin, and Lauf, who was once powerful enough to rival Odin, that Asgard dared to start a war. Hela also participated in that war. Odin brought his troops and her to Jotunheim, beat up the giants of Jotunheim, and then was forced to sign a peace treaty. He also took away the artifact Ancient Winter Coffin. As the treasure of the giants of Jotunheim, the Ancient Winter Coffin only has the giants of the blood of Jotunheim can be used to exert its highest power. If used properly, it can quickly freeze a planet, and all life will be annihilated and killed under this terrifying freezing air. This thing originally had an awkward status. No one in Asgard could use it, even though it had almost infinite energy. So this thing was thrown into Odin's treasury and became a trophy and collection. Unexpectedly, Loki took this thing out of Odin's treasury and seemed to have found a way to use it. By using its characteristics of being connected to the blood of giants of Jotunheim, he could grow rapidly while using this freezing air without revealing the Ancient Winter Coffin. Being able to use this thing means that Loki already knew his life experience. If it was the previous Loki, he would never take this thing out of Odin's treasury. Because Loki has always believed that he is an Asgardian, and even proud of Asgard, using the Ancient Winter Coffin can easily expose his identity, and then he is very likely to be rejected. In Hela's understanding, Loki would not use this thing even if he died. It seems that you have accepted your identity. The way you did it just now was that you used magic to connect to the Ancient Winter Coffin, and you can control this power anytime and anywhere? It's a very smart move. Hela nodded in appreciation. In the past, she might have mocked Loki mercilessly, but now she knows that all blood and identity are fake, and only power is supreme. For the so-called identity, giving up the opportunity to make yourself stronger is not pride or glory, but inferiority and stupidity. What amazed Hela even more was that Loki's use of the ancient winter coffin was smarter than Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim, in terms of the means of control. The whistling cold wind blew, and everything condensed into frost, and snowflakes fell all over the sky. The lightning flashed, and with a roar, the inverted lightning broke through the wind and snow and rushed towards Hela. It was so fast that it came to Hela in an instant. The fist wrapped with infinite lightning slammed down. Hela's previous passiveness did not mean that she was really passive. It was more like a teacher checking and grading students' papers. Now the students' answers to her were basically satisfactory. Now, she could continue to torture happily. Boom! A slender finger pointed at Thor's fist, and terrifying lightning and air waves were raging. The ground under the two of them suddenly cracked, and dense cracks spread like a spider web. Good power, but not enough. In the turbulent air waves, Hela stood in place, even with one hand in the pocket of her coat. The ground cracked, but if you look closely, you will find that the ground under her feet has no signs of being damaged at all. Facing Hela's half-smiley expression, Thor's expression did not move at all. It was no surprise that the punch was blocked. He suddenly exerted force beyond his limit, but still could not shake Hela. The latter's strength increased with Thor's strength. It was impossible to break through her by brute force. Thor knew it was impossible, so this was just a cover. At the moment when the power burst out and Hela's strength increased, he retracted the power and let the power of Hela's index finger burst out. With this power, his figure quickly flew backwards. However, less than 20 meters after flying backwards, Thor's body rotated, clenched his fist and smashed the air behind him. The explosive force hammered the air and rippled. With the help of this recoil force, his body was forced to stop. Not only that, the electric light wrapped around his body actually dissipated. No, it should be said that it was condensed from his body. After the lightning converged inside himself, Thor's breath became more vigorous and dangerous, and even a touch of blue electric light could be seen flowing through the blood vessels on his neck. Bang! Thor's feet exploded, and he shot out, his speed so fast that Hela didn't even react. Or rather, Thor's speed exceeded Hela's preset threshold, which led to a wrong judgment. When she reacted, Uner's fist was less than a few centimeters away from her face. Luckily, Hela was a saint of the seventh sense after all, originally at the level of Heavenly Father, and her speed and reaction nerves were far superior to Thor's. Thor thought he had hit her hand, but suddenly found that Hela's body was tilted backwards at a not so large angle. Thor's fist just brushed past her skin. But, Thor's attack was far more than that. When his fist brushed past her cheek, Hela thought she had dodged the attack, but her cheek was suddenly hit hard, and her whole body was thrown backwards like a cannonball. Boom! 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 It broke countless twisted trees along the way, and it shot for tens of thousands of kilometers before landing on a small stream, splashing water and dirt all over the sky. With a flash of golden light, Hela's figure suddenly broke through the smoke and fell to the ground, looking at Thor, who was smashed into a piece of ruins at the end of the long passage in front of her. She reached out and wiped her unscathed cheek. She looked at the remaining flash of lightning on her fingertips and crushed it casually. Boom! Before she could say anything, the ground under her feet surged wildly. The dirt, water, twisted trees, jungle, and everything else seemed to come alive and were forcibly rubbed together by some force, turning into huge and thick terrifying palms, pressing down on Hela. Hela stretched out her palm and waved it violently, and a terrifying gale suddenly rolled up. The gale was like a torrent that destroyed everything, blowing away the huge mud and gravel that pressed down from the sky. The dust filled the sky and blocked her sight. The swift figure with an explosive breath broke through the dust and rushed over. Thor's eyes flashed with a monstrous fighting spirit. He completely turned himself into a human weapon, using all his joints such as fists, elbows, legs, knees, etc. to the extreme, and attacked Hela madly. Under the intensive attack like a tide, Hela actually felt a little pressure and had to use both hands to resist or counterattack. However, the number of counterattacks was not many, because Thor's crazy attack did not allow her to counterattack much. And Loki was not just watching. As one of the future kings favored by Odin, his magic ability was extremely excellent. In the past 3 years, I don't know how many kinds of magic he has learned, complicated magic, including white magic and black magic, fraud magic, soul magic, etc. In addition, he can also harness the power of the ancient winter coffin and use ice magic. He made good use of these magics, with Thor as the main attacker and himself as the auxiliary attacker. The two brothers had amazing tacit understanding and cooperated seamlessly, which put Hela at a disadvantage for a while. Oh boom! 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 The intensity of the battle caused the battlefield to shift. Deep pits were created one after another within millions of kilometers of the castle. The terrain was completely changed. Fortunately, the castle was protected by a magic barrier so that it could stand tall in such a battle. This huge amount of noise did not spread to the entire Helheim. The main reason was that Hela completely locked the battlefield area. No matter how fierce the battle was, no matter how big the aftermath was, it would not affect other places. After all, Helheim is her base camp and one of the sources of her current power. She can't let these two little guys destroy her foundation. The battle seemed to be very fierce, but in fact, both Thor and Loki found that no matter how dense their attacks were and how close their cooperation was, they couldn't crush Hela. All their attacks, whether magic, lightning, or Thor's physical skills, would be directly cracked by Hela. It's like a wave hitting a reef that stands still. As time goes by, that kind of powerlessness will begin to grow in the heart. Fortunately, the Thor brothers had experienced more despair and powerlessness in the past 3 years, so they were basically numb. They devoted themselves to the battle, felt it in the battle, and tempered themselves. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time. Hela seemed to be tired of playing. Under Thor's crazy attack, she still found a flaw. Following the flaw, she pointed a finger at Thor's chest. Under the reflection of Thor's pupils, a dazzling golden light exploded between his chest and fingertips. Boom! Thor suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood, his body spun wildly and sprayed blood, and finally hit the ground in front of the castle, smashing a huge deep pit. The whole person seemed to be falling apart, and he couldn't move at all. Hela's sudden attack increased the intensity of the attack. Loki reacted immediately and roared. The eternal spear Gungnir in his hand hit the ground heavily. He saw a magic circle appearing out of thin air under Hela's feet, and terrifying freezing air was ejected from the magic circle. However, the freezing air could not catch up with Hela's speed. She ignored the freezing air spreading behind her and rushed towards Loki. She originally wanted to take this opportunity to run towards Thor and take him away. However, she saw the fierce and murderous posture of Hela. Loki trembled all over and ignored Thor. He spread a pair of magic wings behind him and flew towards another sky. However, Hela didn't care about Loki at all, and rushed straight towards Thor. Along the way, she suddenly swung her hand, and a dull sound was made in the air in front of her. Then Loki's figure appeared, lying in the big pit with Thor, spraying blood and looking doubtful about life. He couldn't understand why his fraudulent magic couldn't hide from this damn woman. Chapter 147. It's another beautiful day. I really can't imagine how sad it will be without you in the future. Hela came over with a lazily stretch, looking like a loose bone. Standing on the edge of the pit, bending over and looking down at the two brothers who were doubting their lives in the pit, she showed a playful expression. Tisk, I finally caught you. Let me think about how to deal with you. The two brothers continued to doubt their lives. As for Hela's threat, the two brothers didn't feel the slightest fear at all, which made Hela very bored. Killing, she had no interest in killing. Not to mention Leon's plan and the terrible old man Odin, the performance of the two brothers in the past 3 years has won her recognition. Although it seems a bit weak at present, it is worthy of being the candidate for the future king designated by Odin. Whether it is the growth in strength or will, it is very rapid. At least Hela did not think it was unworthy to become the king. At present, these two brothers are more of two sandbags for her entertainment and exercise. It would be a pity to kill them. So Hela ignored the two brothers and walked straight to the castle. As for the site destroyed by the battle, she didn't need to understand it. The power of Helheim would automatically restore it to its original state. The two brothers, Thor and Loki, lay in the pit with their arms open. It was drizzling at this time. The cold rain hit the two of them, and there was a strange sense of harmony. Just staring at the cloudy sky for a long time, Thor suddenly sat up straight, and his face was excited again. Ha, I must defeat her next time. Do I need to remind you that you have repeated this sentence 34 times? Loki also sat up, one hand on his knee. His face did not look like he was hit. Instead, he smiled. Seeing his brother's expression, Thor did not ask, because he and Loki were the same, because this time, it really proved their previous conjecture that Hela might have killed them except for the first time she extracted their souls, but after that time, Hela didn't have that intention. Although it was a bit risky, it made the two of them put down a worry. It must be said that as the descendants of Odin, even if they have never met, Hela is their sister anyway. Especially in the past 3 years of fighting, Hela's impression and feeling on the two brothers has gradually changed. In the hearts of the two brothers, Hela is the kind of majestic, cold, and arrogant sister who uses her own strict way to make them grow up. They challenged each other again and again, and Hela did not refuse or get angry. She patiently beat them again and again, prompting them to keep moving forward. With the combination of the two brothers actually regarded Hela as a relative in their hearts. If possible, they don't want the two sides to be in opposition one day, or even to fight to the death. Now, after confirming Hela's position and attitude, the two brothers are definitely much happier. How about we go and see? Thor glanced at the castle and whispered to Loki's shoulder with his elbow. Loki shook his head quickly. No, I don't want to be beaten. Her torture methods are worthy of the executioner of the previous generation. It should be said that relatives are relatives. Deep down, Loki is still afraid of Hela. Whether it is strength, tactics, or calculations, he is crushed in all aspects. It would be strange if he is not afraid. And the methods of beating and torturing people are so vicious that I will have nightmares when I go back. Now that he has taken the risk to confirm Hela's attitude and position, Thor actually wants to drag him to the castle to see Hela. Are you really not afraid of being beaten? Loki doesn't want to die. What are you afraid of? We can learn a lot from her, and it is also related to our future growth. Thor looked indifferent. Isn't it just a beating? He has been used to it and numb. Seeing that Loki was still reluctant, he dragged Loki to the castle. Hela's castle is different from Helheim in style, and also different from Asgard. It can be regarded as a combination of magnificence and gloom. It seems that there is always an inexplicable sense of fear and majesty. Walking through the long corridor, we came to the main hall of the castle. There was no one in the hall. The grey-blue phosphorus fire burning around made the hall a little gloomy and terrifying. Thor and Loki seemed to have identified a certain goal and came to the side hall of the castle. As a result, they saw Hela in the side hall. Unlike the main hall, the style of the side hall is a little different. The magnificent decoration and the open-air side hall are above the starry sky, as if the side hall is located under the starry sky, and the flowing galaxy can be seen beautifully and spectacularly. Hela sat cross-legged in the center of the side hall. On the ground was a constellation of stars, like a crab with its claws bared. The sacred charm flowed through the side hall, so that Thor and Loki felt the silent heaviness inexplicably. Are you really not afraid of death? The moment the two entered the castle, Hela knew it. She sat cross-legged on the ground, opened her eyes and looked at the two brothers. Compared with the previous playful and sarcastic posture, she looked more peaceful. This appearance made the two brothers a little uncomfortable. Thor and Loki looked at each other. After a little hesitation, the former looked at Hela and said seriously, "We are relatives. I believe you will not kill us." There is only one word difference between self-confidence and arrogance, but self-confidence often makes people make mistakes. I believe in my feelings, and I also believe in our emotions. We are connected by blood. Thor's voice was full of murderous intent in the face of Hela. He was not afraid, but full of determination. Loki was the same. But he seemed a little embarrassed. After all, he did not have Odin's blood and was the son of the giants of Jotunheim. You have indeed received my approval. Hela's figure floated up, then stood up and landed on the ground, walking towards the two brothers. She strode in a black dress, like a battleship heading for the battlefield, full of the majesty of a king, making Thor and Loki's bodies a little stiff, but still standing in place. Standing in front of the two brothers, looking at their serious and stubborn faces, Hela's mouth corners had a curve. Facing the pressure directly in front of him, but still standing in front of him unswervingly, he is indeed excellent. Hela nodded secretly, but on the surface she would not admit it. But it only means that I agree that you are qualified to be the king of Asgard, which does not mean that I agree that you are my younger brother. I don't need a brother, nor do I need you. Hela's ruthless words. Thor and Loki were silent, and after a while, Thor slowly spoke, I know, but... Okay, I know what you want to do, throw away those boring parts, it will make me embarrassed. Hela interrupted directly, she has always liked this kind of boring plot, This kind of seemingly sincere and touching redemption program, Hela just felt disgusted. I have said enough today, don't disturb my practice. As soon as the voice fell, Thor and Loki felt the space around them suddenly twisted. They were startled and disappeared without a chance to resist. Seeing the side hall empty again, she was left alone. Hela did not feel any loneliness or solitude. Now she was no longer alone. She also had people who cared about her and whom she cared about. In the small town, several little babies had gone to school. 2 big dogs had sneaked into the town to do shameful things, and Leon would not care. Pudding and Black Panther were no longer normal Alaskan breeds. They were already extraordinary lives and had high IQs. Walking around the town would not cause any accidents. If you really meet someone who is looking for death, then the person who caused the accident would only be a person or animal with malicious intent. Practice Leon never slackens, in addition to accompanying the little ones, after all, he combines work and rest, and his family is always the first in his heart. The main reason for relaxing today is that he has to do something big. That's right, it is to evaporate the divine power again. 3 years of accumulated faith have accumulated a large part of the divine power in the fantasy crystal, but compared with the fantasy crystal, which looks small but actually has a huge internal space, only a small part can be seen. You should know that his believers now have another big outbreak compared to 3 years ago. In addition to Madripoor Port, Kosavia and several other cities, there are many people in the world who believe in him. After all, compared with those illusory gods, he is a real body that has really appeared. It is better to turn to Leon's arms than to believe in a god who has never descended. Regardless of whether it is sincere or not, there will be some real believers in the screening. A large wave of 3 years of accumulation of faith made Leon a little unbearable. This is just like a lottery, which always brings unexpected surprises and excitement to people. Leon closed his eyes and prepared himself. With a thought, he evaporated the power in the fantasy crystal. Ouch! Then, he saw his house collapsed. Yes, it really collapsed, because in front of him, there appeared several huge amounts of ore. As big as 3 mines. The whole town collapsed, and Leon was stunned. Fortunately, no matter where he materialized, he habitually opened the mirror space, and no matter what was materialized, it would not have any impact on the real world. Thanks to this habit, otherwise the whole town would suffer. But this time, Leon was still warned. This way of materialization is still not safe enough. If something powerful, huge amounts of artifacts are created, the vision world may not be able to bear it. The mirror magic is strong enough, especially with the blessing of his level, it is even stronger. Even if Dormammu is brought into fight, the vision world will not collapse for a while, but what if? So in the future, I still have to find a place where no one is to materialize. This thought flashed through his mind in an instant. After he remembered it, he began to look at the 3 mines. His heart skipped a beat as soon as he looked at them. It was not that he was not virtuous enough, but that the things that were materialized this time were really beyond his imagination. Because these 3 mines were what he had been thinking about and urgently needed, and they were also what had been giving him a headache. Mountain copper is also known as aharial steel, gamanion, and silver star sand. They are exactly the 3 materials needed for the holy clothes. Aharial steel, a metal that only gods can use, looks like crystal and is the hardest metal in the world. The sword made of divine steel has a harder blade than any other metal in the world, and a sharper blade than any other blade. It can split the sky and the earth with one swing. It is one of the 3 materials needed to make the holy clothes. The latter 2 are also extremely rare materials and metals. Only URU metal can barely meet the standard to replace one of them. The latter 2 are 3.4 and there is no replacement material at all. Or it can be said that this universe does have it. After all, the universe is too big and there are countless powerful and diluted treasures. For example, among the large number of spoils obtained when breaking into hell and beating Mephisto, there are corpses, bones, hearts and ore metals that can only be produced in the hell dimension. Once these metal ores are manufactured, they can become powerful props, and some props are even comparable to many artifacts of Asgard. However, these materials and metals still cannot replace the 2 materials needed for the latter holy clothes, because the material sorting and combination, characteristic combination, etc. need to be very delicate and strictly calculated to be perfectly integrated. In addition, there may be replaceable materials in the universe, but it is unknown how long it will take to find them. With the development of the sanctuary, more and more warriors practiced awakening to break through the 6th sense microcosm, and they also needed equipment. Leon even planned that if he had not found replacement materials in the next 2 years, he would use the rare metals he found to create a second-level battlesuit. There would be a big gap in defense and amplification, and it was completely inferior to the Saint Cloth in potential. Now, Fantasy Crystal actually gave him a big one. The 3 material veins really solved a big problem for him. Fantasy Crystal was indeed his most intimate gold finger. Leon could perceive how huge these 3 mines were with a little perception, which was enough for him to create thousands or even tens of thousands of Saint Cloths. Chapter 148. Jamil was a little confused. Then, looking at the 3 huge material mines that only existed in legends, he and several other saints showed ecstatic expressions. Jamil was a Leo saint, and was also given alchemy by Leon. In other words, he and several other saints liked alchemy and making materials, just like some big figures. Compared with spending money to buy and collect, they prefer to make them by themselves. They are the same. Making holy clothes is the ultimate dream of Jamil and several other saints. For this reason, they have studied the holy clothes they wear a lot, and they know every step and method. Even with the authorization of Ophelia, they obtained a lot of materials, metal ores, etc. in the temple treasury, and used experiments again and again to see if they could make a brand new holy clothes. But unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Some of the holy clothes they successfully made were not holy clothes, but battle suits at most. Whether it is defense, vitality, amplification, potential, etc., 01 is weaker than the holy clothes in all aspects, and it is much weaker. There is no holy clothing characteristics at all. But now, with Leon's call, they actually saw 3 huge amounts of mines. Mines of holy cloth materials. Each constellation related to the holy clothes represents a characteristic and mission of the constellation. It seems very metaphysical, but it is because of this that the holy clothes can have life and incredible potential. These information need 3 people to understand. As luck would have it, Lisa and the other 2 were flying in the universe when they encountered a fleet of space pirates. For him, the most difficult thing in creating new holy clothes is only the materials, not the creation of constellations. Ophelia, who had heard the news and rushed over, hugged Leon's shoulders and asked in confusion, "Why can't we start making the holy clothes directly?" The treasury closed the door. There is a universal currency in the universe, which is a universal currency created by major top civilizations with credit, resources, planets, population, etc. The currency is very agreeable. Through the currency, you can go to the major civilization planets to buy what you want, such as services, weapons, spaceships, and even planets. Leon knew what Jamil and others were thinking, and nodded. "You can use it for research, but you are not allowed to start forging without my permission, understand? Even if the average person can save enough money in his lifetime to buy a spaceship, it is already very good." The birth of the holy clothes is because Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, hates weapons, so the boys only fight with their own bodies. There are many ways to earn money, which has led to many professions, such as space pirates. Making money? Making money is far less fast than robbing, and it is free. Jamil and other saints responded happily, then carefully cut the 3 materials and left. They needed to study this material carefully. "But I'll be busy next." Leon shook his head. It seemed that this was a very difficult thing. After all, he created constellations according to his own ideas, used constellations as blueprints to create holy clothes, and gave them missions and characteristics, but Leon had the knowledge and wisdom passed down by Athena in his brain. Jamil and the others have studied for a long time, and their attainments in alchemy are already very high, enough to make the holy clothes. This is a huge project. Ophelia said with a smile. If you definitely want to buy a spaceship and a planet, the money required is quite huge. Leon was a little helpless. It was difficult or not, but it took time to create new constellations. Without the constellation as the basis and blueprint, the holy clothes created will have no soul. Yes, God King. But the most important thing is the constellation. If you rob a merchant ship in the universe, you can get a lot of money through transfer payments, and you can also sell the people on the merchant ship as slaves to the human auction or slave traders. The merchant ship can also be sold for a lot of money, and you can make a profit. But it's not difficult. So that's it. Ophelia understood. After all, they are all your warriors. Ophelia smiled mischievously. Leon is finally going to start his part-time job, but he can't complain yet. After all, creating a new saint cloth is also good for him. During the days when Leon was working hard to create the Saint Cloth, the Milky Way welcomed three powerful people, namely Selina, Lisa and Bazin, three gold saints. The mission of the three people is to contact the major civilizations in the universe, establish data archives through contact with these civilizations, and then determine the follow-up based on these data. The three are all gold sequence saints. In the universe, they can move at superluminal speed, so it didn't take much time to fly to the Milky Way in the early stage. But the three did not intend to keep looking in this way. The first step is to contact the intermediary and buy the information they need through the intermediary. Camartage, Asgard has a cosmic history, and these books record some things about the universe. 777 however, most of them are about some important events, figures, and gods from ancient times. As for the major civilizations in the universe, except for a few top civilizations, there is no description of others. In addition to these three mines, Jamil and others did not care about other rare and unusual materials and treasures in the treasury. Looking at the backs of everyone, Leon smiled gently. After seeing the three big treasures, Jamil and several other saints knelt on one knee in front of Leon with fanatic faces, full of pleading looks. The 88 constellations flashing in the night sky are said to appear according to Athena's ideas. At the same time, they are the design blueprints of the holy clothes. It is Athena who gave the connection between the constellations and the holy clothes. Both are indispensable, just like those awakenings microcosm warriors cannot wear the concubine clothes without the same guardian constellation as the holy clothes and without recognition. However, under the fierce attack of Poseidon, many well-known young warriors on Earth died on the battlefield. Athena, who was sad for the casualties of the boys, instructed alchemy to make combat clothes. The holy clothes can be made, but the holy clothes are closely related to the constellations. Without the guardian constellations, even if the holy clothes are made, they have no life. Leon shook his head. God King. Chapter 149. In the starry sky, on 7 medium-sized spaceships, in the retro and mechanical hall, men and women in leather combat uniforms of various skins are dancing happily, drinking wine and listening to the explosive songs. The music is endless. Saline sat in the main seat, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and drinking from time to time, and holding a pink-skinned and slender woman with the other hand to enjoy today's celebration party. His bearded face was full of enjoyment. There was a scar on his face, a weapon on his waist, and the desperate people who were imprisoned in cages not far away, crying, making him extremely happy. He was a space pirate with more than 1,500 men and 5 medium-sized spaceships. This was already a pretty good armed force among space pirates, and he was a little famous in Pang Tai's space pirate group. But the only thing that made him unhappy was that he wanted to join the destroyers several times but was rejected by the so-called leader. The destroyers and plunderers are one of the largest groups of space pirates. The destroyers are engaged in theft, smuggling, criminals, mercenaries, bounty hunters, etc. There are nearly 100 destroyer factions around the Milky Way. Each faction has its own captain and leads the team's actions. The members under their command have skilled combat and excellent driving skills. They often travel between the stars with interests as their priority, and are commissioned by various forces and civilizations to seize treasures in the universe and resell them. Because although the name destroyer sounds cruel, they have a bottom line in doing things. Some tasks that help the evil will not be accepted at all. They belong to the neutral justice camp and have a very fishy sense of honor. Definitely, this is pure bullshit to Saline. What bottom line, what help the evil, are all a bunch of empty talk. For Saline, money and power are the most important. In order to achieve the goal, human trafficking, robbery of vendors, killing can be done, and Saline thinks that the destroyers are just a group of hypocritical guys. Aren't smuggling, theft, and criminals crimes? What bottom line? Since there is a bottom line, why are you a space pirate? What qualifications do you have to be called a space pirate? Thinking of this, Saline, who was originally in a good mood, was furious. He roughly hugged the pink-skinned woman sitting on his lap and pulled her into his arms, then he started to bite her. The woman didn't dare to resist and could only smile. She knew very well that if she made this terrible space pirate captain angry, she would die miserably. We got a lot from the robbery this time. Not only did we get 2 merchant ships, but also a lot of goods. We also got a lot of money from these people. We made a fortune. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's all money, a lot of money, we made a fortune. Ha ha ha, it's really cool to follow the boss. That's definitely, who is our boss? He is called a butcher. Hehe, we will have a good life in the future. But we still have to be careful of those rising stars, those guys who have nothing to do after eating, and they like to make trouble for us the most. Humph, sooner or later, we will kill those rising stars. Although the Nova Empire has been severely suppressed in recent years, it is not comparable to us, so don't brag about it. There were laughter and joy in the hall, and all kinds of swear words were available, but Salim liked such scenes, because every party represented his harvest. But the happiness did not last long. Suddenly, the originally bright hall turned red, and then there were rapid alarms. A huge energy body is detected moving towards the fleet at superluminal speed. Boss, something is approaching us at a high speed. The energy threshold cannot be detected, but it is huge. A subordinate hurriedly ran to Salim and shouted hurriedly. Salim roughly pushed away the pink-skinned woman on his body, quickly stood up and was about to walk towards the central cockpit. The rest of the subordinates who were originally immersed in women, wine, and happiness also stood up immediately, well-trained and ready, waiting for Captain Salim's orders at any time. However, just before taking 2 steps, suddenly, a terrifying and vast force fell out of thin air and pressed everyone present. The space suddenly stopped halfway, and everyone was frozen in place, not only their main spaceship, but also everyone on the other spaceships. The body seemed to be out of control, only consciousness and thinking still existed. Damn, what is this? Why can't I move? Damn it, move quickly. It's so heavy, I feel like I'm going to die. There was no sound, even the exciting music was turned off because of the alarm, everything seemed so calm, and all the destroyers were full of fear in their eyes. Salim was also very angry, he was able to create such a huge team and create the name of Butcher, his own ability was very outstanding. It can be said that even without weapons, he can easily kill fully armed subordinates with his flesh. Because of his strength, those subordinates will be loyal to him, definitely this loyalty is limited to his strength, once one day he loses that strength and iron-blooded cruel means, then the gang of jackals under his command will rush up and tear him apart. Putting this aside, what made Salim unbelievable was the inexplicable and powerful force, which directly controlled and suppressed everyone including him. That person didn't see it. What kind of person can have this ability? There are many powerful people in the universe, gods, executioners, monsters, etc., but each of them has a name and personality. The universe is so big that no one can fully explore it even now. There are countless galaxies in the Milky Way alone. So without deliberately offending a certain god system, the probability of encountering this level of life is infinitely close to 0, even if you may not encounter it in your lifetime. See, is he so lucky to meet it today? Powerful life, with a terrifyingly high upper limit, such as level Godfather and other gods, can easily destroy a planet. What is this concept? He and even the several spaceships he is proud of are just a group of slightly larger bugs in front of this level of existence. After countless years of development, technology has accumulated to a terrifying level. Many technologies of advanced civilizations also have weapons that can destroy planets. Powerful technology allows these civilizations to resist or even rival level Godfather without level Godfather's special gods. But Salim is just a space pirate leader, how could he have such a level of weapon technology? Damn it, Salim felt sad and angry about his luck. He should be sad, because 3 figures fell from the sky, through the ceiling of the spaceship, and landed in the middle of the hall of the spaceship, wearing gorgeous and sacred golden armor, elegant and perfect temperament, handsome and beautiful appearance. The people who came were Selina, Lisa, and Basang. Basang closed his eyes, with beautiful black long hair. Although he closed his eyes, he could see the whole scene of the spaceship hall, and could also see the gathered ugliness, hear the sound of crying, despair, and sadness. The place where sin gathers. Basang whispered softly, his heart was pure as if there was no dust. It is indeed very sinful. Selina's eyes swept across the whole scene, and her eyes paused for half a second on the people imprisoned on the edge, and then cast her eyes on Salim, who was wearing a suit. Salim was facing away because he was going to the central cockpit. Without seeing her move, the invisible power relied on Salim to fly backwards and landed in front of everyone. Don't say how domineering the 3 of them are, who made the nature of this universe like this. Incomparable fear. As the closest to facing Basang and the other 2, Salim did not have any repentance in his heart. It was not because his will was so firm, but because at the moment his heart was filled with fear. Forget it, it's good to know some, but it seems that the rest of the information needs to be purchased. The Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, the Shi'ar Empire, the Nova Empire, the Sovereign, the Destroyers, the Plunderers, the Space Pirates, just know some information about the Milky Way. Hey! Which force does this planet belong to? My head hurts, who are they? Selina said after thinking for a while. In fact, with the ability of the three people, it doesn't cost money to reach a planet to find an intermediary to read the memory or manipulate the intermediary. Buying and selling is a kind of order. Because any of his words and deeds would affect his life and the lives of everyone on the merchant ship. Everyone had different thoughts, but most people were wailing silently. The feeling of a splitting headache was worse than death, and they even wanted to die to get rid of it. Many people who looked at Basang were involuntarily affected by the pure power in their hearts, and a sea of repentance arose spontaneously. In just a moment, even Saleen didn't notice that many of his memories had been read by Selina, Basang, and Lisa. It's quite troublesome. You need to set up an information data account to store currency and transfer payments after spending money. Lisa complained, but Selina and Basang didn't say anything. Selina looked at the imprisoned caravan members, stretched out her finger, and a golden light flashed, accurately smashing the cage, turning it into a pile of black powder and dissipating. The collar called neural controller on her neck also disappeared. The captured caravan members found that they and their companions were free and could move. The captain of the leading merchant ship was a race with a similar form to humans, and his skin was close to that of Earthlings. He stood up and looked at Selina and the other two who were looking over. He immediately realized something. Although he was afraid, he still plucked up the courage to walk in front of the three people, bowed and expressed his gratitude. Dear sir, thank you very much for your kindness. My name is Hessian. If you need me, please feel free to tell me. Jaw Mountain didn't know whether these three great masters released them out of kindness, but he would not speculate, and would only treat them with humility and respect. As for why they came to Saleen, the three of them were flying at superluminal speed in the universe to find planets, and they had the perception of Saleen's spaceship, as well as the person who was imprisoned and was about to be sold on the merchant ship. This attitude was enough for the three of them to judge something. The order of the sanctuary plus the moral bottom line of the three people are unwilling to do such things without Leon's clear order. Under Selina's inquiry, Jaw Mountain answered truthfully, but Lisa interrupted, why don't we look for the guy called the Collector? He felt it now. Ha, I was still thinking about how to get some money, and the stars blessed me, but I met a guy who delivered it to my door. Lisa's tone was a little cheerful. So beautiful, the gap in life levels has reached an unimaginable level. What would it feel like to face this level of life? If I want to get some information, where can I buy it? A planet called X56, which is the destination of our merchant ship's cargo delivery. I suddenly want to repent. I deserve to die. I killed so many people and committed heinous crimes. I should go to hell and atone for my sins in the most painful way. Neither Selina nor Basang spoke, and the invisible spiritual power invaded Saleen's memory. A colony planet affiliated to the Shi'ar Empire. Although the rest of the people could not move their bodies, they still had this thought and consciousness. Everyone's pupils were slightly dilated, and they looked at the three people who suddenly appeared in front of them with shocked eyes. That kind of sacred and bright temperament is so good that people can't look directly at it. If you look at it for a while, you will feel your soul is piercing. But he couldn't even wail, he could only watch and silently endure this scene. Basang is more than 2 meters tall. The tallest of the three people in Selina is Basang, 1.87 meters tall. In terms of body shape and height, compared with Saleen, who is like a humanoid brown bear, he looks very delicate. But in Saleen's eyes, Selina and the other three, who should have been looked down upon by him, are more like a giant with blazing flames, standing in front of the three flame giants, and being burned by the scorching flames. He is just a space pirate, active in the Milky Way all year round, so it is normal that he doesn't know much about the information outside the Milky Way. Basang said softly. Don't be nervous, where is your merchant ship going? Selina shook her head. The burning pain and torture constantly stimulated his soul. Sure. Chapter 150. The Collector. Serena was stunned for a moment. The Collector was a powerful person read from the memory of the space pirate Saleen. In fact, it was not just the memory of this person. The Camartage Cosmic History in Asgard had detailed records of this person. The Collector. Tanliatuan is one of the elders of the universe. He looks like an ancient human, but he is actually an alien human with powerful power. He has the ability to live forever, travel through time and space, and foresee the future. The collector once lived on Cygnus X1 with his wife and children, thinking about life while living. His wife gave up her immortality because she was tired of longevity. The collector was very sad. After that, he felt that he needed a hobby to keep his sanity, so he began to collect interesting artifacts and life forms from all over the universe. Finally, his obsession with collecting reached a certain level, and he began to collect things he thought were rare or precious for the sake of pure collection. At the same time, the collector created a museum with all the species in the universe, collecting the countless treasures collected. As a cosmic elder, no one knows how many years the collector has lived. He is a brother of another cosmic elder, Gao Tianzun, and knows many secrets of the universe. The other two are both at the level of Heavenly Father. It is conceivable how much information a life that has lived for a long time knows. Lisa's reminder made Selina and Basang realize that they should go directly to the collector instead of looking for an intermediary to buy information. The collector is in the void, at the edge of the Milky Way. If you want to get information from him, you should need a collection that can impress him. Selina nodded. Collections? There are quite a few collections in the God King's treasury. Lisa said without hesitation. The collections in the treasury are dazzling and frightening. Most of them are definitely just collections. There are not many that can be used. The treasury was originally established because the God King Leon defeated Mephisto and obtained the collections accumulated by Mephisto for countless years from the latter. As the Lord of Hell, Mephisto, who bears the name of Satan, has collected countless good things for countless years, and Leon is definitely cheap. As a treasure house, the gold sequence has the qualifications and authority to apply for certain spoils from the treasure house. Then let's go. As for you, Selina looked at Saline and others with cold eyes, you are not qualified to live. As soon as the voice fell, in the terrified and desperate eyes of Saline and all the space pirates, she stretched out her fingers, and the dazzling golden light bloomed from her fingertips, swallowing everything, dazzling and gorgeous. Several spaceships flew quietly towards the Milky Way, but the interiors of several spaceships seemed extremely empty. In a base in the suburbs of New York. On the training platform, two agile figures were fighting. The two people were wearing black tights, as fast as a female leopard, and their attack speed and strength were faster and stronger than ordinary people. Bang! However, the swift attack did not last long, and one of them was knocked down. Barton lay on the stage, his face numb. He wanted to die. As a long-range shooter, why did he have to suffer such torture? Just when he doubted his life, a slender white hand appeared in front of him. Looking at Natasha Romanoff's smiling face, he reached out and grabbed it angrily. After Natasha Romanoff exerted force, he stood up. Yeah, Barton, you are great. You lasted longer than last time, 13 seconds. Ha ha ha, Barton, we can all see your progress, don't be discouraged. Progress is a good thing, Barton, don't make a childish expression. Below the stage, Ghost Ava, Psylocke and several S.H.I.E.L.D agents were cheering for Barton. The gloating Barton almost jumped up and down. Yes, Barton couldn't beat Natasha Romanoff, but who made Natasha Romanoff a monster now? Who has ever seen a slender woman who can knock a car away with one punch, whose running speed can surpass the fastest sports car in the world, and whose jumping can reach a distance of 50 to 100 meters? This kind of monster-like physical fitness, and then look at Natasha Romanoff's thin body, this is completely inconsistent with human anatomy. Barton felt that his bones were about to break just by punching, and this was Natasha Romanoff restraining her strength. If she exerted all her strength, he would be directly hit by one punch. You can do it if you can, and you still laugh at him. When these guys come up to face Natasha Romanoff, they may be even more unbearable than him. Barton was indignant. Barton wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, he decided to shut up. This was the best way to do it. If he lost, he lost. There was no reason. If he continued to argue, he would be at a disadvantage and would probably be ridiculed by the crowd. Ignore them, Barton. They are just a bunch of tough guys. They don't even have the courage to fight me. You are worthy of being a real warrior. Natasha Romanoff, with the towel hanging around her neck, came over and comforted Barton. But the effect may not be very good, making Barton more autistic. Natasha Romanoff ignored this guy and turned over to greet the cheers of her companions. Natasha Romanoff laughed happily. After a long time of making a fuss, Natasha Romanoff, who was sweating from training and fighting, came to her room in the base and started to wash in the bathroom. Her smooth and white body accepted the hot water from the shower and let the water slide down her body. She looked at her white hands, touched the smooth skin on her belly and shoulders, and her mouth curved. She never thought she would become like this. The scars left over from countless missions in the Red House were completely repaired, and even the uterus she removed in the Red House was repaired with the help of Yelena. Recalling the way she cried while holding Yelena, Natasha Romanoff blushed a little. But then she calmed down. After all, no woman would remain indifferent at that moment. She was excited only because she knew that she had finally become a complete woman. She used to hate being controlled by the demon Drake and was afraid of the hell-like place of the Red House. Finally, she met Barton. After several contacts and battles, the two formed a friendship. With Barton's help and encouragement, Natasha Romanoff finally mustered up the courage to escape from the Red House. The battle in Budapest destroyed the demon, and it was definitely later revealed that the explosion did not kill Drakev. But she didn't care. Anyway, this demon is already dead. It's said that he died in Melina's hands. Later, in the days of SHIELD, she still carried out missions, but more of it was redemption, or what she thought was redemption. She immersed herself in missions again and again. Even if it was a life or death danger, she didn't care at all. She just wanted to numb herself through these missions. But unexpectedly, a few years later, she met Yelena, just when she came into contact with the green big guy Hulk, but Hulk's rampage made her and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents face death directly. At the moment of death, she forgot what she felt at that time, perhaps fear, or perhaps calmness. But, never thought that Yelena would stand in front of her like a savior, blocking Hulk's unparalleled explosive force. The punch that hit her, that inhuman power, compared to Hulk's petite body and slender hands, the visual contrast brought, Natasha Romanoff still remembers it vividly. The girl turned around and spoke cheerfully. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but smile when she recalled the scene. The little sister had grown up and became incredibly strong. She became a Saint Seiya, the guards of God. The sisters reunited. Yelena and Natasha Romanoff went to Madrid port and met Melina again. She was injected with super gene serum, which made her physical fitness surpass the human limit. Not only that, Yelena felt that it was dangerous for Natasha Romanoff to perform tasks in SHIELD and persuaded her to leave SHIELD and join Madrid port. She said that she would protect herself and that she could just call her boss Yelena in the future. That arrogant tone made her unable to help but give the other party a head bang. Then the little girl covered her head with an unbelievable look, as if you dared to hit my head bang, you are so brave. She also became the leader of the Avengers team. Well, there are only a few people in the team. Nick Fury is too bad. He can't even find a few new people in these years. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he hung up the phone. A skeleton knight surrounded by flames was found in Texas and committed several cases. Fury. What's more, the Avengers and the X-Men have also formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Death characteristics, but they are dead. The analysis and diagnosis speculate that it is brain death, such as killing by mental power, etc. Natasha Romanoff flipped through the data information sent by Nick Fury and saw several pictures taken at night. Although a little blurry, after the picture processing, it can still be seen that it is a man wearing black leather armor wrapped with chains, riding a cool Hell-style metal motorcycle. Do you have detailed information about the knight? Whether to accept the mission is up to the Avengers themselves. Natasha Romanoff is not calling Fury the director now. The Avengers are now an independent organization, and Fury is no longer her boss, but more of an organization that assists the Avengers. Natasha Romanoff's mouth curved. These two requirements will take a lot of time. I don't know how long it has been, and suddenly a mobile phone rang behind her. The urgent sound made Natasha Romanoff put the quilt on the glass table next to her and walked to the bedside, picked up the phone on the bedside table and answered it. After taking a sip of coffee, her eyes narrowed, and the whole person looked a little lazy. Natasha Romanoff listened to Fury's words quietly, and then spoke again. The head is in the shape of a skull, burning with flames, the front and rear tires of the car are burning with flames, and there is a long line of fire on the ground behind him, and on both sides of the road, you can see the garbage cans, billboards, street lights, etc. that seem to have been burned by flames. After a long shower, Natasha Romanoff woke up from her memories. She slowly closed the valve, wiped her body, put on a bath towel, poured herself a cup of coffee in the room, and sat quietly on the balcony, looking at the agents on the lawn below transporting goods, weapons, and equipment. With her explosive power, she can resist the power of Hulk. According to our investigation results, they have been sent to your mobile phone. It is up to you to decide whether to contact or arrest. In addition, the Avengers now have Hulk and Natasha Romanoff, two non-human monsters. The Avengers are not short of top combat power for the time being, so there is no hurry, just slowly select. The warm sunshine fell, making her lazy and drowsy. Coffee, a refreshing thing, has no effect on her current digestive system. It's just a taste. Definitely the top combat power among the Avengers. In the battle with the big guy Hulk, she was not even at a disadvantage for a short time. Then Natasha Romanoff chose to stay SHIELD, but Yelena and Melina are still worried about her, leaving the power called the microcosm in her body, or in her eyes, called divine power. This power has been subtly transforming her, allowing her to gradually grow to this point. It is obviously a very terrible high temperature. In terms of rank, Natasha Romanoff is very high on the surface and does not need to call anyone honorifics. Very cute. But thinking about Nick Fury's headache, Natasha Romanoff knows that it is really difficult to select suitable Avengers members. The main thing is that they must have enough strength to match the Avengers team. At the same time, they also need to investigate and test whether the person's character is suitable. The independence of the Avengers prevented Nick Fury from issuing orders directly to the Avengers, and the two sides were in a cooperative nature. After flipping through the information data of the people killed by Johnny Blaze, the symptoms of their death are the same as Nick Fury said. There is no bleeding, organ failure, etc. in the body. Or it's a habit she developed during her mission. Hey? These people have criminal records, murder, robbery, drug trafficking. It seems that this is still a righteous knight. The people killed by him had very strange symptoms of death. There were no scars on the surface, but the people were dead. Even if her rank is not high, with Natasha Romanoff's current strength, few people can bear her honorifics. Natasha Romanoff. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.